Tension gripped Awakening Square as countless students gathered. For the main character, Lin Han, 10 long years had passed since crossing into this world. Destiny finally called. In this brutal reality governed by game mechanics, turning 18 meant awakening extraordinary powers, unlocking one's true potential. These powers shattered mortal limits. Society divided everyone into 3 distinct paths: combat, lifestyle, or support. Awaken a mere lifestyle class, and your fate was sealed as an absolute nobody. Meanwhile, the support path demanded mountains of gold and endless resources, just to survive the early stages. Without noble backing, becoming an elite support was an impossible dream. But Lin Han's soul burned with a singular, unyielding desire to manifest a glorious combat class. He craved the battlefield. This world teemed with forbidden realms, hidden labyrinths, and terrifying monster zones. He yearned to grasp a combat destiny, to slaughter mythical beasts, conquer deadly dungeons, and ascend to absolute power. He swore upon his soul to reign supreme as the strongest existence. Suddenly, a heavy hand broke his fierce concentration. His buddy, Wang Cheng, leaned in and murmured, "Your trial begins now." Lin Han blinked, utterly caught off guard. Wang Cheng snickered, "The instructor has been glaring daggers at you for a solid minute. The stage is completely empty. Bro, wake up." Cursing his own distraction, Lin Han flinched. Senior Instructor Yai crossed her arms, her terrifying aura flaring as she scolded his blatant disrespect on such a sacred day. But before her fury could erupt, he dashed toward the altar. His loyal friend cheered wildly from the sidelines, yelling that they would both awaken as combat gods and tear through monstrous hordes. Lin Han smirked, promising to return a sovereign. Ascending the sacred steps, he faced the robed elder. "Step into the circle," the master commanded, "and withstand its spiritual pressure." The elder sensed the supreme warrior's spirit burning within him, harboring massive expectations for this youth. True awakening responds to innate talent, but sheer willpower shapes destiny too. Knowing this, since his first breath in this realm, Lin Han had trained his body to the absolute limit for a combat class. He stepped onto the runes. Instantly, a blinding pillar of heaven-piercing light erupted. The entire courtyard gasped in pure shock. Look at that divine manifestation. His talent defies heaven. What legendary path is choosing him? Desperately shielding his eyes from the roaring spiritual storm, Wang Cheng screamed in awe. The elder trembled. By the gods, a hidden class, beyond the 3 mortal realms, exists an unfathomably rare destiny. Only a secret calling could trigger such catastrophic phenomena. The very heavens and earth resonated with his monstrous potential, blessing him with an anomalous path. Wang Cheng howled in pure ecstasy, declaring his brother was fated by the cosmos to reign as an invincible deity of this era. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in Lin Han's mind. The heavens gifted him the hidden class, altar. Staring at the bizarre cosmic revelation, his jaw hit the floor. A mere support class. He scrutinized the floating blue panel in sheer agony, clutching his hair in despair, while the devastated elder sighed heavily. To manifest as a lowly support. What an absolute tragedy. A legendary prodigy, totally ruined. Wang Cheng desperately shouted over the crowd, insisting his friend possessed heaven-defying talent. The golden light was undeniable, so why the funeral vibes? The master grimly explained that altars were a cursed anomaly. Across all existences, they wielded sacred battle hymns to exponentially boost allies. Each melodic chant provided terrifyingly diverse enchantments. It was undeniably an overpowered Ventus's supportive force. But the martial path for this destiny was fundamentally shattered. The universal progression system demanded breaking through 10 impossible realms, spanning 100 grueling levels. Because of its fickle, anomalous nature, advancing required devouring rare cosmic energies, found strictly within the apocalyptic heart of Cincinus. Heavenly tribulations, even for absolute beginners. Even legendary level 60 warlords trembled before the lethal depths of these divine judgments. Yet a novice must brave them, just to survive the early phases. Instructor Yai mournfully declared that across the endless eons of history, not a single soul walking the altar path ever shattered the iron curse of level 10. It was universally mocked as a supreme trash class. Wang Cheng froze in absolute horror, realizing this fate was a catastrophic tragedy, deadlier than any mythological forbidden magic. As the crushed hero descended the grand staircase, his instructor placed a heavy, sympathetic hand upon his trembling shoulder, urging him not to surrender to despair. A secret destiny still holds mysterious potential. He simply rubbed his neck, forcing a painfully bitter smirk, while his brother agonizingly wondered, has Lin Han truly been condemned to an eternity of mediocrity? The defeated main character trudged homeward, but mid-journey, His eyes locked onto his ethereal status panel. 3 core attributes shattered the 100-point threshold, obliterating normal mortal limits. Had a legendary combat path claimed him, he would be howling in absolute triumph over these god-tier starting stats. Swallowing his pride, he inspected his newly forged abilities. His mystic scroll revealed magic suppression, a divine passive art completely dominating all elemental mana within a 500-meter domain, directly devouring it to violently fuel his own spiritual core. Song of Healing, channeling the supreme goddess of life, a miraculous, golden radiance washes over his vanguard, instantly restoring shattered bones and mending torn flesh. Song of Summoning Dead Souls, calling upon the sovereign of the underworld. Catastrophic necrotic energy crushes his enemy's vitality, ripping random undead monstrosities from the first abyss. Song of Seduction, echoing the forbidden hymns of the fallen goddess. A mesmerizing curse descends, plunging foes into eternal slumber, weaving mind-shattering illusions, or inflicting pure, unadulterated madness. Finally, Song of Blessing. Invoking the unpredictable god of chaos, he unleashes a heaven-defying surge of wild energy, granting comrades one completely randomized, unstoppable enchantment. Reviewing these celestial arts, Lin Han laughed bitterly at his fate. Every single technique screamed ultimate backline utility. A damned utility doomed to rot at level 10 forever. A combat destiny would have changed the universe. Suddenly, an otherworldly synthetic chime pierced his very soul, echoing a godlike announcement. Host connection finally established. The 10,000-fold amplification system is now fully online. His heart completely stopped in sheer, euphoric disbelief. His glorious cheat codes had arrived. The godly interface declared an absolute power, a one-time celestial boost, magnifying everything belonging to the host by 10,000 times. Absolutely zero restrictions. Trembling with greedy anticipation, he begged the cosmos. "Can you shatter the limits of my entire status board?" The eternal system coldly verified. "Your mortal shell has just been mutated 10,000 times over. Behold your glory." The main character ripped open his astral panel, gasping as his stats went utterly supernova. Divine tier unlocked, Guardian Angel. Singing the life goddess's hymn. He can resurrect fallen comrades right from the abyss of death. Constructs and spirits remain bound, yet, with undead resurrection, he intones the death god's requiem to awaken absolute demonic legions. Post-battle, exactly 30% of slain mortal foes will automatically transform into loyal skeleton warriors. Next up is Fallen Intervention. Channeling the corrupted goddess, he curses all foes with twin plagues, boasting a 15% chance to shatter their will completely. Surrender becomes absolute. Then comes Chaos Domain. Singing the primordial chaos anthem, his allies reap 2 unpredictable blessings of ultimate power. Meanwhile, his enemies face a cataclysmic barrage. Glacial spikes, heavenly lightning, meteor strikes, and apocalyptic judgment will rain down upon them. Absorbing the system prompts, shock widened his eyes. 4 absolute taboo skills, plus a reality-breaking 10,000-fold attribute multiplier. Armed with this god-tier arsenal, crushing the heavenly tribulation was guaranteed. Suddenly, a heavy hand firmly slapped his shoulder. Gasping for air, his buddy finally caught up. Head tilted back in sheer exhaustion, he demanded why the hero vanished post-awakening. He carried incredibly urgent news. Lin Han offered a sheepish apology, as his friend revealed the Grand Academy exams loomed just 7 days away. Time was ticking to power up and secure their prestigious academy spots. Dungeon diving together was their only viable path to glory. An obnoxious sneer shattered the moment. "You must be dreaming." Gao Chong swaggered over, mocking Lin Han's supposedly trash-tier class awakening. "Academy dreams. You are better off scrubbing floors." Wan Cheng thrust an angry finger at the bully, roaring at him to shut his mouth. "You awakened a measly thief class. What makes you act so superior?" Brushing off the insult, the arrogant senior stepped directly into Lin Han's space. "Academic scores mean absolutely nothing here. Low-born peasants like you are simply destined to crawl in the dirt forever." The antagonist sneered, eyes narrowing with cold indifference. Lin Han commanded the barking dog to move aside. Fury immediately distorted the bully's smug face. "What did you say? Who gave you the right to act tough? You think you rule this academy? You are nothing but garbage I could crush single-handedly. Stop puffing your chest." Patience, utterly exhausted, Lin Han unleashed a lightning-fast hook straight into the loudmouth's jaw. The devastating impact launched Gao Chong backward into the stone wall. Cracking his knuckles, the hero issued a chilling challenge. "Show me that one-handed strength." Panic immediately erupted among the lackeys as they scrambled to their fallen leader's aid. Meanwhile, Wan Chang crossed his arms, beaming with absolute satisfaction. "Well, can you crush him or not?" his friend taunted. Scrambling up, the humiliated senior pointed a trembling finger. "Do not get arrogant. I will hit level 10 in mere days, while you rot at the bottom. We will settle this blood feud very soon." The main character merely slammed his fist into his palm. The threatening echo sent the cowards fleeing. "Just wait, your days are numbered," the bully shrieked. Buzzing with pure adrenaline, Wan Chang declared his best friend was destined for legendary greatness. Lin Han humbly waved off the massive praise. "The sun is setting, we need to head back." But his friend insisted with blazing eyes, "I am serious. You will shock the world." Twilight painted the sky blood orange. As the young hero navigated the ruined streets, passing a battered construction zone, he silently cursed the endless delays. Navigating this urban wasteland was truly exhausting. Spotting the warm glow of his family home, a heavy sigh escaped him. How would he explain today? Shoulders slumped, he braced for their crushing disappointment. Turning the rusty key, he stepped across the threshold and announced his return to the humble abode. Instantly, a mouth-watering aroma enveloped his senses. "That smells absolutely heavenly." The rich scent proved his father was manning the stove tonight. The patriarch emerged from the kitchen with a warm grin. Arranging the worn plates, his mother proudly announced they were honoring his awakening ceremony. Their strict manager actually granted early leave for this monumental family milestone. Tempted by the feast, Lin Han stealthily snatched a savory bite. "Hygiene first," his mother scolded gently. Soon, they formed a circle of warmth. His father proudly produced a rare bottle of spirits. "Our boy is finally a man. Join me for a toast," he cheered. Accepting the glass nervously, Lin Han prepared to drop the class revelation. Pouring the amber liquid, his father gently cut him off, revealing the homeroom instructor had already called. Guilt washed over him. Missing the warrior path is not a tragedy, his father consoled with absolute warmth. His mother immediately nodded, offering her unconditional support. "True greatness blooms in any profession," she declared, raising his glass high. His father boldly proclaimed they should banish all shadows of doubt. "To a brilliant, limitless destiny." Crystal clinked in a symphony of hope, as the awakened hero promised he would never let them down. Such a minor setback could never break his spirit. As the dinner concluded, he stepped up to assist his tirelessly working mother with the chores. Waving him off with soapy hands, she insisted he relax in front of the screen. Suddenly, his father, fighting off drunken hiccups, beckoned him closer. A mysterious wooden chest was pushed into his hands. "What is this?" he gasped. Slumping back with a booming laugh, his dad declared it a gift. Drying her hands, his mother smiled knowingly, hinting at the true monumental weight of this deeply unexpected relic. "That heirloom holds generations of our bloodline's history. A family treasure," he stammered. She nodded, revealing this ancient vault had guarded secrets for over a century. "Do not judge us by your father. We were once powerful aristocrats." Struggling to haul his intoxicated dad up, Lin Han listened intently. "He is too heavy. Help me lift him." Half asleep, his father mumbled that the glorious legend was completely true. "Our clan wielded unimaginable wealth. And now, the supreme magic caster is born again. He will shatter limits and restore our lost celestial glory." Dusk fell as the main character secured his room. Opening the vault, he equipped the glowing mystic robe and gripped his heavy staff. He grinned at the gold-tier gear. On the black market, these artifacts fetched nearly 1,000,000 gold coins, boasting absolute perfection in both attack and defense. Crafted from supreme materials, this mystical catalyst carried an 8% probability to trigger devastating bonus shockwaves whenever he channeled terrestrial earth arts. Plus, lightning spells held a 10% chance for bonus strikes. The vestments also manifested a barrier absorbing 5% of his maximum vitality. "System, enhance my gear." The interface chimed, instantly amplifying his artifact's raw power 10,000 times over. It was time to check the godly results now. His barrier now perfectly matched 100% of his maximum vitality. Plus, the divine catalyst guaranteed bonus devastation with a 100% rate. For combined earth and lightning arts, due to artifact limits, the secondary damage strictly mirrored 100% of the initial base strike. Absorbing these godly stats, a triumphant laugh echoed in his mind. This was absolute perfection. He was now draped in legendary tier armaments. Furthermore, earth and lightning spells guaranteed double destruction. Since ancient times, sorcerers always dominated from afar. Overjoyed by his new power, he danced excitedly. "Everyone will revere my long-range supremacy," he declared. Collapsing into bed, his mind raced toward his imminent breakthrough. Once he finally achieved level 10, He must brave the apocalyptic heavenly tribulation. Only by devouring a natural disaster's core could he ascend realms. The system had stated that, to claim this core, the host must dive straight into the storm's deadly epicenter. Thus, he began hunting online for any active catastrophic anomalies. A forum thread pointed straight to the High's kingdom. Surrounded completely by treacherous seas, this perilous coastal territory was forged from countless scattered, volcanic peaks and shattered archipelagos. Its rugged shorelines were absolutely swarming with bloodthirsty mutated beasts. Ominous thunderclouds eternally choked the skies, constantly birthing apocalyptic storms. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Wang Cheng sent an urgent message. Tapping the chat, his buddy asked to party up for a dungeon run tomorrow. Rejecting the offer, a shocked Wang Cheng demanded, "Wait, why not?" He intentionally picked a low-tier dungeon capped at level 5 beasts. It was the perfect safe zone to carry a fragile support class. Lin gently explained that solo grinding would drastically accelerate his growth. With the crucial academy exams looming, he refused to become dead weight holding his friend back. His bro immediately spammed crying emojis, but Lin promised everything was fine, despite the reality that his support class locked his mortal limit at level 10. These low-tier rifts posed zero threat. He could easily crush them solo. Once he shattered the second realm, they could definitely party up again. Wang Cheng yielded, promising to tackle a mid-tier abyss together upon his ascension. The main character sealed their pact with a smug cat sticker reading, "Deal." Internally, he apologized. The brutal High's kingdom was a death sentence for anyone stuck in the first realm. Glancing at his glowing clock, midnight was rapidly approaching. Muttering that he needed to recharge his stamina, he finally surrendered to sleep. He deeply prayed the perilous trial would unfold perfectly tomorrow. At dawn, he entered the teleportation nexus. Tapping his credentials on the glowing interface, he locked in his deadly destination, the High's territory. Identity verified. The system granted clearance with an automated blessing. Without hesitation, he marched straight into the swirling spatial rift ahead. Stepping through the void, he materialized in a hostile realm. A bloodstained warning board at the entrance explicitly demanded extreme caution. Carelessness brings grief to families. Beware, the path ahead swarms with lethal silver toxic toads. First realm weaklings were completely barred from entry. Lin Han scanned the warning, murmuring that this hellscape was dripping with murderous intent. A colossal shadow loomed behind him. Startled by its screech, he watched the giant toad conjure a deadly barrage of ice spikes. The icy projectiles launched like bullets. Instantly, his golden barrier flared up, shattering the spikes into harmless frost. Lin grinned as the automated defense triggered flawlessly. This legendary vestment was absolutely broken. Infuriated, the toad swelled with blistering rage. It unleashed an ear-piercing sonic boom. The devastating shockwave forced him to clutch his skull, feeling like his brain would practically rupture. Red warnings flashed. The system clarified his barrier only nullified physical and elemental destruction. Against invisible psychic torment, he was defenseless and required extreme caution. Exhaling heavily, he glared at the beast. "Did you mistake me for fragile prey?" Hoisting his divine staff, he commenced an ancient incantation. Invoking the Stemend, Lord of Chaos, unleashing the forbidden apocalyptic art, Chaos Domain, he dragged a massive meteor from the heavens, triggering a catastrophic, earth-shattering eruption. A massive hellfire pillar scorched the heavens, violently trembling the oceans. Meanwhile, Minister Sun sternly patrolled the base alongside his loyal subordinate. Glancing at a glowing datapad, his lieutenant panicked. "Sir, mana fluctuations around Hua City just hit apocalyptic maximums. Are the dark factions launching a surprise ambush?" Sun scoffed, noting that Hua City anchored the center of their coastal vanguard, heavily fortified by dozens of elite frontline military garrisons. A stealth invasion was impossible without triggering early warning arrays. Striding into the blackout command center, a heavily decorated officer snapped a crisp salute. Sun fiercely ordered the tactical grids online. He then demanded an emergency channel to the Supreme Brass, initiating a full registry sweep of the entire population. They needed to identify anyone capable of casting forbidden cataclysms. Complying, blazing threat warnings immediately flooded the monitors, tracking a violently approaching mana tsunami. Sun roared into the comms, instantly declaring a city-wide martial lockdown. Their survival depended on calculating the exact trajectory of this apocalyptic energy signature. Until then, everyone hold the line. Meanwhile, outside, an earth-shattering tidal wave loomed over the helpless metropolis as blaring sirens confirmed a level red catastrophic emergency broadcast. Citizens were commanded to calmly evacuate into underground bunkers. Instead, terrified civilians flooded the streets, standing paralyzed by the towering wave. threatening to devour them. Thankfully, a massive hex barrier ignited in time, repelling the raging floodwaters. Minister Sun, meanwhile, prepared. Equipping his combat gear, he verified the mana barrier's status. The Vanguard had miraculously repelled the initial onslaught. With catastrophic threat levels rising, mass civilian evacuation protocols were instantly triggered. A scout announced the strike force was locked and loaded. Awaiting command, these elite warriors stood ready to march into absolute hell. Meanwhile, legendary loot cascaded down for slaying the abyssal beast. He smirked, noting the colossal experience required to breach level 10. Yet, seeing his spatial inventory overflowing with divine materials brought supreme satisfaction. The system chimed, presenting a rare skill tome. Would he amplify its power 10,000 times over? Without hesitation, he triggered the miraculous upgrade. The system unveiled the newly evolved technique, the God's Grace, a forbidden spell bypassing all vocal incantations. This terrifying mastery eradicated all magical preparation time. Spells demanding lengthy chants could now be unleashed with terrifying, instantaneous devastation. Only true legends grasp such divine grace. Lin Han smirked, realizing his newfound godhood. Could he now obliterate foes and bless comrades without uttering a single syllable? Suddenly, the earth violently fractured beneath him. Witnessing a catastrophic volcanic eruption, he declared his next move. He must plunge directly into the roaring epicenter. He needed to harvest primordial wind and fire cores. The mystical map pinpointed their fiery domain. Charging toward the blazing inferno, he vaulted across rivers of boiling magma. The cataclysmic heat had already incinerated every lurking beast into mere ashes. At last, those pests were no longer a threat. Spotting a blazing, crimson cube radiating absolute heat, he claimed his fiery prize. Instantly, the system prompted him. Did he dare absorb this chaotic core? Confirming fearlessly, he marveled at capturing such devastating power so effortlessly. Yet, he absolutely could not drop his guard. The primordial wind core still awaited. Riding his magical staff above a treacherous, tempestuous ocean, he locked onto the ancient map's signal. The gale element was hidden within these violent waters. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted from the depths. The churning ocean violently split apart, launching a radiant crystal skyward right into his hurtling trajectory. Securing the storm's essence, he retreated to a tranquil sanctuary to assess his spoils. He had successfully secured 2 absolute elemental cores. Furthermore, his subspace was bursting with legendary gear and crafting materials. Liquidating even a fraction of this treasure in the guild market would guarantee an astronomical fortune. His legendary hunt complete, it was time to return. Stepping into the grand teleportation hall, he was instantly greeted by blaring sirens, signaling a massive code-red emergency. All warp gates were forcibly locked down. Panicked citizens were commanded to follow guild staff and desperately flee toward the heavily fortified central sanctuary. Frozen amidst the chaos, he watched terrified civilians stampeding, screaming about an apocalyptic tidal wave. Lin Han surveyed the sheer panic with absolute bewilderment. He demanded answers. A trembling guild receptionist stammered out that the spatial travel network had catastrophically crashed. "The gates are dead," he echoed, utterly stunned. His homecoming was completely derailed. The panicked receptionist desperately pleaded for him to join the evacuation run. Oblivious to the grim reality, he questioned the sanctuary's purpose. She frantically explained the horrifying truth. A terrifying, unknown entity had unleashed an apocalyptic tidal wave. The city was facing utter annihilation. This absolute chaos stemmed from an abyssal power awakening within the dreaded Sea Kingdom. He needed to seek refuge immediately. Pointing frantically towards safety, she urged him forward. Yet, he stood completely paralyzed. Echoes of her terrifying warning violently clashed within his troubled mind. Was his forbidden god tier spell the catalyst for this disaster? Gripping his magical staff tightly, crushing guilt consumed his soul. His reckless thirst for power had awakened a catastrophic force, condemning his home to ruin. Eyes blazing with newfound resolve, he pivoted, marching back toward the impending devastation. The shocked receptionist desperately cried out to him. Meanwhile, the city desperately clung to survival, shielded only by the fading mana barrier maintained by exhausted battle mages. A terrified scout warned the minister of impending doom. Scanners screamed red as the fragile barrier violently pushed its absolute breaking point. Sweat dripped, and the frantic scout yelled that total collapse would strike in mere minutes. Sun Hu gritted his teeth, decisively waving his commanding hand. He ordered his lieutenants to immediately contact the Supreme Guild Master. Demand every elite vanguard above level 30. Furthermore, fire emergency distress flares to neighboring fortresses immediately. Time was bleeding away. As they scattered, he roared that failure meant absolute extinction. Yet, the overwhelming magical pressure was devastating. One mage collapsed, vomiting blood, his spirit completely broken. Beside him, a fiercely loyal comrade screamed for him to stand. A nearby sentry sobbed, admitting their impending doom. Mortal Mana simply couldn't defy nature's wrath. Minister Sun Hu clamped his jaw, drowning in suffocating despair. Was this truly the bitter end? Suddenly, Lin Han descended like a god, unleashing the divine song of blessing. A legendary aura instantly surged through their exhausted veins. The fallen mages violently snapped back to their feet, absolutely awestruck by this miraculous buff. Surging with overflowing mana, they locked back into battle formation. It was time to push back. Empowered by Lin Han's god-tier support, the tide finally turned. The indomitable dome blazed back to life. Triumphant shouts echoed as they reported full stabilization. To their commander, the apocalyptic waves were temporarily sealed. The general barked orders to hold that line with their very souls, while the remaining able-bodied mages prepared a monumental spatial distortion. Their impossible mission warped this catastrophic tsunami back into the abyss. The ultimate command was roared, and a gargantuan magical vortex violently ignited. Within the shielded perimeter, a battle-scarred mage screamed victory. The blind spatial tear, aimed squarely at the deep ocean, was fully operational and locked in. Miraculously, the raging floodwaters were sucked away into the void. The apocalyptic threat completely vanished. As the colossal energy shield finally dissolved, a stunned sentry stared up, gazing at the tranquil ocean. Stunned whispers of disbelief suddenly erupted into triumphant, roaring cheers of absolute victory. Hovering above on his magical staff, Lin Han smirked. Exhaling a deep breath, he realized just how terrifyingly close to death they came. The sheer devastation of forbidden magic was genuinely terrifying. Moving forward, absolute caution was required. A near catastrophe like this could never repeat. His phone buzzed, revealing a frantic call from his mother. Her voice trembled with absolute terror. A catastrophic tsunami had nearly annihilated their city. Guilt pierced his heart for making her worry. He quickly swallowed his anxiety, gently promising his panicked mother that he was completely unharmed. Blaming the shelter's dead zone, he promised to return quickly. Striding toward the teleportation hall, he finally breathed easily. The disaster was averted. It was time to head home. Tomorrow's agenda: hit the advancement hall for a new quest, then liquidate today's massive dungeon hall for pure profit. This sudden wealth would forever change his parents' lives. The following morning, he entered the massive advancement hall, instantly receiving his registration paperwork. Sliding the completed documents to the receptionist, she began verifying his hunter credentials. Name: Lin Han. Age: 18. Current status: Academy student. Class: Alter. Her professional smile immediately dropped into pure disappointment. She blandly explained the two distinct paths for rank advancement. First option: standard prepared missions, typically capping at A or B rank. Second option: pure system roulette, where difficulty and danger were entirely unpredictable. Which path would he dare take? He fearlessly chose the system roulette. Sighing, she presented an awakening crystal, instructing him to channel his mana. Watching the monitor, she silently judged him. Just another naive rookie, praying the system would spoon-feed him an easy path to glory. Suddenly, a blood-red warning flashed across her screen. The result was locked in. Difficulty level S-class. Her jaw practically hit the floor. The grim mission objectives materialized before them. Enter a high-tier dungeon, slaughter the Abyssal Herald, and rip out the mythical Abyssal Heart. She stared at the young hunter in absolute horror, yet he casually smiled and accepted the lethal mission. Panicking, she aggressively leaned closer. She desperately begged him to cancel. An S-rank dungeon was an absolute death sentence for a mere support class. He simply shrugged off her warning. He was overflowing with quiet confidence. Defeated by his stubbornness, she processed the lethal registration. Instantly, the Grand Hall's massive display screen lit up. The S-class mission announcement echoed through the building. The entire guild erupted into chaos. What kind of lunatic accepted certain death? An alter class? Could he secretly possess a mythical hidden class? Meanwhile, the pale receptionist finalized his tragic fate, whispering a prayer for his survival. But suddenly, 3 imposing mercenaries bearing matching guild insignias blocked his path. The burly leader crossed his scarred arms, flashing a predatory grin. They wanted a piece of his S-class glory. Join their veteran party, and they would carry him to victory. His lackey chuckled, demanding his answer. Meeting their arrogance with dead silence, the thug mocked his apparent shock. Unbothered, Lin Han simply brushed past them, casually tossing out a flat rejection. The path of the solo player was his only way. Humiliated, the veteran hunter erupted into blazing fury. Roaring insults, he launched a brutal ambush. The main character pivoted like lightning, planting a devastating kick into his chest, demanding he back off. The spectating crowd gasped in pure shock. How could a pathetic support outpace a mid-tier warrior? Was this kid actually a monster in disguise? Scrambling in panic, the lackeys rushed forward. Spitting blood, the enraged captain cursed the young hunter. Losing face to a garbage support class was unforgivable. His subordinate drew his weapon, seeking petty revenge. Smacking his idiot underling, the captain viciously hissed his refusal. Starting a bloodbath in the guild hall would instantly blacklist them from every wealthy employer. Glaring venomously at Lin Han's retreating back, he promised ruthless, underhanded vengeance in the shadows. Shortly after, our hero stepped into the legendary Grand Merchant Guild. Approaching the elegant concierge, he calmly announced his intention to liquidate some dungeon loot. Flashing a practiced, corporate smile, she smoothly guided him inside. Stepping into a heavily warded VIP room, she politely inquired about his wares. Without blinking, he shattered her expectations, casually dumping a mountain of armaments. He coolly requested to sell the entire stockpile. Her professional composure instantly shattered at the overwhelming hoard. Stuttering apologies, she begged for a moment. This volume of treasure required senior executive authority. Moments later, an imposing man named Lu entered the vault, introducing himself with calculated, merchant grace. He was the branch director of Huiwa City, and a formidable level 46 treasure appraisal master. Lin Han's eyes widened at this unexpected display of authority. The Merchant Guild's global supremacy was well known, but harboring a level 46 expert in a mere satellite branch, their hidden foundation was utterly terrifying. The veteran appraiser stared greedily at the mountain of monster cores and steel. He showered the young hunter with praise, marveling at this unprecedented singular haul. With just a sweeping glance at the standard tier gear, his terrifyingly sharp eyes valued the baseline collection at a staggering 23 million. Unfazed, Lin Han slammed two ominously glowing twin blades onto the table. And these, the master appraiser sweated, demanding absolute silence for a proper divine inspection. Taking his seat, he reverently hoisted the first blade. Chanting an ancient appraisal incantation, he channeled divine merchant aura to pierce the weapon's hidden mysteries. The magical glow faded, revealing his ecstatic, trembling smile. These artifacts were clearly a symbiotic set, vibrating with unparalleled resonant power. And the final verdict, pure legendary grade armaments. Biting back his greed, Lu offered an astronomical 140 million. The main character ruthlessly sealed the deal without hesitation. Respectfully bowing, Lu presented an exclusive Obsidian VIP card. This elite token guaranteed Emperor-level treatment across every corner of their vast global empire. Pocketing his newfound fortune, Lin Han demanded access to their premium skill grimoires. Bowing deeply, the eager manager immediately unlocked their most heavily guarded magical vaults. Securing his prize, our hero invoked his divine cheat. A blinding flash erupted as he amplified the skill 10,000 times. The legendary stats materialized. The forbidden spell, Eye of Heaven, had fully awakened. Passively, it granted an absolute danger sense. Actively, it bestowed the terrifying, omniscient foresight of a literal god. Reading the system prompt, a smirk crossed his face. Perfect. Ambushes were no longer a threat. As far as he cared, this dungeon clearing quest was officially complete. Stepping into the dungeon's central hub, an attendant bowed respectfully. She handed him an ancient parchment, revealing it contained every single detail regarding the terrifying Herald of the Abyss. Wishing him fortune, she stepped back. He marveled silently. Once, these labyrinths crawled with endless nightmares. Yet, now, ordinary people strolled through safely. Suddenly, a pathetic trace of killing intent prickled his neck. Was some absolute trash actually targeting him? Whatever, trash belongs in the background. His true prey was the Herald of the Abyss. His footsteps echoed as he ventured into the boss room. From the shadows, the treacherous mercenary from before watched with a venomous grin. Meanwhile, the main character stepped into a cavernous abyss. Glancing at his map, he muttered, "The Herald spawns right here." Stepping into the massive chamber, a colossal shadow plummeted from the vaulted ceiling. A deafening roar shattered the silence. Lightning immediately danced around his staff. "Gross, that hideous face is giving me chills," he scoffed. "Let us exchange greetings." Summoning raw thunder, he blasted the beast. Violent electricity surged through its massive frame, paralyzing it. Seeing the colossal monster freeze, he smirked. "Fried already? No chance." The behemoth violently exploded forward. In a fraction of a second, a devastating fist crashed squarely into his jaw. Sent flying backward, he stabilized himself. One strike obliterated 1,800 health points. Even that mutated frog only dealt 800 points of damage. Out of nowhere, a mocking voice echoed behind him. Hurts, doesn't it? It seems against the herald of the abyss. You are just a pathetic minnow. Recognizing the arrogant tone, he spun around. You? A lapdog from the Three Snakes Guild. The mercenary crossed his arms with a wicked grin, sneering at his arrogance. Cocky for a pathetic support class, refusing our protection to face the messenger of the abyss entirely alone. Oh, by the way, we have tracked your every move. Looks like your pockets are heavy with gold. Hand over those millions. His eyes narrowed in cold fury. You saw the insane loot I pulled, and your first thought is robbery. Is your survival instinct completely broken? The arrogant rogue simply scoffed. Drop the tough guy act. Suddenly, a beast lunged at the rogue's back. With a blinding slash, he shredded it, boasting about being a warrior who broke through to the second realm. Trash monsters were nothing to him, leveling his blood-stained blade at the main character. The psychotic smile twisted. If we slaughter you down here, no one will ever know. Glancing at the rogue's backup, a dark thought crossed his mind. Perfect testing ground. Forbidden art activation, fallen intervention. Instantly, the henchman's eyes turned dead and hollow. Puppets to the system. They marched forward, drawing blades against their own boss. The leader whirled around. What the hell are you idiots doing? Barely dodging a lethal backstab, he roared, are you insane? If you wanted a bigger cut, we could negotiate. But their souls were utterly consumed by dark magic. Deaf to his desperate pleas, they relentlessly swung their weapons, chanting promises of violent death. Terror gripped the leader as he stumbled backward. Fine, take half the loot. Why are you so damn greedy? Ignoring him, the bloodthirsty duo pounced, forcing him to raise his blade. Back off, but bound by camaraderie, he hesitated to deliver a fatal strike. Seizing that weakness, they violently bit deeply into his flesh. Watching the carnage, the main character asked coldly, still clueless about your situation, despite being literally eaten alive? The mercenary stared and choked out. Is this your doing? How much gold did you bribe them with? You absolute fool, he scoffed. You truly comprehend nothing about absolute power. Their souls belong to me now. Cold sweat drenched the bleeding warrior as panic set in. Impossible. You are merely a level 10 support class. This defies reality. How could you do this? Crackling lightning aggressively surged around the protagonist. Flashing a terrifying grin, he whispered, whoever claimed support classes were weak. Not that your opinion matters now. Wrought in despair. Activating the devastating chaos area magic. Unrelenting bolts of divine thunder relentlessly smote the screaming enemies. Leaving them to their doom, he casually headed for the exit. What kind of monster are you? Stepping out into the tranquil forest, he barely escaped when a cataclysmic rumble shook the earth. Whipping around, he watched the entire cave system brutally collapse. A drop of sweat fell. Did my forbidden spell cause such absolute destruction? Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Magic Control, alarm sirens wailed over massive mana spikes. A frantic operator screamed in pure panic. Sir, it is happening again. The stern minister slammed the doors open. Report, what disaster is striking now? Trembling, the technician pointed at glowing red monitors. An apocalyptic energy wave just detonated inside the sector. It perfectly matches forbidden magic. The entire structure faces imminent collapse. Minister Sun Wu's face contorted in blistering rage. He viciously shattered his desk with a single punch. Are the elites secretly behind this madness? First, a catastrophic tsunami, now this? What the hell are they plotting? The operator stammered, seeking orders. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, the minister snapped. Do not ask me, fool. Get the mayor on the line immediately. Upon connecting, he delivered the grim news. Code red emergency. The central dungeon is literally falling apart. If we want to prevent a massive death toll, we must deploy forces right now. Understood, loud and clear, the mayor responded. Mobilize the elite vanguard squads immediately. Every ticking second costs lives. Sun Wu nodded grimly, warning that saving everyone would be virtually impossible, because newly awakened academy students were inside. Thousands of rookies are currently trapped in that slaughterhouse. The mayor promised to officially petition supreme authorities for immediate reinforcement. I am trusting your guild, just like during the tsunami crisis. Slamming the phone down, the minister roared at his subordinates to deploy emergency vanguard teams without delay. Move out to the gates. The staff scattered like lightning. Meanwhile, deep within the collapsing labyrinth, sheer pandemonium erupted as terrified hunters sprinted for their very lives, dodging massive falling boulders and screaming for retreat. The sky was literally falling. Witnessing the apocalypse he unleashed, he cursed internally. If innocent blood spilled because of his power, his soul would never find peace. Guardian Angel, activate. Instantly, a radiant, winged projection materialized behind his back, glowing with overwhelming holy light. Another devastating forbidden art, channeling the divine hymn of the goddess of life. This miraculous technique could literally pull fallen comrades back from the brink of death. Healing waves washed over the crumbling ruins. Miraculously, crushed hunters gasped for breath and opened their eyes. Am I actually alive? One survivor whispered. The minister's rescue squad stormed the ruins. Move it. Every passing second costs another life. Medics scrambled to heal the devastated survivors. One bleeding victim whispered about a breathtaking angel. They dismissed it as shock. Minister Sun frantically scanned the wreckage, cursing the corrupt higher-ups. He vowed to expose their sinister plots. Hearing this, the main character silently slipped past. He completely masked his aura. If things escalated, he would vanish. Soon, he entered the advancement hall. Grabbing the receptionist's hand, he flashed a charming smile. I found you. Let us begin. Her cheeks flushed with sudden panic. Right now, revealing the abyss heart, he demanded an upgrade. Pouting at his blunt rejection of her charm, she reluctantly tore her eyes away from him. Staring at the core, she gasped. You actually slaughtered the death messenger? Eavesdropping hunters froze. Impossible. That abyssal horror just spawned. How was it annihilated so fast? He must be elite. He must be an heir backed by an almighty guild. Desiring a low-key status, he sighed. He begged them to calm down. Forcing an awkward chuckle, he claimed pure luck and veteran support. The crowd groaned in overwhelming jealousy. Why cannot I find masters? Lin Han silently celebrated. Eager for immense power, he rushed the flustered receptionist. Crossing her arms, she initiated his promotion. You may now step into the second realm. His blood boiled, anticipating a godlike power surge. Activating his 10,000-fold multiplier, glowing system screens exploded before his eyes. Perite, absolute forbidden light magic. A divine zone slashing ally damage by 50% and his own by 80%. Next was covering night. This ultimate stealth domain erased all physical presence. Feeling his newly awakened mana raging, he smirked. These were flawless escape tools. Time to hunt legendary tier quests. Stepping outside, panic consumed the city. Citizens fled in pure terror. Grabbing a random passerby, he demanded answers. The man revealed Sun's broadcast. A transcendent beast has supposedly manifested near the city limits, sparking these apocalyptic natural disasters. Lin Han broke into a cold sweat. They were actually hunting him. He had only just ascended. Little did they know, this apocalyptic beast was just him. Minister Sun's face dominated the plaza screens. All dungeon gates are indefinitely sealed. Total lockdown. Escaping the city is strictly forbidden. He cursed aloud. Trapped within the walls, how would he farm evolution materials now? Desperate, he stormed the trading guild. Without hunting grounds, his growth would stagnate. He prayed manager Lu possessed black market connections to help. The manager warmly welcomed his elite client, surprised by this quick return. An assistant served premium coffee. She offered him their exclusive, high-tier artifact catalog. Choose whatever catches your esteemed eye, Lu offered. Enjoy a 10% discount. Smirking, Lin Han instantly bought all 20 premium magic scrolls. He needed classified intelligence. Manager Lu confidently guaranteed their information network was absolute perfection. I need the exact origin of these apocalyptic disasters. Lu nervously hesitated. Is this S-class forbidden knowledge? Information regarding these calamitous sources is incredibly scarce and terrifyingly expensive. Lin Han merely smirked confidently. How about an epic-grade treasure? Lu gasped in pure ecstasy. An upcoming underground auction featured exactly this. The intelligence on the catastrophe's origin would be auctioned soon. Forced to wait, Lin Han focused on gear. He firmly stated this mere rumor was not worth epic tier gear. Soon, the entire world would know anyway. Lu chuckled slyly, refusing to disappoint his wealthiest patron. He ordered his assistant to present their ultimate treasure. She carefully placed a velvet-covered tray before him. Ripping the cloth away, a blinding, majestic light erupted. Recognizing the divine aura, Lin Han was speechless. Lu proudly declared it a silver Holy Land portal key. With this mythic artifact, he could flawlessly power level alongside one companion. Lin Han grasped the glowing treasure. Manager Lu was truly a godsend. Silver replica gates were virtually extinct. Mountains of gold could not buy one. Lu smugly asked if this satisfied his appetite for power. Lin Han grinned, deeply acknowledging their bottomless resources. Escorting their elite guest out, they bowed deeply. Watching him vanish, the assistant questioned tradecly, such an impossibly rare item. Was not an epic weapon too low a price? Lu scoffed. Are you blind? Could you not feel his terrifying mana? His power has evolved exponentially, investigating natural disasters. This monstrous kid might be humanity's first second realm champion. He is ascending beyond mortal limits. Meanwhile, Lin Han pondered which lucky companion to boost. Suddenly, his phone rang wildly. The phone buzzed. Seeing his friend's name, he smirked. A perfect candidate. He answered, only to hear Wang Cheng's utterly frustrated voice. Did you miss me? Wang Cheng grumbled. Unexpected, he smirked, that someone so busy found time to call. Wang Cheng sighed, claiming he wanted to help him power level, but the sudden city lockdown ruined everything. Now, he was just drowning his sorrows in premium meat and booze. Lin Han chuckled. The deal was still on. He secured an entrance to the Silver Holy Land duplicate portal. Ring a bell. Wang Cheng spat his drink everywhere, choking on pure shock as he yelled, did some elite family adopt you? How did you get an artifact like that? Lin Han rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Are you in or out? Hell yes, I am in. When do we deploy? His friend's voice buzzed with hype. Tomorrow, 9 in the morning sharp. Meet me at the Silver Portal entrance. Latecomers get left behind. Wang Cheng wailed about the cruelty. By the next morning, both arrived at the entrance, facing a massive queue of awakened ones. Lin Han approached his buddy, teasing him for arriving at dawn. The sheer mention of a silver-grade portal had kept Wang Cheng completely wide awake. Hearing his voice, Wang Cheng spun around, flashing a goofy grin. He joked that he came early just to catch a glimpse of Lin Han's mysterious sugar mama. But seeing him standing totally alone, he whined about wasting his precious morning's sleep. Lin Han shot him a death glare, completely unamused by the nonsense. What garbage are you spouting? He stepped in, throwing a friendly chokehold around his neck. Seeking death? Just say the word, I will happily oblige. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. Recognizing their faces, a sneering voice cut through the air. Well, who do we have here? He mocked, spreading his arms wide. Isn't this our academy's former #1 genius? His lackey burst into obnoxious laughter, mocking the main character's spectacular fall from absolute grace. How could a penniless trash like him afford a silver-grade portal? Boiling with rage, Wang Cheng rolled up his sleeves and aggressively stormed toward the arrogant group. Say that again to my face. Lin Han blocked him, while the bully smirked. Here is some free advice. Bring a bottle of cheap liquor with you, so when scavengers find your corpse, they can at least pour one out for your soul. Wang Cheng thrashed wildly against his best friend's iron grip. Let me at them. I will murder these absolute clowns. But Lin Han held firm, calmly stating that fighting such pathetic losers was a massive waste of energy. The dungeon will teach them their place. Enraged, the lackey drew his blade, pointing the deadly steel right at Lin Han's face. Watch your filthy mouth, trash. We are warriors of the second realm. Unfazed, our main character tilted his head. Am I supposed to tremble just because you leveled up a tiny bit? Are you mocking us? Gao Chong snapped, killing intent leaking as he hissed through gritted teeth. Repeat that. Suddenly, sensing a hidden presence nearby, Lin Han completely ignored him. His piercing gaze shifted toward the dense bushes. Finally, coming out, or were you planning to skulk in the shadows forever? Gao Chong stepped into the light, joining his squad of bullies. Wang Cheng sneered, long time no see, coward. Why were you hiding like a scared little rat? Gao Chong smirked with absolute arrogance. I was just enjoying your pathetic little comedy show. If I stepped out earlier, I would have died from laughing too hard. A garbage support class, barking like a rabid dog. Utterly hilarious. He turned a condescending glare toward Wang Cheng. Ditch this dead weight and find a real team. You will die instantly, carrying this trash. Wang Cheng's blood boiled over. As Lin Han raised an arm to block him once more, hands off. Let me beat the arrogance out of this stuck-up bastard. Lin Han smiled warmly at his loyal friend, genuinely thanking him for having his back. But I will handle this garbage myself. Feeling totally ignored, Gao Chong's lackey exploded with fury. He charged forward, screaming, do you have a death wish, punk? Die, you useless trash. But in a flash, the main character's hand blurred. With a devastating strike, he effortlessly shattered the enemy's guard and disarmed him. The lackey froze in absolute shock. Lin Han seized his collar, hurling him like a ragdoll straight into his own squad. Two birds with one pathetic stone. The stunned squad stared at their groaning, defeated comrade. Panic rippled through their ranks as one stuttered in pure horror. What the hell just happened? No magic, no active skills. How is a frail support class physically that terrifying? Another gulped hard. Impossible. A support's physical stats should be absolute garbage. Meanwhile, Lin Han vanished and reappeared right before Gao Chong. Looking somewhere else? Your turn. Terror seized the bully's face as he scrambled frantically backward in pure fear. Moments later, the legendary duo had Gao Chong securely hogtied to a massive boulder. Okay, I messed up. Have mercy, please forgive me, he begged shamelessly. Wang Cheng smirked wickedly. Sounds like fake news to me. Hang there and reflect on your life choices, buddy. He then cheerfully gestured for Lin Han to enter the portal. After they vanished, a crowd of awakened gathered around the tied-up bully. What a pathetic loser, one scoffed. A mighty warrior, completely clapped by a mere support mage. right? Absolute disgrace to his entire bloodline. Hearing the brutal mockery, Gao Chong clenched his fists. The sheer humiliation burned like acid in his soul. I swear, I will make them pay in blood. Meanwhile, beyond the portal, Lin Han and his best friend stepped into a barren desert as undead skeletons began unearthing themselves. Is this the fabled ancient battlefield? Wang Chang yawned. Looks pretty underwhelming. Lin Han's eyes narrowed sharply. Do not relax. These beasts are light years above the beginner dungeon trash. Stay absolutely alert. Wang Chang lazily nodded. But the moment a bony hand clamped around his ankle, his eyes lit up with wild excitement. Looks like the welcome party is here. Stepping protectively in front of his bro, he grinned. Chill out, I got this. I am a card master. These bony freaks will not even scratch my shadow. Just stay right behind me. Summoning a glowing deck, he unleashed a fierce barrage of explosive cards, blasting the undead horde into absolute smithereens. He turned with a triumphant smirk. See that? That is the sheer destructive power of my class. But Lin Han, having already slaughtered half the undead army, casually tossed a shattered skull onto his massive pile of victims. Flashy, Lin Han smirked, but my fists are way faster. Wang Chang's jaw completely dropped in shock. What the actual hell? He screamed internally, shattering armored skeletons barehanded. Did this absolute monster fake his class? Is he actually a hidden warrior? Ripping the spine out of another monster, Lin Han casually tossed it onto his bone mountain. I was just born with some divine brute strength. He lied. Internally, he smirked. If it weren't for the watchful eyes of the authorities, the single forbidden spell would have turned this entire place to ash. His companion let out a heavy sigh, suddenly feeling completely worthless. With that monstrous physical strength, just hand him a hammer and he'd obliterate the entire dungeon himself. Lin Han threw an arm around him. Why the long face? The real slaughter had just begun. He'd crushed the vanguard while his friend annihilated the rear. A confident smirk crossed Wang Chong's face. Leave it to him. He began chanting an ancient incantation, calling upon the god of thunder to purge these wicked souls from existence. Magical cards violently orbited his body. Destructive lightning arcs rained down, turning the skeletal horde into dust. Catching his breath, he smirked. Leveling up was absolute child's play right now, but noticing his friend's suddenly pale expression, he asked what was wrong. Instead of answering, Lin Han grabbed his collar and violently yanked him backward. His friend complained he wasn't a sack of potatoes to be tossed around. But before the protest ended, a massive battle axe shattered the very ground where he had just stood. The towering, bloodthirsty minotaur blocked their path. Wang Chong's eyes went wide. Absolutely unbelievable. A legendary hidden boss. The main character drew his staff, warning him to stay vigilant against this lethal threat. But his friend just grinned confidently. They could crush this beast. He'd relentlessly bombard it from afar. Meanwhile, the colossal monster snorted boiling steam. Without hesitation, Lin Han charged headfirst into battle. His panicked friend desperately waved him back, screaming at him to stop. The monster unleashed a devastating strike, but our hero easily parried the crushing blow. He glanced back and roared, "What are you waiting for? Strike now!" Snapped into reality, Wang Chong moved, calling down a localized thunderstorm that visibly drained the beast's immense vitality. Seeing his friend frozen in place, he screamed at him to dodge. The boss was desperate. A cornered beast is always the most dangerous. Coughing up crimson blood, the frenzied minotaur began swinging its massive axe in a chaotic whirlwind of destruction, defying gravity. Lin Han was already airborne directly above it. Brandishing his staff, he roared, "Never look down on a support class." He brought his weapon crashing down onto the monster's skull. A brutal impact echoed as blood sprayed, and the towering beast collapsed to the earth. Standing victorious, our hero calmly emerged from the settling dust. His friend was completely speechless. A mere support class just brawled a hidden boss in close combat, and annihilated it using purely physical strength. Absolute madness. Then again, this was his monstrous friend. Suddenly, an unprecedented system notification materialized outside, announcing 2 examinees had conquered the ancient battlefield, setting a record-shattering 16 minutes, and successfully slaughtering the hidden Minotaur Lord. The surrounding awakened erupted into absolute chaos. Gao Chong's eyes twitched with disbelief. How could this be real? Such a godly speed run was completely impossible, let alone slaying a secret boss. Soon, the fateful morning of the academy entrance exam dawned. Staring at the massive sea of hopefuls, Lin Han gasped. The sheer number of competitors was overwhelming. Wang Chong nodded solemnly, reminding him that every legendary master was forged within these very walls. Lurking in the crowd, Gao Chong sneered upon spotting them. "You trash actually showed up? He arrogantly declared that cheap parlor tricks wouldn't save Lin Han today. Now everyone would witness his true, pathetic weakness. Wang Chong chuckled darkly. Did he miss dangling pathetically from that flagpole? Trembling with pure fury, their rival pointed, screaming that his previous defeat was a mere fluke. Everything had changed. He had already awakened to the second realm of the assassin class. Mark his words well. They would soon be crying for mercy on their knees. The main character merely chuckled at the empty threat. Wang Chong smiled knowingly. A second realm combatant was tough. But Lin Han wasn't exactly normal. He would mercilessly stomp this arrogant fool. Suddenly, Senior Gao Zhen, the merciless exam proctor, struck a massive ceremonial bell. The thunderous chime instantly silenced the roaring crowd. Stepping into the grand arena, her voice boomed through the speakers, demanding they unleash every ounce of their latent potential today. All tactics were permitted, except forbidden strength-enhancing narcotics. They needed to fight like their lives depended on it, to crush whoever stood before them. The brutal trials had officially begun. Fired up, Lin Han slapped his friend's shoulder, urging him to hold nothing back. Go down swinging with absolute honor. Chuckling confidently, his companion swore he wouldn't disappoint. The proctor's voice cut through the air, announcing the inaugural bloodbath. Gao Chong versus Lin Han. Both combatants were ordered to the grand stage. They slowly ascended the platform, eyes locked in deadly anticipation. Instantly, the arrogant thief pointed an accusing finger, screaming to the proctor that Lin Han was doped up on forbidden stimulants. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she ordered him to shut his pathetic mouth. Did he take her for a fool? She could sense rule breakers from a mile away. Step down if you're too terrified to fight. Panicking, he begged for a moment. He demanded our hero confess his filthy cheating ways. A lowly support class shattering the ancient battlefield record was scientifically impossible. Lin Han stared back with icy disdain. Spit it out already. What was his true goal? The arrogant fool smirked. A high-stakes gamble. The loser confesses to doping and accepts a crippling 5-year ban from the academy. The terms were absolutely mutual. Exhausted by this clown's antics, Lin Han sighed, warning him that even his saintly patience had a hard limit. The deadly wager was accepted. Instantly, his opponent blurred into blindingly fast motion, zigzagging with phantom-like agility, gloating that an unawakened peasant couldn't comprehend second realm power. Desperately straining their eyes, the audience gasped in sheer terror. Such terrifying velocity. Was this the true horror of a second realm assassin? He was practically a ghost. How could anyone hit what they couldn't even see? The crowd condemned this as a totally one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, the cocky assassin, still dancing wildly around the arena, taunted his prey. Brute strength means absolutely nothing if you hit thin air. A chilling, almost bored smirk crossed our hero's face. Is this all you have? He didn't even need to activate his divine sensory skills. The pathetic footwork was painfully obvious in his eyes. Infuriated, his enemy lunged for the kill, screaming he'd carved the truth out of his flesh. Our hero merely let out another disappointed sigh. The second, the assassin closed the gap, thrusting a venomous dagger forward. A subtle sidestep effortlessly evaded the fatal strike. The assassin cursed his dumb luck. He launched a relentless barrage of deadly phantom strikes. But every time he closed in, Lin Han vanished in a flash. The crowd erupted. His speed is insane, someone roared. I only saw a shadow. Another spectator gasped in sheer awe. His speed does not fall behind in the slightest. Could they both be second realm masters? Meanwhile, the ancient elder on the stone steps widened his eyes. Watching the fierce clash, he murmured in shock that he possessed a monstrous physique and god-tier reflexes. But what a tragic waste. Being an altar class ruins everything. Across the shattered arena, Gao Chong was completely drained of stamina, panting heavily. Impossible, he roared. Why can't my strikes land? The main character just smirked. You think your attacks are lightning fast. But, to my eyes, you are crawling like a disabled turtle. Down in the roaring crowd, Wang Chang grinned from ear to ear, pointing directly at the crumbling warrior. He laughed. Where did all that arrogant trash talk go? Seeing him, this pathetic is pure comedy. Enraged, Gao Chong glared at the referee. He demanded a full inspection immediately. He is definitely using forbidden enhancement drugs, he screamed. The referee scowled, pointing a stern finger back. Enough of this nonsense, she snapped. I already swore I would never allow these sacred rules to be violated. If you are defeated, get off the stage. But Gao Chong refused to yield. Springing up with killing intent, he roared furiously that he refused to lose to a worthless trash. Thrusting his deadly dagger forward, he unleashed a devastating spiral strike. Die, he screamed, convinced his opponent was absolutely finished. Lin Han merely frowned. Clenching his fist, explosive aura surged to gather true strength. But in a blinding flash, Gao Zhen materialized between them. She forcefully waved her hand toward Lin Han, ordering an immediate halt. He withdrew his aura, watching her in silence. Gao Chong crashed onto the stone floor, spitting venom. I had him. My ultimate move guaranteed my victory. Why did you interfere? He raged. Her eyes turned ice cold. If I hadn't stepped in, you would be a bloody corpse right now. Want to test the theory? I can restart the match. Hearing the brutal truth, he collapsed to his knees. The victor is Lin Han, the referee announced loudly, but Gao Chong's fragile ego shattered. Driven by madness, he lunged forward, toward his opponent, shrieking that he would never accept this humiliation. But before his blade connected, the main character moved. A devastating elbow strike slammed him violently into the cold tiles. Standing over him, Lin Han shouted, "You were just spared from death, yet you eagerly beg for it again. Absolutely pathetic." The judge watched with an impressed smirk, noting his monstrous strength. Is he truly just a mere support class? Lin Han offered a confident wink, confirming her suspicions. Crushing his foot mercilessly onto Gao Chong's head, he sneered, "Stop faking it. Get up. My strike wasn't hard enough to knock your miserable consciousness out." Moments later, medics dragged the humiliated warrior away on a stretcher. Thrashing wildly, Gao Chong screamed at the end that he would absolutely destroy him for this humiliation. Stepping off the battlefield, Lin Han was greeted by his cheerful comrade. Slapping his shoulder, his friend beamed. "What a flawless performance. You didn't disgrace my reputation." The protagonist threw an arm over his shoulder, glaring. "What did you just say?" he asked, displeased. His friend instantly apologized. Suddenly, the space heavy 2Y nation judge's voice shattered the chatter, announcing the next lethal block. Wang Cheng, Jiang Xian, Su Jian, and Lu Yun were summoned to the stage. Failure to enter means you will automatically be disqualified as losers. Releasing his grip, Lin Han muttered in surprise. I assume these battles were all solo duels. He warned his friend, "Do not let them trap you in close combat." Flashing a confident thumbs up, Wang Cheng grinned playfully. "Relax, brother. Just sit back and watch me completely obliterate this entire lineup." Stepping onto the battleground, a magical aura erupted as he summoned glowing mystical cards around himself. "You all better fight like your lives depend on it," he challenged. Jiang Xian clicked his tongue. "I had no idea a level 10 card master was lurking here. Why don't we slaughter the strongest threat together first? We can settle the rest over his corpse." Lu Yun took a step back. "I am merely a healer, relying on a support class. As long as I showcase my value, I do not care whose side I take." The assassin's eyes gleamed with malice. "Is that right?" He vanished, exploding toward her and sneered that he must eliminate unpredictable variables instantly. A brutal strike ruptured her stomach. Gasping in agony, she collapsed, raising his blood-drenched claw toward the nay. "Second girl," he chuckled darkly. "There goes her ability to side with Wang Cheng. Now, what about you? Will you forge an alliance with me?" Intimidated by his sinister aura, Su Jian agreed after seeing his twisted smile. Smirking victoriously, he declared this was perfect. "Now, let us permanently silence this pathetic healer." But just as he moved to deliver the absolute decisive, killing blow, a razor-sharp glowing card sliced through the air, inches from his face. He glared at Wang Cheng furiously. "Why interfere? This is a merciless battle of everyone against everyone." Wang Cheng merely scoffed, his cards humming with power. "I am just not cruel enough to abandon someone simply because they won't ally with me." The assassin charged with a, quote, maniacal laugh, roaring that he would carve him up first. Wang Cheng smirked fearlessly in response. "You truly believe your miserable skills can defeat me?" In the shadows, Su Jian began casting a sinister spell. "My hypnotist class will plunge you into an eternal nightmare," she whispered. Suddenly, oppressive drowsiness crashed over Wang Cheng. His eyelids grew agonizingly heavy, and he exclaimed, "Why is my stamina draining so fast?" Seizing the lethal opening, the assassin materialized right beside him. Close combat is a card master's fatal flaw. But for me, an elite assassin, this is my absolute domain. He swung his deadly hand for the kill, but in a split second, Wang Cheng manifested a spectral card beneath his claw, completely avoiding the fatal strike. Sparks flew. The assassin froze in utter shock, entirely bewildered by what happened. Gripping his bruised wound, Wang Cheng chuckled darkly. "You clearly know nothing about my class. My deck possesses both absolute offense and impenetrable defense." High above, the ancient elder stroked his beard with a beaming smile. What a terrifyingly talented youth. He managed to seamlessly cover his hand with a barrier card, and then flawlessly launched an instant counterattack. His colleague nodded in profound agreement. Once the academy refines his raw potential, he will absolutely evolve into a legendary master. This generation's crop of rookies is monster tier. Back in the arena, explosive aura surged as Wang Chang summoned cards imbued with earth. Blazing fire, raging water, roaring wind, and blinding light witnessed the divine fury of a master-class deck. He roared, but hidden nearby, Su Jian intensified her vile hypnotic arts. Her psychic waves scrambled his senses completely, ruining his concentration so he missed the target. His fiery projectiles veered wildly off course. Zhang Xian burst into arrogant laughter, asking, "Is the great card master completely blind now thanks to her magic?" Cold sweat dripped as Wang Chang nervously pursed his lips. The assassin gloated triumphantly. "Your flashy technique is utterly worthless if you cannot even land a single hit." Wang Chang's aura flared as he instantly shifted tactics. "If my own eyes deceive me, then I will simply stop using them entirely and unleash pure destruction across the whole platform." A stray apocalyptic blast finally caught the girl. "Su Jian is eliminated," Gao Zhen announced loudly. Opening his eyes, Wang Chang smirked and mocked his opponent. "Your little support is gone. You are completely alone. Are you seriously still clinging to hope?" Pushed to the brink, the assassin launched a desperate charge. "You must have drained all your mana," he screamed, wondering how long this absurd defense could last. His killer strike descended, but violently shattered against an absolute fortress of cards. "Impossible," he gasped in pure terror. "Where? Such overwhelming power." But Byler stepped into the fray, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Did you forget about me?" She began her divine chant, calling upon the goddess of spring. Radiant energy flared, as shimmering silk threads materialized, enveloping Wang Chang and surging immense power into his veins. Aura exploding, he trapped his foe within a swirling vortex of mystical cards. "It is over," he declared. "None to survive the absolute 5-card formation." The assassin roared in fury, but a blazing projectile struck him head-on. With an agonizing scream, he crashed to the arena floor, completely defeated. The arbiter raised Wang Chang's fist. "Victory!" Stepping off the battlefield, his closest comrade embraced him warmly, grinning from ear to ear at the legendary triumph. Before another word was spoken, Lu Yunian approached gracefully, thanking him for his fierce protection. But her expression suddenly darkened. "Brace yourself," she warned gently. "The physical backlash is coming." He brushed off the concern, but suddenly screamed as agonizing pain erupted. Deep crimson gashes materialized across his flesh, forcing him to his knees in torment. Dropping to his side, she revealed the grim truth. Her divine silk absorbs incoming strikes, only to return double the devastating damage later. "Hold still, I will restore you." Watching this tender moment, Lin Han smirked mischievously. "I thought we entered this grueling academy exam for glory," he teased. "But it seems you came seeking romance instead." Wang Chang groaned, begging his friend to stop the relentless teasing while he suffered. The main character chuckled, turning his back and entrusting the wounded warrior to the healer. "He is in your capable hands now." Flushing with embarrassment, Wang Chang cursed his nonsense, then immediately wondered where his overpowered comrade was heading. 1 hour of tense waiting dissolved, as the brutal second phase ignited. The examiner called out the fateful names. The protagonist, John Sannon, Dooley, and Hing stepped up. Facing him, the trio admitted his monstrous strength forced them into an alliance. "Do not take this 3-on-1 ambush personally." Lin Han just offered a chillingly confident smile. "Why would I? Come at me together." The challengers instantly boxed him in, declaring the absolute beginning of the clash. The archer immediately chanted, praying to the revered goddess of arrows, begging for the divine power to pierce through any defense. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. A spectacularly rare hidden class was standing right before him. "I hate to break your spirit, but your strikes will never touch me." Enraged by his arrogance, she sneered, "Is that so? Try dodging this." She unleashed a devastating storm of magical arrows. Time seemed to slow down for him. The celestial barrage was pathetically sluggish against his godly perception. He prepared to casually sidestep the lethal rain, but suddenly, his limbs refused to obey. Glancing down, he saw ethereal chains binding his entire physical form. The smirking challenger revealed his true identity, a dreaded master of shackles. "You cannot escape fate." The divine arrows violently connected. A deafening shockwave shattered the arena, kicking up a massive dust cloud. The trio held their breath, staring intensely into the swirling smoke. Their foe was undoubtedly an absolute beast, but absolutely no mortal could survive such a catastrophic direct hit without severe, crippling injuries. Yet a terrifying silhouette emerged from the debris. Lin Han casually strolled forward, snapping the mystical chains like brittle twigs. "Not a bad combo." he praised, leaving the binder utterly horrified. Impossible, the master gasped. He shattered my absolute binding with pure, raw strength. The protagonist shrugged nonchalantly. It looked flashy, but it was honestly weaker than paper. One little tug and it crumbled. Your arrows, however, actually stung a tiny bit. The archer's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Wait. My ultimate attack actually landed. A chilling realization struck the team. What kind of unkillable monster is this guy? The main character's aura flared as he dashed forward. My turn to play. But instantly, a towering mystical wall erupted. He slammed into it. A glowing geometric array materialized, sealing the powerhouse in an inescapable cage. The final challenger chuckled arrogantly. Did you think it would be that easy? His elite inscriber class allowed him to carve supreme magical formations, eternally trapping prey within absolute barriers. However, this absolute shield leaves prey completely exposed to outside strikes. Do not just stand there, he roared. Annihilate him with everything you have. Grinning wickedly, the master unsealed his legendary Viper Whip. Simultaneously, the archer drew her bowstring back to its absolute limit, preparing a devastatingly lethal shot. I will pour my entire soul into this strike. Inside, the protagonist casually punched the glowing wall. Surrender, the inscriber mocked. That cage is completely unbreakable. Suddenly, the arrogant smile vanished from his face. This is mathematically impossible, he shrieked. A massive, jagged fissure was spider webbing across the supposedly indestructible barrier. Lin Han offered a demonic grin. Guess I held back too much on the first tap. His fists blurred into a storm of devastating impacts. The absolute defense shattered into millions of sparkling fragments, stepping through the glass like ruins. He smirked warmly. Now, it really is my turn. Refusing to yield, the archer screamed in defiance and unleashed her ultimate, soul-piercing shot. Her partner's deadly whip lashed out simultaneously. Lin Han did not flinch. Reaching out, he caught both ultimate attacks effortlessly. The watching crowd gasped in pure terror. He overpowered 3 elite-class prodigies with raw, physical might alone. Is he even human? A swooning spectator wildly waved a slip containing her contact details, screaming his name. Call me, she shrieked. The main character ignored the fangirls, beaming at his trembling foes. You guys pushed me. It is incredibly rare to see such classes of an inscriber, an archer, and a binder. For a split second, I almost felt threatened. The archer gritted her teeth in absolute frustration. My divine arrows did not even scratch his skin. The master of shackles hung his head. We did not even force him to use a single skill. The inscriber trembled, whispering, he is a walking calamity. Lin Han chuckled lightly. Do not resort to name-calling just because you are losing. Besides, the battle is not over yet. Hearing that, all 3 challengers simultaneously threw their hands toward the heavens. We surrender, they screamed. We refuse to fight this absolute raid boss anymore. They practically dove off the combat stage. The protagonist blinked in mild confusion. They just ran. Shrugging off the anticlimactic victory, he decided to check on Wang Cheng's progress instead. Meanwhile, the Saintess was still desperately treating his injuries. Gritting his teeth through the searing agony, Wang Cheng pleaded for a gentler touch. Flustered, she stammered out bashful apologies. At that exact moment, Lin Han casually strolled over. Done patching him up, he asked, freshly victorious. But noticing his battered friend was covered in brand new, bloody gashes, he raised an eyebrow. How brutal was your match? Wang Cheng staggered to his feet, groaning. That was not a match. I was thrown against a total nightmare. I blinked, and this terrifying shadow was already breathing down my neck. Next second, I was kissing the dirt. Thank the heavens Union saved me. Lin Han slapped a heavy hand onto his shoulder, grinning like a proud demon. Moving fast, are we? Already on a first-name basis with the pretty healer. His comrade's face burned bright red with absolute fury. Shaking off his friend's hand, he warned him to stay focused. The tension was palpable. This UNC was a terrifying opponent. The other examinees hadn't even scratched him. Our main character simply smirked. He remembered the grudge. Rest now, he ordered, and watch me exact your vengeance. Time flowed on. The examinees were utterly cleared from the arena. The judge's voice boomed. Lin Han had conquered the 3rd battle. Crushing the 4th duel, he spectacularly advanced to the grand finals. Facing the shadow on the stage, he coldly asked if this was the Yuan Si who crushed Wang Cheng. The assassin scoffed, claiming who all you lacked true martial masters, since a mere altar boy had stumbled into the finals. Our protagonist's eyes narrowed. That arrogant tone disgusted him. Clearly, this outsider wasn't from their city. The assassin unleashed a sinister fog, sneering that he would test his worth. The true battle for the absolute strongest rookie was finally about to begin. A massive storm of black smoke swallowed the arena. The opponent chanted to the god of murder, begging for demonic strength to eclipse the dawn of this world. Lin Han raised a single, unimpressed eyebrow. Was this shadowy trickery truly meant to trap him and secure a cheap advantage? Foolish, his divine perception transcended mere mortal sight. Without warning, UNC erupted from the void, plunging a deadly dagger toward his heart. In a flash, Lin Han dodged the lethal strike. That speed was legendary, sensing the killing intent perfectly. The shadowy assassin quickly circled his prey, mocking that his reflexes were decent, but the slaughter was just accelerating. How long could he survive? Scanning the arena, our main character grinned. The puzzle was solved. With lightning speed, he spun and unleashed a devastating punch into the empty mist. A pained gasp echoed as his enemy frantically retreated to the absolute edge, screaming in utter disbelief. How could you track me? Spreading his arms with supreme confidence, Lin Han smiled. It was ridiculously simple. During the initial clash, he only exposed one hand. He deduced the coward was just scurrying through the black mist, praying for a backstab opportunity. And fate proved his brilliant deduction absolutely right. Yuan Sai trembled to analyze a secret technique after one glance. Such monstrous battle intuition was terrifying, yet he swore it wouldn't be enough to claim victory. Lin Han scoffed. Is that a fact? Care to eat another fist? Suddenly, the assassin split into twin shadows, declaring that brute physical strength meant nothing here. His talent was admirable, but surviving two lethal masters, impossible. The real body and the phantom copy dove from the heavens, forcing the protagonist to leap back. Was this a mere afterimage? Could his speed break reality? No, he could sense dual heartbeats. The arrogant UNC burst into manic laughter, roaring loudly that he would shred his mortal flesh to ribbons. The phantom blade proved unstoppable, slicing into Lin Han's shoulder. The assassin mocked him, asking why a doomed fool thought he could survive. But instantly, Lin Han snatched both the real assassin and the clone by their wrists. Panic shattered the enemy's face. How could he track him? The hero coldly stated that while his clone trick was cute, the chasm in their power levels was absolute. Overpowering the assassin, he ruthlessly swung him across the arena. Ignoring the coward's screams for the referee, Lin Han mercilessly released his iron grip, sending the broken fighter and his shattered clone crashing violently into the stone. Glaring down like a sovereign, our main character warned the trash to watch his arrogant mouth. The referee, thoroughly impressed, happily raised his hand high, declaring Lin Han the undisputed champion of the arena. An official approached with an ornate, mysterious chest, bowing deeply to congratulate the living legend on ascending as the absolute strongest rookie in the entire city. This was his supreme reward. Cracking the seal, he discovered a gilded deed. An entire luxury villa? The official smiled warmly, confirming the extravagant estate was his. Future victories would yield legendary skill books, as long as he walked the path of absolute power and became an unparalleled master. The highest authorities would continuously sponsor his divine ascent. The remaining examinees were absolutely paralyzed by sheer envy. One screamed, "A whole mega villa. That was wealth a normal mortal couldn't amass in 10 lifetimes. His companion nodded fervently, vowing they would grind their lives away to taste a fraction of that glory. A nearby girl blushed furiously. Such overwhelming strength and handsome features. If she conquered his heart, that luxury estate was hers. Silence fell as the official boldly declared the Huawei City exam absolutely concluded. Now, the elite academy recruiters would descend to select their fated disciples. He prayed the heavens would bless them with their dream factions. In a flash of overwhelming auras, the elite teachers materialized. First to ascend the grand platform was Master Yunji of Qingyun Academy, trailed by the fierce Li Changza of Shenmeng and Lei Yun's thunderous Wang Leicheng. Finally, the legendary Elder Sanan of Xi'an and Master Chu of Qi descended. After intense negotiations, Wang Chang enthusiastically grabbed his powerful friend, demanding to know which supreme academy he had chosen. He himself secured a sacred invite to Ziyun. Brushing the arm away, the main character coolly noted that breaking the top 8 practically guaranteed such lucky recruitment. But shockingly, no faction had approached the champion. His friend's jaw dropped. Impossible. He was the absolute god of the exams. Furious at this disrespect, he moved to protest. Before he could storm the recruiters, Lin Han casually dragged him back. The arrogant teachers claimed his martial path was entirely corrupted and backwards. They dared suggest he abandon his godly physical strength for weak support skills, ordering him to crawl back and retest next year. Wang Cheng frowned deeply, muttering that the elite masters had a point. Fighting like a supreme berserker didn't fit a gentle support class. His bizarre combat style defied all logic. Lin Han smacked his dense friend's head. Do not judge paths you cannot fathom. He needed no pathetic academy to reach the heavens. With his legendary reward secured, it was simply time to go home. At dawn, deep within a mystical forest, high ministers bowed before the ancient sage, Sai Lingkong. Welcoming the legend's return, the sage gravely revealed his findings. The battleground radiated the terrifying echoes of a forbidden, god-tier spell. Few living masters possessed such cataclysmic magical authority within the imperial capital, and their every breath was strictly monitored. So, who unleashed this apocalyptic force? Meanwhile, blissfully unaware, our hero relaxed in his humble home. The television blared urgent news. Yesterday afternoon, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Patrol, Sen Nan, had secretly descended upon Huoyu City. Ignoring the political earthquake, he casually devoured his meal. Suddenly, he choked. Manager Lu's name flashed on his screen. What could that troublesome old man possibly want? Remembering his mother's gentle scolding to eat properly yesterday, he nervously stared at the flashing phone, realizing his peaceful days were entirely over. He finally secured that grand new villa. To her, he had grown up, but now that restless, childlike excitement quickly returned. The main character answered the ringing phone. What is the situation? Manager Lu reported an incoming natural disaster. Lin Han's eyes instantly lit up with pure thrill. Perfect timing. He grinned. Did you pinpoint the exact drop zone? Leave the intel to me, Lu stated confidently, knowing his job perfectly. This anomaly manifests as a massive earthquake. The epicenter, a dangerous territory known as Yinyan. Yinyan? The protagonist's eyes widened with surprise. Send the exact coordinates immediately. I am heading out, but the manager quickly warned him. These disaster zones are deadly. You will need top-tier survival equipment. Luckily, our guild vault is fully stocked. Rest assured, I will give you a very fair price. Lin Han smirked. No need. My current arsenal is completely flawless. But prepare your funds. I will sell you every rare drop I farm from this epic disaster. I will handle the appraisal personally, Lu promised. Your loot is always supreme tier. Just from your last dungeon raid, our entire division made an absolute fortune from the treasures. Lin Han chuckled, his confidence radiating. Glad to hear it. With my absolute mastery, I do not even worry about failure. Hanging up the call, Lin Han gazed outside with a hungry smirk. That disaster core belongs to me. Meanwhile, back at the association, the manager laughed heartily, swirling his premium alcohol. Mr. Lin is an absolute wild card. Suddenly, Boss Tian called him. Lu quickly answered, asking what he needed. Did your testing grounds finally collapse? Lu joked. Tian cursed aggressively. Go to hell. Unlike your shady auction, we are thriving. This is official business. Were you the one who gifted Lin Han that exclusive silver dungeon pass? Lu swallowed hard, confirming the bold move. Is there something wrong with investing in a promising talent? Tian scoffed loudly, declaring it absolute nonsense. Sure, he has some potential, but it is definitely not enough to hand him such an incredibly expensive pass. Lu sighed deeply, his patience finally wearing thin. Think what you want, just do not harass my client. I have survived decades in this ruthless industry, and my instincts scream that his potential defies logic. Tian paused, his anger fading. Are you trusting your terrifying merchant intuition again? Hanging up. Tian muttered. Lu's gut feelings always generate massive profits. Just who is this anomaly? Hours later, the main character reached the legendary Diamond Forest. Checking his holographic map, he surveyed the breathtaking scenery. The Diamond Forest truly lives up to its legend. Under the sun, every leaf shimmers brilliantly. Suddenly, a terrified female shriek shattered the peaceful silence. Why is this beast so tough? My magic spells are not even leaving a scratch. A panicked girl named Duan burst through the thicket, frantically apologizing to the monstrous shadow chasing her. I swear I did not mean to intrude. Spotting Lin Han ahead, she screamed a desperate warning. Why are you just standing there? Run for your life. It is a silver rank boss. The main character sighed. Who runs into a silver boss in the outer zones? Terrible luck. Panic consumed her as she begged him to flee. But seeing him completely unfazed, she completely misunderstood. Oh no, the sheer horror has paralyzed him in place. Risking her own life, she violently redirected the beast's aggro. Sprinting away from Lin Han, she acted as bait. What a foolishly kind-hearted person, he mused silently. Even while facing brutal death, she prioritized the stranger's safety. Suddenly, the colossal beast halted its pursuit. Its massive jaws unhinged, preparing a lethal strike. A grotesque tongue shot forward like a lethal spear. Duan squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting the fatal impact. But death never came. Lin Han had flash-stepped before her. He casually crushed the beast's tongue in his grip. Your appraisal skill needs work. He smirked. This is a gold rank boss. How will you repay this life-saving debt? Instantly, a sinister crimson aura erupted from the monstrous lizard. Watch out, it is enraging, Duan shrieked. The protagonist tightened his iron grip, pulling his free fist back, and unleashed a devastating shockwave. The sheer force defied gravity, lifting the massive beast into the sky before blasting it backward. Duan dropped her jaw, utterly speechless. One single punch annihilated a gold-rank flame lizard. "We absolutely must party up," she declared. The main character awkwardly scratched his head. "I do not even know your name." Internally, he groaned. "I am marching straight into an apocalyptic disaster zone. I do not need extra baggage." Completely oblivious, the girl proudly introduced herself as Duan. "My class is the rare 1000 change mage," she boasted. Lin Han sighed inwardly. She just leaked her entire status window to a stranger, but her sacrifice earned his respect. Escorting her safely to the border would not disrupt his quest. Playing along, he offered fake amazement. 1000 change mage? That is an incredibly rare class. Truly magnificent. Her cheeks flushed bright red at his praise. "It is really nothing special." "And what is your name?" Lin Han froze. Revealing his true identity right now was far too risky. Not with a catastrophic anomaly about to spawn. Pausing briefly, he flawlessly stole his buddy's identity. "Just call me by this alias. I hail from the distant Yang City." Duan beamed with absolute admiration. "Your combat prowess is literally off the charts, obliterating a gold-rank threat with bare hands. Did you survive some secret hellish training regime? Once we clear this dungeon, we should totally grab a drink." Lin Han pressed his lips together, groaning internally. Does this girl ever run out of stamina for talking? She was firing questions like a Gatling gun. Clearing his throat, he deflected. "I am powerful, but my true age exceeds my youthful looks. Even so, your stats are monstrously illegal," she cheered. "Meeting a high-level carry like you was pure fate." Desperate to shift focus, he asked, "Why risk your life in the Diamond Forest anyway?" "Well, top-tier mage gear," she started. "Costs an absolute fortune in the auction house. I came here hoping to farm some rare materials, but Lady Luck finally smiled upon me today. Now, I have a ridiculously overpowered bodyguard." She giggled innocently. Lin Han shook his head at her complete trust. "Since I intervened, I guess escorting her is my temporary sub-quest." Gripping her shoulder tightly, his aura shifted. "In these dungeons, blindly trusting luck gets you killed." Right on cue. Earth-shattering. Heavy footsteps loudly echoed from the dense, glowing trees. "Exhibit A," he muttered coldly. Tearing through the canopy, a bloodthirsty, gold-rank demonic gorilla crashed before them. It hammered its armored chest, roaring a deadly challenge. The protagonist calmly pointed at the towering beast. "Take notes, newbie. This is the fatal reality of relying purely on dungeon luck." Sweating profusely, Duan whined. "Stop teasing me. Besides, why is a high-tier predator roaming the safe beginner outskirts?" Without a word, Lin Han stepped between her and certain death. "Stay back. Hide your aura," he commanded. "This battle is beyond your level." Smiling confidently, she stepped back. Provoked, the massive gorilla launched a devastating frontal assault. Bam! The main character casually blocked the earth-shattering punch. "Another gold rank. Feels a bit pathetic," he smirked. Suddenly, Duan unleashed an ear-piercing scream, shouting a frantic warning. She stepped closer, but her new companion suddenly turned, his eyes narrowing. A blood-curdling howl ripped through the air, as a lone wolf summoned its deadly pack. Shadows morphed into crimson-eyed demonic wolves. Lin Han feigned panic, gasping at the monstrous ambush, while a terrified Duan desperately clung to his arm. She sobbed that this was their end, trapped in a fatal pincer attack. But his demeanor instantly shifted. He calmly ordered her to step back. The hunt was his. Without warning, he seized the hulking beast's arm. Using its own momentum, he yanked the monster forward and launched them both high into the sky. Suspended in midair, the main character casually flicked his wrist, hurling the massive gorilla straight into the ravenous wolf pack. He then touched down gracefully beside Duan. With a cocky smirk, he gestured to the crushed pile of beasts. The threat was annihilated. Her terror melted into pure awe as she praised his godlike strength. He had just secured another devoted fan, but his smile faded as he scanned the shadows. Didn't the Diamond Forest feel dangerously abnormal today? She nodded in sheer disbelief. High-tier monsters never prowled the outer edges like this. Something terrifying was driving them out. The main character's mind raced. These beasts were not hunting. They were fleeing. A catastrophic natural disaster was brewing deep within the Diamond Forest. The monster tide would never stop until the impending earthquake finally struck. But what if he forced fate's hand? A forbidden spell could trigger the cataclysm early. He glanced at his fragile companion. He absolutely could not unleash taboo magic with her around. He needed a flawless excuse. Gently, Duan placed a trembling hand on his shoulder. She whispered that with him, she feared no monster in this world. But he coldly crossed his arms. From here on out, she was returning alone. Her safety was no longer his burden. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. What did he mean by abandoning her here? His gaze turned dead serious. A malevolent, overwhelmingly powerful presence was lurking deep inside the woods. This shadow was the true master behind the beast stampede. He craved the thrill of hunting this hidden boss. Panic seized Duan as she pointed to herself. What was she supposed to do? He just offered a reassuring smirk. Escaping the forest would be a breeze for her. She stared at the mangled beast corpses, her voice shaking. What if another apex predator ambushed her? Lin Han chuckled, assuring her no monster could ever match his speed. Flashing a brilliant smile, he gripped her shoulders and casually launched her into the stratosphere. Have a safe flight, he cheered as her terrified screams faded into the clouds, hurtling miles across the canopy. She violently crashed, shattering a massive boulder upon impact. Yet miraculously, she remained completely unscathed. Had he cast an ultimate protection skill on her, miles away? Lin Han let out a heavy sigh of relief. The dead weight was gone. The stage was finally set. It was time to rewrite fate. Staring down a serene lake in the clearing, he summoned his legendary magical staff. He thrust his weapon heavenward, chanting the taboo art, Chaos Domain. Apocalyptic storm clouds swallowed the sky, raining devastating meteorites. Watching from afar, Duan trembled in pure horror. Was this the rumored taboo magic? A colossal pillar of purgatory fire vaporized the earth. The sheer impact tore massive, blazing fissures across the trembling ground. Boiling water flooded the subterranean caverns, surveying the absolute wasteland he created. Lin Han's sweat dropped. Had he gone too far? Whatever. He still needed to claim the disaster's core. Meanwhile, absolute chaos erupted at the Yanyan City Intelligence Hub. A frantic scout burst through the doors. Sirens blared as an unprecedented surge of magical energy detonated. The epicenter was the Diamond Forest. What is more, a recently rescued girl claimed 2 god-tier masters were currently waging war within the woods, and one had blatantly unleashed a forbidden tier spell. The department head, previously napping at his desk, shot out of his chair and ripped off his sleep mask in terror. Report this to Elder Lin Han immediately, he roared with panic, but a commanding voice echoed from the doorway. The formidable old man had already arrived. The leader practically begged for his guidance. The elder grimaced, admitting he initially sensed the disturbance and assumed it was merely the prophesied earthquake. He never anticipated this level of divine destruction. The realm was swarming with too many hidden supreme beings lately. The leader gulped, asking if they should authorize an immediate capture mission. Fools, the elder barked. First, lock onto their coordinates and pull up the live broadcast. Whoever possessed this apocalyptic power, they absolutely had to make contact. Arresting them was a secondary concern. The leader snapped a sharp salute and sprinted off. Left alone, the seasoned elder narrowed his eyes in heavy suspicion. This taboo magic did not carry the signature aura of a divine realm sovereign. Yet, its terrifying magnitude far eclipsed the Holy Realm expert's capabilities. Cold sweat dripped down his spine. He already regretted stepping into this mess. Back in the ruined forest, the main character casually strolled into the shattered cave. Snatching the violently glowing sphere, he let out a triumphant laugh. The core of the disaster was his. But instantly, his survival instincts flared as multiple oppressive auras locked onto him. He tapped his system interface. A holographic surveillance screen flickered to life, revealing a massive squad of elite trackers closing in on his exact coordinates. An elder commanded the vanguard, ordering every magical radar and containment barrier to be deployed. The main character cursed under his breath, instantly summoning a portable teleportation array. If those supreme containment formations locked down the grid, he would be completely trapped. Without hesitation, a blinding geometric magic circle flared beneath his boots. He just prayed the spell would cast before the ultimate barrier sealed shut. Outside, the relentless trackers swept the scorched earth with monolocators. The dead silence was agonizing. Suddenly, a scout's device shrieked with a red alert. Target acquired in the northwest sector. He roared at the top of his lungs. The moment he shouted, a blinding pillar of spatial light pierced the heavens. The commander slammed his fist in absolute fury. Damn it. The phantom slipped through their fingers again. Elder Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief. A portable spatial array. No, mere mortal possessed such ancient technology. Hours later, Lin Han was casually brushing his teeth in his own bathroom. His phone buzzed with a call from Manager L. Spitting out toothpaste, he cheerfully answered. The manager sounded utterly panicked, frantically asking if he had survived yesterday's madness. The main character's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his voice lazily confused. The manager rambled about a devastating earthquake and rumors of a mysterious, godlike master appearing. Fearing for his life, the manager had called to check in. Lin Han flashed a wicked smirk into the mirror. An earthquake? Oh no. I have not even visited the forest yet. What about claiming the disaster's core? Manager L urged him to stand down and let the guild handle it, playing the innocent fool perfectly. Lin Han apologized for making him worry. As the call clicked off, his gaze darkened. That cunning old fox was digging for answers, but let him pry. The sacred disaster source was already secured. The third realm was finally within his grasp. Elsewhere, Guildmaster Lu smirked over his scattered reports. He knew the legendary Master Wang Qian had manifested in the woods, vanishing instantly through a spatial relic. Lu suspected Lin Han's involvement, yet completely misjudged the boy's true depths. Hiding behind the shadows was a clever play, but leaving such glaring clues was a rookie mistake. Soon after, our hero strode into the awakening hall. A familiar receptionist's eyes immediately lit up at his arrival. Beaming with joy, she welcomed him. He casually announced his readiness for another breakthrough. Her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. He just evolved his main class merely 2 months prior. Did he truly acquire a legendary catastrophe core already? Tapping his chest with supreme confidence, he flashed a knowing grin. He boldly declared that his preparations were absolutely flawless. Shocked whispers erupted around them. Is this kid a monster? He slaughters beasts and harvests divine loot effortlessly. How could ordinary awakeners ever match such overwhelming talent? Starstruck, the receptionist gasped. Was she about to witness a historic third realm ascension firsthand? Trembling with awe, the guild staff guided Lin Han, praising his monstrous potential. She instructed him to touch the awakening crystal to receive his trial. Channeling his aura, he grasped the glowing stone, instantly triggering an S-rank party mission. The objective: invade the deadly iron forest, slaughter its ancient guardian, and harvest its pulsing core. Staring at the brutal requirements, his brows furrowed sharply. The path of an altar was ruthlessly unforgiving. And where exactly was this iron forest? Such a hazardous zone certainly did not exist near their local borders. Brushing off the mystery, his determination flared. A quest was just another stepping stone. He firmly accepted the perilous challenge. The receptionist nodded respectfully, promising to register his trial immediately. The ticking clock gave him until tomorrow. After exchanging warm farewells, he marched straight into the Grand Merchant Association. The shrewd manager eagerly served steaming coffee, his eyes gleaming with calculated delight. Our hero slid over a dense parchment, shifting straight into serious negotiations. This sacred scroll detailed every single rare artifact and alchemy ingredient required. His class advancement mandated an immediate expedition toward Yan'an City. Scanning the requested items, Lu flashed a knowing grin. Is this monumental list preparation for the mythical Third Realm breakthrough? He offered premature praises for birthing the city's very first supreme altar. Peering deeply at the boy, Lu's mind raced. Unlocking that legendary stage demands 3 catastrophic elemental cores. Lin Han securing his final piece immediately following yesterday's unnatural earthquake was absolutely no mere coincidence. Catching that piercing stare, our protagonist sensed the rising suspicion. He urgently needed a brilliant smokescreen to mask his overpowered secrets. Sipping the dark brew calmly, he smoothly lied. His revered master had braved unimaginable dangers to secure that final calamity core. Failing now would be an absolute disgrace to that sacrifice. Being a mere support class, he felt terribly guilty letting his master shoulder the entire burden. This revelation struck the guild master like a physical blow. Was he invoking the name of that elusive, godlike expert they could never track down? That perfectly explained the boy's impossibly rapid collection of rare catastrophe cores. But just how terrifyingly powerful was this phantom mentor? Securing their favor was now his absolute top priority. Shifting tactics, Lu presented an exclusive treasure for inspection. Intrigued, the young hero watched as the manager unveiled a velvet tray, displaying a shimmering, gold-tier disguise relic. This deceptive treasure flawlessly reshapes physical features upon command. However, prolonged usage carried severe risks. Keep it on too long, and your original face might be permanently overwritten by the illusion. Thrilled by its tactical value, Lin Han immediately demanded the price. Lu offered a VIP discount of 4 million credits. Never one to yield, our hero ruthlessly countered with a 2 million offer. Sweating slightly, the merchant defended his absolute bottom line at 3,800,000. He absolutely refused to bleed more profit. Lin Han mercilessly pushed for 2,400,000. Defeated, Lu practically begged, locking the final price at 3 million flat. The deal was finally struck. Shaking hands, our protagonist claimed his prize, praising the merchant's exquisite inventory. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu smiled proudly, blessing his journey. Eating that loss was completely worth tying down a prodigy with boundless future potential. The moment those guild doors sealed behind him, he commanded his system to amplify the artifact 10,000 times. Golden light erupted, evolving the relic into the mythical god of freedom mask. This legendary item didn't just alter flesh, it flawlessly replicated the target's unique skills. A wicked grin spread across his face. With this divine camouflage, he could perfectly masquerade as his imaginary mentor, indefinitely without sparking a single sliver of doubt. Eager to test this god-tier power, he morphed into Gao Chong. Staring into a reflective pane, the flawless replication absolutely blew his mind. Wang Chang mentioned this exact guy was departing for Yan'an City tomorrow for special training. Hijacking this identity was the ultimate phantom alibi. Nobody would suspect his true movements. Slipping into the bustling urban crowds, he tracked the real Gao Chong like a hunting shadow. Waiting for the perfect opening, he activated the disguise and Sesendan prepared his master stroke. Shifting into a mutual guildmate named Alon, he aggressively intercepted his target in the buzzing square, shouting his name loudly to draw maximum attention. Gao Chong blinked in pure bewilderment, demanding to know why his buddy was roaming here. Completely ignoring the confused questioning, our disguised hero enthusiastically seized his hands. He showered him with praise for dominating the elite academy exams, predicting a glorious destiny. Such a legendary milestone absolutely required an epic celebration feast. Overwhelmed by the sudden hype, the naive guy awkwardly accepted the future invitation. But our protagonist threw an arm around his neck, insisting the grand toast had to happen right this second. Dragging his prey into a chaotic tavern, Lin Han ruthlessly drank him under the table. Dropping his illusion, he smirked down at the snoring deadweight. That fool was definitely blacked out until tomorrow's sunrise. This gave him the perfect window to casually obliterate that deadly mission inside the Forbidden Iron Forest. Re-equipping his legendary disguise, he hoisted the unconscious student and dumped him onto a bewildered tavern hostess. Flashing a premium gold pass, he strictly ordered her to secure him in their finest luxury suite. Under no circumstances was she to disrupt his sacred slumber. Vanishing into a pitch-black alleyway, he instantly swapped his fleshly vessel once more. Now, flawlessly mimicking Gao Chong, a devilish grin surfaced. Lin Han's phantom raid on the Iron Forest was officially untraceable. As dawn broke, he stepped into the ominous woods. Suddenly, a heavy, uninvited hand clamped down hard on his shoulder. A veteran named Wanan smirked, offering a spot in their raiding party. Since they practically ruled these hunting grounds, their combat reputation was absolutely solid. Pivoting sharply, our disguised hero played the fool perfectly, awkwardly calling him uncle and questioning his identity. Wang Chen's face contorted in pure disbelief. Did he truly look like some ancient veteran? He was only 27. This cursed facial hair was definitely adding years to his aura, so he vowed to sever it immediately. Lin Han observed this hulking warrior in silent amusement. Who knew such a mountain of a man could be so insecure? Revealing his true name and class, Lin Han prepared to ask about their squad's formation. Wang Chen's gloom vanished instantly. Throwing a heavy, brotherly arm over Lin Han's shoulder, he proudly declared his identity. He was a formidable level 30 Guardian Knight. Their vanguard consisted of 2 other elite members. The main character respectfully addressed him as Senior Chen, inwardly sweating at how fast this massive tank's emotional gears shifted. The knight roared with hearty laughter, entirely pleased. Suddenly, Gao Jin's sharp voice sliced through the air. Was the expedition team finally assembled? Lin Han spun around, utterly stunned. It was the strict examiner from his recent trials. Her piercing gaze locked onto him, noting his impressively rapid recovery. Formally stating her name, she declared they were bound by party status today. Instantly, 3 more figures materialized in the clearing. At their center stood Duan, bowing her head in mild apology for delaying the raid. Wang Chen immediately questioned the newcomers' identities. Duan explained her escort. These 2 elites were official guild investigators, currently shadowing her every move like persistent hounds. One agent firmly stated their mission was absolute protection while tracking down traces of an unfathomably powerful master. His partner nodded grimly, emphasizing that Duan possessed the soul, mortal eyes to witness that divine tear spell. Lin Han's stomach plummeted into an abyss of panic. What twisted fate was this? He had accidentally joined a literal strike squad, actively hunting his own secret identity. Oblivious to this tension, Wang Chen enthusiastically signaled the raid's commencement. In a flash of blinding light, a complex teleportation array ignited beneath them, warping the entire party into the dreaded Iron Forest. Throwing his massive arms wide open, Wang Chen breathed in the atmosphere, calling the danger zone beautiful. Gao Jen snapped at him instantly, her killing intent leaking. Why bark so loudly? Could his thick skull not sense this unnatural, suffocating silence? This anomaly was completely unprecedented. He shrugged, questioning what the big deal was. as dual level 30 powerhouses, unless the mythical lord of the Iron Forest itself descended. Mere beast mobs were nothing. She harshly ordered him to drop the reckless act. Immediately, suddenly, a beast materialized from the shadows, drawn straight to their noisy echoes. Wang Chen scoffed in pure arrogance. It was merely a basic steel tiger. Was the veteran examiner actually trembling over a single stray kitten? She cursed his sheer stupidity. Did his warrior brain completely fail to grasp the escalating crisis? The terrifying reality dawned. A massive pack of mutated felines had ambushed them. Twin beasts launched a devastating aerial assault. Yet Wang Chen merely flashed a bloodthirsty grin, drawing his heavy broadsword and slamming his colossal shield into the earth. He bellowed that he would serve as their impenetrable left fortress, leaving the right vanguard to them. Gao Zhen immediately capitalized on his tanking aggro, dissolving into pure offensive momentum. Despite the overwhelming numbers, these beasts were nothing but pathetic fodder to her blades. In a blink, her physical form vanished into a terrifying zigzag phantom step, tearing through the battlefield, leaving a trail of deeply wounded feline monsters in her wake. Duan gasped at the dazzling display of martial prowess. Lin Han nodded in silent awe, witnessing genuine frontline combat. Class supremacy was truly mind-bending. Mere steel tigers were getting utterly crushed by level 30 dominance. But without warning, an unimaginably colossal beast shattered the treeline, lunging forward with explosive, killing intent. Wang Chen's confident smirk evaporated into cold sweat. Was the system malfunctioning? Why was the legendary king of the steel tigers manifesting here? A genuine gold rank boss. These apex predators never patrolled the outer zones. The main character threw a suspicious side glance at Duan. What was with this cursed karma? Every single time their paths crossed, some apocalyptic, gold-tier catastrophe inevitably spawned. Her hidden luck stat had to be completely cursed. Catching his intense stare, her anxiety spiked, nervously questioning what kind of weird thoughts he was brewing about her. He ignored the question completely. At the front line, the knight desperately braced his trembling shield against the boss's earth-shattering impact, roaring out that the level disparity was overwhelming. His defensive skills were cracking. Retreat was their only option for survival, or a total party wipe was guaranteed. Duan made the split-second commander's decision, screaming for everyone to scatter. Instantly, they broke formation, diving deep into the shadowy woods until reaching an isolated zone. Scanning the perimeter with sharp eyes, Lin Han confirmed his total isolation. Pulling out a magical artifact mask, a brilliant scheme formed. He would manifest the illusion of that legendary expert himself. This ultimate deception would finally erase his rookie scent. Shifting his avatar into an ancient, robed sage, he chuckled darkly. The mythical elder was ready to play savior. But who gets rescued first? Elsewhere, Wang Chen furiously cursed the heavens. What kind of twisted dungeon spawn rate was this? Merely crossing the threshold triggered a massive beast horde led by an apex predator. Suddenly, Gao Zhen's survival instinct screamed. Sensing a lethal presence nearby, she shrieked a desperate warning. An instant later, devastating razor claws violently shredded the massive oak behind his back. Emerging from the abyss, a nightmarish, titanic wolf beast manifested into first their striking range. The guardian knight's eyes bulged in pure terror. A mythical shadow wolf. Another godforsaken gold rank boss. Yet, Wang Chen erupted into manic laughter, realizing fate hadn't completely doomed them yet. This abyssal predator was hunting solo. Channeling immense aura, he hurled his heavy shield, generating a chaotic tornado trajectory. The terrified beast reacted with lightning reflexes, launching skyward to evade the strike. But Gao Zhen had already phantom stepped into its blind spot. Whispering a cold apology, she claimed the ultimate kill. Her enchanted daggers descended like falling meteors, cleaving straight into the creature's skull. An agonizing roar tore from its jaws as blood erupted violently. The massive carcass plummeted, shattering the earth upon impact. Planting her boot over her prey, Wang Chen angrily protested this shameless kill-stealing. She flipped her hair with proud arrogance, mocking his agonizingly slow tank agility. Hesitation could have let that rare loot escape. Sparks of intense rivalry flashed between their clashing glares as both fiercely challenged the other to a duel. As this childish bickering echoed over the slain boss's corpse, from the high canopy above, Lin Han observed their every move. His eyes narrowed in deep calculation. Truly, level 30 elites were built differently. Pulverizing a gold-tier anomaly this smoothly was horrifyingly impressive. That premium shadow wolf pelt practically glowed with rare materials. He absolutely needed to loot it. Descending like a silent phantom, he casually requested the boss's remains. Their fierce shouting abruptly halted, instantly spinning around to face him in sheer horror. Alarms blared in their minds. How did this ancient senior bypass their supreme senses? He closed the distance without emitting any aura. Wang Chen aggressively slammed his great sword into the dirt, demanding why they should surrender their hard-earned spoils to a stranger, their arrogance completely shattered when the disguised Lin Han calmly stated. The mythical pelt was essentially his by right, such a tragedy that they chose defiance over life. The two warriors immediately unleashed their explosive killing intent. Lunging forward with battle cries, they synchronized the deadly pincer strike. But Lin Han became a blur, ghosting past their weapons. His palms seized their skulls, violently burying their faces into the cratered dirt. He whispered dangerously, "Was diplomacy finally an option?" The once arrogant elite scrambled up, trembling like leaves. Stuttering in pure terror, they graciously gifted the epic loot to the Supreme Senior. Gao Zhen respectfully bowed, praying for his divine longevity. Beneath the mask, Lin Han's wicked smirk deepened. Absolute power truly crushed mortal disputes. Strolling deeper into the abyss, thick with crimson miasma. A sudden, horrifying chill. The demonic monkey horde swarmed him from every direction. But just as their shrieking masses latched tightly onto his body, a blinding, magnificent aura suddenly erupted from within. With a simple wave of his hands, a devastating shockwave blasted the beasts away like ragdolls. Lin Han smirked, realizing this was an absolute massacre, not a fight. These weaklings could not even dent his aura. But suddenly, a colossal shadow blotted out the sun. The titanic beast crashed down, shattering the very earth. Tearing boulders from the ground, the behemoth unleashed a sonic roar. "Behold the tyrant of these woods, the three-eyed demonic ape." Lin Han narrowed his eyes. So this alpha was their hidden trump card all along. He could easily obliterate this beast in a single heartbeat, but he held back. First, he wanted to test his pure martial arts. Channeling raw mana into his fist, he charged like a lightning bolt. The colossal ape instantly braced for impact. Boom! His explosive strike shattered the ground, but the agile monster leaped into the sky. Lin Han grinned. Excellent reflexes, but how long could this dance of death last? Suddenly, the towering beast threw its palm out, desperately signaling for a truce. Lin Han froze in disbelief. Was this demonic overlord actually begging for mercy? He watched in utter confusion as the great ape frantically scoured the area. What kind of trick was this? A moment later, the beast snapped a massive ancient tree. Gripping the giant timber, it whipped up a violent tornado with pure brute strength. Lin Han smirked with rising battle lust. So, the beast wanted a weapon fight. Even better. With an earth-shattering roar, the titan brought the colossal trunk crashing down. Yet, Lin Han did not flinch. He caught the devastating blow bare-handed, shattering the wood instantly. The demonic beast gasped in absolute terror, unleashing a burst of raw aura. Lin Han pulverized the remaining weapon, sending the monster flying backward through a massive shockwave. The behemoth skidded across the dirt, carving a deep trench into the battlefield. Lin Han sighed confidently. A mere gold-ranked beast was completely beneath his current level. Suddenly, his aura senses flared. The academy search party was sweeping the zone. As the students emerged from the bushes, they froze in absolute shock at the battered ape. Their terrified screams echoed. A three-eyed demonic ape. Lin Han clicked his tongue from the shadows, dreading any interaction with that troublesome junior sister. His luck was always cursed around her. The search party cautiously inspected the fallen beast. One student gasped, realizing the monster's fatal wounds came from a single devastating strike. Another tracker trembled in awe. The mysterious expert had fought entirely barehanded, leaving terrifying fist imprints on shattered bark. Junior Sister Ting narrowed her eyes, piecing the clues together. This overwhelming physical prowess perfectly matched Wang Chen's explosive martial arts. Just then, a heavily injured Wang Chen limped out of the tree line alongside his battered comrade. Leaning heavily on his blade, he wheezed out a relieved greeting to Junior Ting. Had she seen Gao Chong anywhere? She shook her head in grim despair. Was he truly devoured by the horde? Concealed among the dense branches above, Lin Han felt a twinge of guilt. He appreciated her worry, but revealing his true monstrous strength right now would be absolute foolishness. Slipping away like a phantom, he ventured deeper into the forbidden depths to finish his true mission. After traversing the shadowed woods for hours, he let out a relieved breath. He had finally shaken off those annoying burdens. Stretching his neck until it cracked, he scanned the eerie surroundings. Now, where was this elusive guardian of the woods hiding? Speak of the devil. A colossal ancient treant, the gold-ranked boss of the Iron Forest, erupted from the mountain peak. The towering guardian instantly lashed its razor-sharp vines toward him. Lin Han leaped into the sky as thorny tendrils pulverized the earth below. This mutated flora possessed impregnable defenses and lethal range. To crush its inner core, he had to pierce that infinite wall of vines. But midair, a relentless storm of demonic branches shot upward, binding his limbs like steel cables. Completely ensnared, Lin Han simply offered a fearless smirk. Did mere weeds think they could hold a dragon? Flexing his supreme aura, he shattered the iron-like bindings instantly. The ancient guardian shrieked in cosmic horror. Furious, it unleashed a monstrous tidal wave of endless vines. Suddenly, a sinister spiritual domain blanketed the woods, twisting reality itself. Lin Han's eyes widened as a literal sea of demonic beasts materialized from the earth, all summoned by the boss. Stretching his limbs, he let out an excited chuckle. So this territory boss could command a beast tide. How incredibly entertaining. Meanwhile, miles away, the Academy Elder sensed the overwhelming killing intent. He desperately warned his team that a disaster was unfolding in the depths, and they had to hurry. The Elder vanished in a burst of speed. Back at the gorge, Lin Han faced an endless legion, but his senses picked up a blindingly strong aura approaching fast. Elder Shi Lintian was already rushing to the battlefield. If that old monster discovered his true identity, things would get extremely annoying. It was time to end this. Frowning with disappointment, he muttered that he wanted to test his limits, but destiny had put him on a strict timer. Raising his magical staff, he chanted the words of absolute destruction. Forbidden spell, domain of chaos. A colossal, terrifying magic circle ignited the sky, raining apocalyptic mana shards across the battlefield. Tremors of fear struck the students. Wang Chen gazed up in sheer terror. A forbidden spell. Junior Ting gasped, a chilling sense of déjà vu washing over her. Could this be the legendary master Wang Chen fought earlier? Racing for death, they gasped in awe as the apocalyptic rain bounced harmlessly off a glowing defensive barrier. Looking around, they realized the safe zone enveloped them. Elder Shi Lintian stood before them, weaving an ultimate shield. Wang Chen cheered loudly. Their savior had finally arrived. The elder planted his staff, stating he rushed over after sensing an unknown supreme entity. Was the terrifying rumor true? A student gripped his hair in pure hysteria, screaming in absolute shock that the entire iron forest had nearly collapsed. A massive beast tide had inexplicably stampeded toward the core zone. Another student nodded furiously, confirming that the terrifying stampede was very real. And now, this god-tier apocalypse magic was wiping out the sky. Two supreme beings must be clashing nearby. Junior Ting anxiously interrupted, reminding them that Gao Chong was still missing. His fate remained unknown. Elder Shi Lintian declared he would scout the cataclysmic epicenter immediately. In a flash, he vanished, leaving the students utterly bewildered by his godly movement technique. Junior Ting murmured in awe. Just what realm of power did this elder possess? Meanwhile, Lin Han stood untouched amidst a completely vaporized, ash-covered wasteland. Gripping a glowing core, he smiled wickedly. The guardian heart was finally his. Mission accomplished, but his instincts flared, warning him that the terrifying elder was merely seconds away. How could he maintain his flawless disguise? A brilliant scheme flashed in his mind. Whipping out a spare burner phone, he dialed the legendary merchant guild. Were they hungry for a guardian heart? Manager Li chuckled with absolute greed. Rest assured, their guild bought anything of supreme value. But how would this mysterious guest prefer to execute the dangerous transaction? Would he deliver it, or should their agents retrieve it? Lin Han smirked, declaring that tomorrow morning he would leave the Fias. He stashed the guardian's heart deep inside a hollow trunk near the city's outer forest edge. The payment was to be left at that exact spot. Hard cash only. He warned them that tracking his aura would bring deadly consequences. Manager Lu just flashed a knowing smile, promising absolute discretion in perfectly clean hands. The Merchant Guild knew exactly how to play the game. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief. His master plan: buy back his own legendary loot. That sly maneuver would throw the hunting dogs completely off his scent. A smirk crossed his face, remembering the mustached elder. Arriving at the blasted battleground, the monstrous beasts were encased in solid ice mid-strike. A massive, devastating crater scarred the earth. Scanning the absolute wreckage, he spotted the shivering Gao Chong. The poor guy was desperately trying to flee. Shi Lintian cast a dispelling art, shattering the icy prison. Gao Chong collapsed, teeth chattering uncontrollably from the bone-chilling frost. The elder's intense gaze pierced him. Was he the missing Gao Chong? Feigning absolute shock, Lin Han gasped. How did the old man know his hidden identity? The elder pressed for details about the apocalyptic cataclysm. Playing the trembling coward, he stammered out pathetic apologies, claiming he was just trying to escape the cursed woods. He spun a flawless tale of getting hopelessly lost, blinded by a divine flash of light that wiped out his vision. Shi Lintian nodded, mentioning his waiting party. The powerful elder offered to escort him back. He bought the innocent act, but a lingering doubt remained. How did a second-tier assassin survive a forbidden spell? Pure luck? His teammates were utterly dumbfounded. Escaping a forbidden-tier blast was a certified miracle. He scratched his head with an awkward chuckle, playing the incredibly fortunate fool. Bowing in fake gratitude, he prayed his string of luck would continue. Wang Chang quickly excused himself for an urgent system quest, while Gao Gang vanished to handle business. The guild staff chatted with the elder before preparing to move out, but Shi Lintian's razor-sharp instincts flared. Something about the Gao Chong kid felt dangerously off. He ordered a shadow operative to track the boy, while he personally investigated the blast zone's residual aura. Meanwhile, as Lin Han casually strolled away, a stealth operative tailed him from the shadows, completely underestimating the seemingly average student. A dark grin crept across our main character's face. Did they really think they could track a monster? Activating his movement technique, he vanished in a terrifying blur. The tracker dropped from the canopy in absolute shock, clutching his head in sheer, unadulterated panic. The target had completely evaporated into thin air. By the time the morning sun blazed high, Lin Han woke up with a lazy stretch and glanced outside. He instantly activated his all-seeing eye technique. A massive sensory net swallowed the entire city, filtering through thousands of auras. Sitting perfectly still in the lotus position, he pinpointed 5 hidden presences. Ministry of Security lapdogs. They were actively monitoring the Gao Chong identity and hunting desperately for any trace of the elusive Wang Chang. His real identity was under the microscope too, but as long as he played the flawless actor, they would never connect the dots to his true, terrifying power. Slipping back into his ordinary student disguise, he went through his mundane morning routine. His phone suddenly buzzed. It was Manager Lu, practically bursting with incredible news. The guild had secured the legendary guardian's heart essential for his realm breakthrough. Would he grace them with a visit? Feigning absolute thrill, he promised us to rush over. The bait had been swallowed completely. Now, the stage was set for an Oscar-worthy performance. He had to look like an ecstatic rookie stumbling upon massive luck. Bounding out of his estate with fake joy, he caught the attention of the hidden watchdogs. The spy radioed in, doubting this cheerful kid could be a criminal mastermind. The shadow captain barked back an order. The kid was this year's exam champion. Acting this completely harmless was a massive red flag. Keep the surveillance tight. Manager Lu welcomed him with deep, respectful bows, treating him like absolute royalty. Playing his part, Lin Han gasped. Did they truly possess the Iron Forest Guardian's core? The Merchant King swore on his flawless reputation. Everything was prepared in the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, the relentless ministry hounds perched like gargoyles on the opposite rooftop. The captain gritted his teeth. How could a mere high schooler command such immense respect from the guild master? His subordinate nervously asked for their next tactical move. Invading the powerful merchant guild's territory was professional suicide without a warrant. The boss ordered them to hold their positions and maintain a strict visual on the perimeter. They needed high command clearance first. Inside the luxurious VIP chamber, Lin Han inspected the glowing core, praising Manager Lu's astonishing efficiency with a well-practiced smile. Lu humbly brushed off the supreme compliment. Seizing the moment, Lin Han revealed that his mysterious master was thrilled and had sent 2 divine artifacts as a reward. He asked the guild to appraise the treasures. Lu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The Bloody Butcher Sword, a genuine, legendary tier longsword with terrifying stats. Activating the Berserk aura triggers a 30% power surge, but in a state of pure bloodlust, that explosive strength skyrockets to a massive 50%. Next was the legendary tier Earth Armor, a divine shell granting a flat 30% defense boost, and upon spilling the wearer's blood, that ironclad protection instantly hits 50%. Manager Lu was trembling with sheer ecstasy. Only a supreme being could forge legendary gear. Who on earth was his master? Our main character casually pocketed the core. He coolly stated that such mythical items were mere pocket change to his master. The supreme entity despised the spotlight, choosing to orchestrate the mortal realm through him. The Merchant King swore absolute secrecy upon his very soul. With a dangerous glint in his eye, Lin Han smirked. Didn't Lu find those pests buzzing outside incredibly annoying? A ruthless smile mirrored on Lu's face. He understood the assignment perfectly. Outside, heavily armed enforcers completely stonewalled the ministry agents, locking down the sacred VIP perimeter. No mere mortals were allowed beyond this point. The investigation captain fumed with blazing rage. How could a penniless student waltz into the ultimate inner sanctum, unbothered? He threatened to tear the blockade down by force. Just then, the heavy doors swung open. Manager Lu stepped out, projecting an aura of absolute authority. The ministry had zero jurisdiction. He coldly ordered his elite guards to sweep the trash away. The main character just gave a mocking little wave, apologizing with dripping sarcasm about following strict guild policy. Parting ways with the fiercely loyal merchant, he walked away as Liu bowed with deep reverence. Tracking his path, Liu realized something insane. Was he heading straight for the promotion hall? Had this absolute monster hit level 20 already? Arriving at the Divine Ascension Chamber, a stunned receptionist greeted him. Had he conquered the impossible trial so soon? Playing the humble hero, he brushed it off as mere heaven-sent luck and a lucky market find. Now, it was time to shatter his limits. Shall the awakening commence? Her fingers flew across the runic terminal in pure excitement. Suddenly, roaring torrents of azure and golden cosmic energy erupted. The sheer, crushing pressure of the celestial streams almost brought him to his knees. Ugh, that actually hurt, he gasped, sprawled on the cold floor while catching his breath. Now, I finally understand why no third realm altars have ever existed in history. These catastrophic natural disaster sources literally shattered and forcefully evolved the human body. Without heaven-defying resilience, survival was impossible. Pushing himself up, a triumphant smirk graced his face. He was starving to witness his newly awakened, overwhelming power. Status window open. Third realm, level 20. His energy hit 30 million, agility reached 10 million, and magic spiked to 15 million. Both endurance and strength maxed at an explosive 30 million. Even better, new divine skills unlocked. Thunder God Fortress, an absolute forbidden tier lightning spell. Within the dominating domain, lightning damage against the caster is negated by a massive 80%. Meanwhile, his lightning strikes amplify by 50%, utterly obliterating his enemies. Furthermore, there is also an awakened legendary ability, Wind God Fortress, a terrifying forbidden tier tempest spell. Inside this hurricane domain, incoming wind damage to the user is brutally suppressed by 80%. Simultaneously, all wind damage to enemies skyrockets by 50%. This is absolutely incredible. He laughed triumphantly. Having devoured the primordial essence of those natural disasters, if any elemental grandmaster of lightning or wind dared to attack him now, they wouldn't stand a sliver of a chance. Meanwhile, the crowd stared at the massive leaderboard, displaying strange, impossible numbers. Utterly paralyzed in shock, whispers erupted, assuming the system had malfunctioned. But then, a golden server-wide announcement dropped. Lin Han had successfully ascended to the legendary Third Realm altar. Class. The entire plaza exploded into pure chaos. Are you kidding me? Someone screamed. How did a trash altar class break into the Third Realm? A bewildered rookie nearby mumbled he was a newbie, and utterly failed to grasp why everyone was losing their minds. Is a Third Realm altar really that rare? A veteran instantly smacked his head, roaring, what garbage did they even teach you in the academy? He pointed a trembling finger at the glowing screen. To ascend, an altar requires apocalyptic disaster sources. Because of this impossible condition, in the entire bloody history of humanity, a Third Realm altar has literally never existed. A nearby girl gasped, pointing at the glowing text. Wait, it says he's the absolute champion of this year's national exam. Another girl squealed in pure delight. Lord Lin is a literal god. He just shattered reality itself. I'm his absolute biggest fan now. Do you think I could marry him? Right on cue, the portal swirled, and our overpowered protagonist stepped out, instantly freezing as hundreds of predatory eyes locked onto him. Blinking in confusion, he awkwardly asked, why are you all staring at me like that? The silence broke. The massive mob surged forward like a tidal wave, screaming his name in absolute frenzy. It's really Lin Han. Quick, catch him and take a selfie. Pure panic flashed in his eyes as he yelled for personal space. But the fan zombies were relentless. Fast forward, his sprawling mansion was heavily barricaded by elite security. Guys and girls besieged the iron gates, waving glowing signs and screaming for entry. They desperately craved a single glance or an autograph from the legendary Lord Lin. They worshipped him. Meanwhile, he paced around the house gloomily in a dark hoodie. Did you rob a bank? His mother sighed. The main character groaned. Why would I rob a bank at all? This is just the horrific curse of fame. Utterly drained and devastated, he declared he was officially unavailable to all visitors. Kicking open his second-story window, he tossed a quick farewell to his parents, announcing he was leaving. But the second he landed, a hardcore fangirl scaling the outer wall locked eyes with him. Panic sprinting like his life depended on it, he fled the obsessive mob again, while his parents watched silently from the balcony. Being a superstar is a brutal fate, his father muttered. Wiping a dramatic tear, his mother sniffled. Our little boy has finally grown up. The main character successfully vanished into the shadows, panting in a dark alleyway. He never would have guessed that surviving bloodthirsty fans was infinitely more terrifying and exhausting than clashing with actual dungeon monsters. The elite auction was about to begin, he had to hurry. Looming over the city was a luxurious skyscraper housing the underground auction. Right near the golden entrance, he encountered The arrogant Gao Chong and his squad. Smirking at the terrible coincidence, Lin Han asked what they were doing here. Gao Chong sneered, his face twisting with aristocratic disgust, and asked, "Does Lin Han think a peasant like him can crash an elite auction just over a little internet fame? Don't make me laugh until my sides hurt. This VIP paradise absolutely isn't meant for trash-tier country bumpkins like him." Suddenly, a stunning concierge gracefully bowed before the entrance, loudly announcing that head manager Lu was personally expecting VIP Lord Lin inside. Gao Chong was entirely shattered by this revelation. Flashing a brutally arrogant smirk, Lin Han stated he shouldn't keep manager Lu waiting and proceeded inside. He practically shoulder-checked the stunned noble. Trembling with absolute seething rage, his lackey whispered, "Didn't the elders claim his family was dirt poor?" Gao Chong viciously slapped him, barking irritably, "Why even remind me of that?" Internally, panic gnawed at him. Is this commoner really backed by an unimaginably monstrous powerhouse? Meanwhile, manager Lu respectfully guided Lin Han to a lavish private balcony, smoothly promising that our hero absolutely wouldn't leave empty-handed from tonight's legendary bidding war. Nodding his thanks, Lin Han requested a concealment cloak, not wanting prying eyes to uncover his identity. The veteran manager instantly bowed, stating he understood the unspoken rules and would fetch it. Stepping closer with a brilliant merchant's smile, Lu slid over a platinum VIP card. "By the way, here is your 100 million for the god-tier equipment you sold us. We eagerly anticipate our continued alliance." Suddenly, a dazzlingly beautiful auctioneer stepped into the spotlight, gracefully welcoming the roaring crowd to the legendary High West City underground auction. Tonight's extraordinary artifacts will undoubtedly exceed your wildest dreams. With a theatrical wave towards the glowing pedestal, she announced she was unveiling the very first heavily guarded lot. Behold the steel hand, forged from the indestructible hide of a mutant steel tiger. This pristine gold-tier artifact permanently boosts endurance by 10%. Furthermore, any shield bearers will experience an automatic skill evolution to the gold rank. The starting bid was set at a staggering 1,200,000, with a minimum raise of 100,000. Smashing her golden gavel, she declared the bloodbath open. The arena instantly erupted into a frenzied war of wealth. 1,300,000. A voice roared. 1,400,000. Another instantly countered. 1.5 million from VIP 61. Looking down from his throne-like balcony, the protagonist silently marveled at the sheer madness and desperate craving for the entry-level steel hand artifact. Bang! The gavel struck its final note. Sold for an astounding 2,300,000. The crowd applauded the victorious bidder. Standing nearby, the sly manager Lu chuckled lightly. An expected outcome for mere mortals. Naturally, a legend like Lord Lin wouldn't glance at such trash. But be warned, if a true heavenly treasure appears, you must ruthlessly fight the titans lurking in the opposing VIP suites. Lin Han's gaze shifted across the shadowy balconies, sensing heavy auras. He calmly asked if there were any real dragons hiding up there. Lu's expression turned incredibly serious. Within this empire, supreme power is divided among 5 ancient monoliths: the Ma, the Li, the Qin, the Wang, and the almighty Gongsun families. Their terrifying influence spans the entire globe, monopolizing the empire's ultimate wealth. Naturally, they hold heaven-defying privileges. However, sir, you need not fear their shadows tonight. Within these sacred auction walls, only the absolute rule of wealth applies. The deepest pockets claim the prize. The main character offered a fearless smile. Worry? Not a chance. I will undoubtedly buy whatever catches my eye. Suddenly, the massive arena plunged into pitch darkness, leaving a single spotlight illuminating the girl. Prepare yourselves, she announced dramatically. We are entering the main event. The next artifact is the auction's ultimate treasure materialized in her hands. A glowing relic card. This was the legendary Path to Ruin, number 3. As one of the largest dungeons globally, Ruin number 3 awakens only once every 30 years. Entry requires ancient fragments, and mere 100 of these sacred keys remain in existence. Any awakened master up to the diamond tier can challenge this realm. However, the ruins strictly reject anyone over 30 years of age. Bidding begins at 10 million, with minimum raises of 500,000. The elite scrambled to claim this priceless ticket to Ruin number 3. Chaos erupted across the hall. A greedy noble leaped up, demanding the dungeon pass for himself. He roared his bid of 12 million. Guest 49 mocked that 12 million was pocket change, instantly dropping 20. Bids skyrocketed to 30 million, until a desperate voice screamed 50 million. The main character smirked, declaring this glowing relic the true crown jewel of the night. Manager Lu chuckled, sensing that Mr. Lin was finally intrigued. Lin's eyes blazed with resolve. I must obtain this pass, he declared, casually dropping 80 million. Tianying, the Ma family's fourth son, gasped at the outrageous bid. Glancing at his sister, Tianying questioned their next move. She ordered him to push higher, bidding 100 million. He warned Lin Han that the great Ma family needed this. He arrogantly demanded the stranger back down and surrender the relic. In exchange for his obedience, their noble family would grant him 50 million. The manager nervously whispered that these were elite Ma family descendants, the fourth son and second young madam. He warned that they rarely fought this fiercely over auction items. He suggested that yielding this treasure now could forge an invaluable alliance with the mighty Ma family. But the main character just scoffed. The five great families hold absolute power, sure. However, this is an auction, and absolute wealth dictates the victor here. Anticipating their relentless counterbids, he resolved to liquidate his entire hidden stash of silver and gold tier equipment. Without hesitating, his voice echoed across the quiet hall with a devastating bid of 150 million. The arrogant son trembled with shock. Does he truly wish to make us his mortal enemy? He threatened, instantly raising the stakes to 180 million. Lin Han coldly apologized, declaring he feared no great family. 200 million, he roared. Tianying pointed a trembling finger, swearing he would remember this humiliation. Lin Han merely smirked. The stunning auctioneer gasped in pure disbelief. This mysterious gentleman bids a staggering 200 million. She began the final countdown. 200 million, going twice. And 3 times. Her golden hammer struck the podium with a loud crack. Sold. Beside him, Manager Lu frantically wiped cold sweat from his pale forehead, muttering that Mr. Lin lacked all restraint. He dreaded that this blatant disrespect toward the legendary Ma family would completely shake the entire empire tomorrow. Lin Han smirked coldly. Anyone entering an auction battlefield must be fully prepared to face an opponent with far deeper pockets for the treasures they desire. Besides, we already established absolute secrecy regarding my true identity, correct? The anxious manager quickly nodded, confirming their ironclad agreement. Although the vindictive Ma family will definitely not let this humiliation go easily, you can rest assured. Our auction house never discloses personal guest information. Even if they aggressively hunt for you, they will only discover that you are our secret guest. Lin Han smiled warmly, praising Manager Lu for his unwavering reliability. The manager blushed, humbly waving his hands, and replied that serving Mr. Lin was his absolute greatest honor. He eagerly begged the young master to bring 5 more godly items of that incredible caliber to their next auction. The main character chuckled. Do you mistake me for a legendary equipment wholesaler? 5 divine items is absolute madness. The manager laughed heartily, admitting his overwhelming greed. Yet Lin Han firmly grasped his hand, sealing their epic deal. The manager quickly humbled himself, realizing that acting too greedy might accidentally enrage this unimaginably powerful master Lin Han. Glancing toward the stage, the manager noted that Lin's butcher's blood, sword and earth armor were dropping next. The crowd was guaranteed to absolutely erupt into absolute chaotic frenzy. Shall we retreat to the exclusive, VIP sanctuary? The main character agreed instantly. 1 hour later, while peacefully sipping premium tea, an anxious staff member burst into the room. She announced his dual artifacts sold for a staggering 6,350,000,000 silver. Lin Han sat paralyzed. Heavens, the boundless wealth of these noble families is terrifying. Even after sacrificing 20% to auction fees, this astronomical fortune guaranteed a lifetime of ultimate luxury. Seeing his shock, the manager gently urged the young gentleman to breathe. Through their continued alliance, he could amass even greater mountains of unimaginable wealth. The vast funds would hit his account immediately. Lin nodded, admitting his immense new fortune only amplified his lingering worries about outraging the vengeful Ma family. The manager offered a reassuring smile, telling him to cast aside his fears. An incredibly overpowered merchant guild master would personally shadow him for 3 days. His absolute safety was completely guaranteed. Later, the main character walked alone into a dark, shadowy alleyway. Suddenly, Tianying, his sister, and 2 menacing elite guards blocked his path. He spun around, eyes narrowing as he coldly demanded how they tracked him down. Tianying laughed maniacally. Our elite scouts locked down the auction house hours ago. Not a single soul escaped our sight. We catalogued every guest, leaving only one mysterious anomaly in a green cloak. Lin Han's aura sharpened. A brilliant hunting strategy, he praised coldly. However, I will never surrender my legendary pass to ruin number 3. We are not thieves, his sister pleaded. We only wish to purchase the divine pass, and will gladly offer an additional 100 million. The main character realized the truth. If they casually tossed another 100 million, this ancient relic held world-shaking value. The sister swore upon her honor they harbored no murderous intent. We refuse to steal a treasure claimed through rightful victory. We simply offer mountains of wealth for the grand privilege of using your dungeon key." Lin Han smirked, mocking Tianying to study his sister's graceful diplomacy. Furious, Tianying's fists crackled with explosive aura. So, do we have a deal or not?" he roared, while his sister begged for peace. Lin Han's arrogant laughter echoed through the alley. "I never share treasures conquered with my own fortune. If you crave this power so desperately, step forward and claim it with your lives." Blazing with absolute wrath, Tianying declared he would take it by force. He commanded his elite enforcers to crush this arrogant fool. The thugs unleashed terrifying battle cries, charging like rabid beasts. Lethal intent filled the air. But suddenly, a violent, unnatural hurricane erupted, swirling loose debris into an impenetrable, magical barrier. The brutal enforcers were violently swept into the sky alongside garbage and shattered glass. Crashing into a massive dust cloud, they stared forward in absolute terror. A mysterious girl's voice pierced the silence. "Care to continue?" Lin Han spun around, his eyes widening at her overwhelming aura. Tianying trembled in soul-crushing terror. "Heavens! It is the goddess of murderers. Elder Fua." He gasped. Her cold eyes narrowed as she spoke. "Eldest, please." She wasn't some ancient senior. Besides, surely these punks hadn't forgotten the ironclad rules of the 3-day auction. A chilling tension instantly gripped the crowd. The Ma family's daughter bowed in panic, stammering apologies for her brother's reckless memory. They scrambled away like frightened mice. Lin Han watched the pathetic retreat, impressed by the sister's sharp instincts and decisive survival skills. Tactical retreat or a hidden scheme. This girl was dangerously cunning. Flashing a confident smirk, he declared it was time to move out. Calling her beautiful sister caught her completely off guard. Blinking in surprise, she questioned his destination. The main character simply countered, "Your mission is my 3-day protection." "Correct." Which meant their paths were perfectly aligned. A dark gaze was currently burning into his back. Would this elite bodyguard eliminate the hidden rats? Her aura flared, instantly locking onto 2 lurking shadows behind the nearest corner. Scoffing, she demanded to know why she should bother. Her contract was defense, not assassination, unless this was a separate commission. Grinning at her logic, he boldly asked for her lethal baseline rate. Tapping her chin, she awkwardly muttered that 2 million was the absolute minimum. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, just as a brilliant magical light erupted from his palm. "Payment up front," he declared smoothly. "Do we have a deal?" A massive stack of cash materialized in her grip. Stunned, her eyes gleamed with absolute predatory confidence. She casually stepped forward. Boom! A massive dust cloud exploded, sending debris hurtling toward Lin Han. Panicked voices shrieked from the rubble, begging Madame Fua for mercy. They wailed for their miserable lives. Shielding his face from the blast, the main character's eyes sparked with excitement at such overwhelming, monstrous power, truly worthy of the goddess of killers title. Moments later, she stood victoriously over a mountain of groaning bodies, casually dusting her pristine hands. Her spiritual sense had swept a 10-li radius, purging every single lurking threat. Flashing a terrifyingly sweet smile, she offered an expanded radar scan. "Just 1,600,000. A 20% VIP discount." The protagonist stared in utter disbelief at this shameless capitalist pitch. "Are you seriously that broke?" he deadpanned. Retreating to the wall in comical despair, she wept about the astronomical costs of supreme-class upgrade materials. Not to mention designer dresses, luxury bags, and high-end heels. The cost of living was a nightmare. He sweated nervously, utterly baffled by her priorities. Chuckling, he told her to relax. He would personally secure her services as a monthly VIP bodyguard for a staggering 500 million. Her depressing aura instantly shattered. Teleporting to his side with star-filled eyes, Fua suddenly preached that money was completely trivial between friends. It was pure destiny driving her to protect him. A profound, undeniable soul connection. Terrified by her instant personality flip, he instinctively backed away. Blushing crimson, she declared herself his absolute weapon. Later that midnight, while Lin Han slept soundly, elite intelligence operatives were already monitoring his estate. Crouched on an adjacent rooftop, a scout whispered that the target had not made a single suspicious move. How long must they babysit this guy? The captain growled to hold their positions. High command had issued strict orders. Uncovering his secrets meant an instant, glorious promotion. Suddenly, the squad's eyes widened in sheer paralyzing terror as they stared past their captain. Oblivious, he continued barking orders about observing the target. "What are you idiots looking at?" he snapped, but a monstrous, cackling silhouette had already loomed behind him. "Captain, behind you," a subordinate shrieked. He whipped around, meeting a colossal abyss of darkness. The demonic shadow instantly coiled around him, crushing his breath away until everything faded to black. The towering nightmare issued a chilling final warning. Send another spy. An absolute slaughter begins. A simple blackout will not save them next time. Trembling violently, the operatives raised their hands in total surrender, frantically nodding their obedience. The maniacally laughing Shadow watched the pathetic bugs flee. The rats scattered, and the darkness dissolved. Fua smirked, letting her boss sleep peacefully. Come morning, Lin Han stretched with a lazy yawn. His face flushed entirely red. Fua was casually leaning right over his bed. Stuttering a greeting, he leaped back, demanding why she was invading his bedroom. Stretching lazily, she questioned his terrible luck with enemies. A swarm of annoying pests had surrounded his villa, forcing her to play exterminator all night. Lin Han broke out in a cold sweat. Those were highly classified government operatives. He prayed to the heavens she had not triggered a national massacre. Fua waved off his panic. She merely gave them a traumatizing scare to keep them away. Smirking, she subtly hinted at her flawless performance as his guardian. Perhaps an extension on my contract, she purred. Sweating nervously, he asked for her proposed timeline. Fua's eyes transformed into literal cash registers. Drowning in greedy daydreams, she rapidly calculated 12 months, multiplied by 5, and generously offered a massive decade milestone discount. A casual 100-year contract. The main character frantically waved his hands, begging her to hit the brakes, ruthless as expected of the goddess of killers. But modesty never paid the bills. Arriving at the grand training arena, Fua questioned his sudden thirst for combat. He casually denied it, aiming to meet an ally before diving into the legendary golden portal. Lin Han smiled warmly as Wang Chang and Yun rushed over. His buddy chuckled, accusing Lin Han of completely forgetting his existence. Teasingly, he noted Wang Chang's impressive romantic speed. The duo's faces instantly burned bright red. Wang Chang stammered out excuses about post-exam bonding sessions. Yun frantically nodded, claiming purely platonic friendship. The male lead rolled his eyes at their horrible lying skills. Turning his attention away, he addressed his lethal companion. Am I right? He smirked. Wang Chang deflected, asking about the stunning girl beside him. Lin Han jokingly introduced his elder relative, triggering Fua's theatrical waterworks. First I was your cute sister, now I am a dusty relative, she wailed. Are you tossing me aside already? Am I simply too old for your tastes? Giving a massive thumbs up, Wang Chang praised his bro's absolute riz. The main character went into full panic mode, waving his hands wildly to deny the scandalous setup. Begging her to drop the chaotic act, he demanded a normal introduction. Flashing a sharp smile, she introduced herself as Jen Rin, elite assassin of the Third Realm. When did you forge a new identity? He thought. Suddenly, system staff announced the golden portal's imminent awakening. The hall erupted with eager anticipation. Excitement blazing, he asked if she could handle the strict name and facial authentication hurdles. Crossing her arms with absolute confidence, she smirked. Do not worry. Her sister, Fua, shares her exact face. She would flawlessly steal her identity. Her face flashed across the authentication screen. Lin Han held his breath. Could this crazy plan work? Suddenly, the examiner checked the roster. Only one spot remained. Brace yourselves. The portal is opening. A voice yelled from the murmuring crowd. Were Wang Chang and Lin Han actually joining this raid? They turned, grinning widely at seeing Yuan after so long. However, Lin Han's smile faded. A clearly furious Yuan was already storming toward the raid organizer. He outright refused to party up with such trash, demanding a reassignment. The organizer snapped back with blazing irritation. He did not care about his petty complaints. The squad was locked. Get into the portal. Moments later, spatial distortion faded, revealing a desolate wasteland littered with ancient relics and jagged crags. Looming before them was a colossal cliffside. Wang Chang frowned at Lin Han. Was this an illusion? This eerie terrain completely mirrored the silver portal dungeon they just conquered. Our hero nodded grimly. His senses were screaming. A suffocating killing intent lingered. Stay alert. But Wang Chang tilted his head in pure confusion. They crushed the hidden boss easily last time. But his arrogant words died instantly. What the? From the abyss, a terrifying legion of shadowy aberrations marched forward. Lin Han let out a cold smirk. You just had to jinx it. Congratulations. Now they were facing an entire army of hidden tier monstrosities. Back to back, they were encircled by towering demonic minotaurs. How did terrifying hidden bosses become common mobs here? The danger level of this ancient ruin was absolutely insane. Yuan unsheathed his blades, violently slicing a beast. Cursing loudly, he realized these brutal minotaurs were level 15 minimum. And his own level? Only 18. To hell with this, save yourselves. Yuan cowardly dashed into the shadows. Wang Chang watched in disbelief. Was that fool suicidal? If the entrance was heavily guarded, the inner ruins would be an absolute slaughterhouse. Their only hope was sticking close to Lin Han. Gripping his staff, chaotic magic surged from our hero. Devastating lightning erupted, engulfing a roaring minotaur in blinding flames. Boom! The beast collapsed into ash. Lin Han clicked his tongue. He despised playing babysitter, but he refused to let him die. He must chase Yuan. Wang Cheng panicked. What about us? Yun echoed the exact same desperate fear. Suddenly, Fuwa materialized behind them, her deadly dagger gleaming. Her cold eyes narrowed. Am I invisible to you? Trembling under her aura, he stammered out a terrified apology. He knew the senior sister wielded terrifying power, but against this endless horde of brutal minotaurs, even she would face absolute destruction. Bam! A colossal monster crashed down lifelessly right behind her, kicking up debris. Effortlessly wiping her blood-stained blade, Fuwa smirked. She had been getting rusty lately. Time for real combat training. He leaped back in absolute horror, failing to comprehend her casual bloodlust. He always believed Lin Han was an anomaly, but this beautiful demon was infinitely more terrifying. Lin Han entrusted their safety to her, vanishing quickly. Fuwa cheerfully yelled back that bodyguard duties cost extra. Fine, just keep them alive, Lin Han grumbled. Meanwhile, deep in the chaos, Yuan desperately struggled against the overwhelming tide of savage beasts. His sharp claws shredded monster flesh, but the sheer numbers were suffocating. This is an absolute nightmare, he roared. Where did this infinite army come from? Victory was impossible, and escape was cut off. Was this miserable wasteland truly his graveyard? Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he gritted his teeth in pure despair. Need a hand down there. Lin Han's mocking voice echoed from a nearby hill. Beg gracefully, and salvation might arrive. Scowling furiously, Yuan spat back. In your dreams. I would rather die than beg you. Suddenly, a gargantuan battle axe cleaved the air. Yuan narrowly contorted his body, dodging at the absolute last second. Seated casually on the cliff edge, Lin Han smirked. Take your time deciding, friend. Do not mind me at all. I have a magnificent view from up here. Roaring with primitive fury, the Minotaur unleashed a devastating overhead smash. Yuan desperately crossed his claws to block, but the explosive impact sent him rocketing backward. Panting heavily, Yuan glared upward. Perhaps they started this negotiation terribly wrong. His stamina was completely drained. The hero merely grinned wickedly, spreading his arms. The conditions were set. The choice was his. A lethal blade descended. Terrified, his pride completely shattered, he desperately begged Lin Han to save him. Like a phantom, Lin Han descended. See, you should have begged instantly to avoid that beating. In a flash, he manifested before the deadly beast. Clang! Crackling arcane energy from his staff completely absorbed the crushing axe blow. Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The jaws of death had closed. But turning around, pure panic gripped Yuan's throat. They were totally boxed in. An endless stampede of bloodthirsty minotaurs charged at them, their eyes burning with slaughter. Lin Han chuckled darkly. Have you forgotten my true class? Yuan blinked in confusion. The altar class? How does that help? Lin Han smirked. Excellent memory. Every altar requires a sacrifice. Today, you are the chosen tribute. Before Yuan could process the horror, Lin Han grabbed his ankle and violently hurled him skyward. You absolute bastard. I swear I will end you. Yuan's terrified screams echoed. Moments later, the silent battlefield was buried under a massive mountain of slaughtered minotaurs. As the dust settled, our hero sighed. For an assassin class, your physical endurance is absolutely pathetic. Unable to handle the hypersonic speed, Yuan was aggressively nauseous. Wiping his mouth, Yuan furiously grabbed Lin Han's collar. What kind of psychopathic logic is that? Nobody stays perfectly fine after flying at sonic speeds. Lin Han rubbed his neck awkwardly. Why the anger? Look at all those sweet level ups you just leached. Yuan paused. True, the massive experience boost almost triggered his class advancement. A massive beam of light flashed in the distance. Panic struck them. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. It seems the rest of the squad lacks our survival skills. Are you coming along? Lin Han asked. Yuan firmly agreed. He was definitely not the type to simply ignore someone crying out for a rescue. The beast sneered viciously, but its weapon instantly shattered, cleaved perfectly by Wang Cheng's magical card. He laughed arrogantly. So, this legendary gold dungeon is totally weak. His laughter died when Yunyan fearfully grabbed his shoulder. Without Jen, they would already be corpses. Shielding them defensively, Jen snapped. Stop playing around. True terror is waking up. What is happening? Yunyan cried out in pure terror. Jen frowned darkly. Are you completely blind? The unstoppable horde of charging minotaurs had abruptly frozen completely like statues. An earth-shattering fissure violently ripped the ground open, spewing a blindingly pure white energy. Horrified, the team desperately backed away from the expanding abyss, while the earth violently trembled. Jagged boulders erupted from the shattered terrain. Atop the highest peak, a colossal minotaur manifested. The terrifying beast unleashed a soul-crushing roar. A gold-rank boss. The legendary Lord of Minotaurs. Panic gripped them. Why would this nightmare spawn in a mere gold rank zone? Fua glared sullenly at the beast. She calculated the odds. The boss wasn't the issue, but shielding those two weaklings during this apocalyptic clash, that would turn this into a total nightmare. Suddenly, Lin Han and Yuan materialized behind her. Lin Han grinned at their perfect timing. The beast's booming roars fractured the earth. Terrified, Yuan stammered out, "A gold rank boss. Could he just forfeit?" The main character smirked. Retreat was impossible. Suddenly, the colossal beast charged, swinging its massive greatsword with devastating force. The impact shattered the earth. Shockwaves blasted everything upwards. Fua and Yuan desperately leaped away, while Lin Han dodged in the exact opposite direction. Suddenly, huge fissures tore open as boulders rained down. A massive dust storm swallowed the cliffside. Wang Cheng scanned the chaos. Where was the beast? Fua screamed a desperate warning. The fractured earth emitted a terrifying glow. Blood violently spurted from Wang Cheng's mouth. He and Yunyan took a devastating blow from the monstrous minotaur, which had erupted straight from the underground abyss. The crushing boulders sent them flying. They crashed brutally, separated by a jagged ridge of shattered earth. Wang Cheng choked out a desperate plea for her to escape. He would act as bait, but she reached out her trembling hand. No, they run together, lying battered and helpless. The colossal minotaur eclipsed the sky. It roared, raising its giant blade. Just as the lethal weapon plunged downward, the main character instantly intervened. His staff erupted with power, summoning an impenetrable barrier. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. If they were this badly injured, they needed to retreat, not act out a tragedy. Yuan hoisted them onto his shoulders, rushing away. Wang Cheng coughed, questioning this sudden act of kindness. Why bother saving them? Yuan scoffed. He was only hauling them off because they blocked the battlefield. Heartbroken by the harsh truth, Wang Cheng muttered his agreement. The beast furiously battered the magical shield. Blinding shockwaves exploded with every strike. The terrain crumbled under the catastrophic force, and the monster vanished underground. The main character narrowed his eyes. An underground ambush predator? Highly problematic. Fua glanced over, bewildered. With his monstrous strength, why hadn't he obliterated the boss instantly? He turned, flashing a confused smirk. Wait, wasn't he paying her? Why did it feel like their roles had completely flipped upside down? Fua drew her sleek dagger. A confident smirk crossed her face. She always delivers when paid well. He casually sat down, planting his staff into the earth. Perfect time to witness a master assassin. Suddenly, the earth ruptured. The boss erupted right beside Fua, triggering a devastating explosion that obliterated the surrounding terrain. Yet, she remained perfectly calm. Her lethal aura flared at the last second. She leaped, evading the catastrophic sword strike that completely shattered the ground. After images flooded the battlefield, she spun gracefully, dagger gleaming with deadly intent. Dancing through the air, she unleashed a blinding storm of slashes across the colossal beast's body. She severed its massive sword and landed flawlessly. Floating petal execution. Bloody fall. Her killing intent multiplied, supercharging every single strike with overwhelming power. Agonizing shrieks echoed as her blades cut the beast to ribbons. The minotaur collapsed behind her, raising a massive dust storm. She turned with a triumphant smirk. Was that worth his money? The main character nodded in absolute approval. Over 100 lethal strikes in a single heartbeat. Absolutely terrifying. She truly deserved the legendary title of Assassin Goddess. Nearby, Yunyan desperately healed Wang Cheng. What just happened? Yuan frowned, sensing an incredibly strange silence. The terrifying tremors had completely stopped. Did that demonic beast slaughter them all? Suddenly, a brilliant magical array manifested right beneath their feet, catching everyone off guard. Wait, what? The dungeon had been conquered. Did Lin Han and the assassin actually obliterate the boss? But the speed of that clear was absolutely monstrous. Back in the guild hall, the massive monitors glowed. A shocking system alert declared all hidden objectives flawlessly completed. The victorious roster flashed brightly. Lin Han, Fua, Wang Cheng, Yuan, and Yunyan. The squad warped straight into the crowded lobby. Lin Han casually rolled his shoulders. A guild worker beamed, praising his extraordinary combat prowess. How about a celebratory feast tonight for the guild's newest legends? Lin Han's eyes turned icy. No need. Boss Tian's earlier surprise gift was more than enough excitement. The worker blinked in utter confusion. A gift? Had Boss Tian somehow offended this rising star? Frowning, the main character slammed a crumpled document onto the desk. Inside their supposedly safe gold rank zone, they encountered an abnormal threat, the legendary Lord of Minotaurs. An anomaly they were personally invited into. Without heaven-defying luck, they would be nothing more than corpses rotting in that cursed abyss. Boss Tian's face drained of color. Hands trembling, he snatched the forged invitation. Impossible. He never authorized this. He bowed frantically, apologizing in sheer panic. Lin Han's aura grew terrifyingly cold. They danced with death, and a pathetic apology fixes it. Trembling under the crushing pressure, Boss Tian desperately begged for terms. The main character smirked, turning to the injured Wang Cheng. He should dictate the compensation. Me? Wang Cheng gasped in absolute shock. Glancing at a flustered Union, Wang Cheng puffed out his chest. They weren't villains extorting the guild. Just hand over 2 pieces of supreme gold tier gear, and this little incident vanishes. The main character facepalmed, staring at him in sheer disbelief. What a fool. They could have drained this manager for a literal fortune. Overjoyed, Boss Tian agreed. Everything would be delivered tomorrow. Plus, he would throw in 3 exclusive, free elite dungeon entry passes. Access to any high-level zone for anyone below the legendary Saint Realm. 3 uses per pass. Wang Cheng awkwardly scratched his head, grinning as he thanked the manager. Just ship the loot straight to Lin Han's estate. Bowing 90 degrees, Boss Tian apologized once more, swearing on a speedy morning delivery. Lin Han raised a commanding hand, halting the groveling. He'd let it slide this once, but a deadly glint warned against future accidents. His mind raced. The manager's absolute terror proved his innocence. Later, walking through the neon-lit streets, Lin Han pondered, was this the vicious Ma family's doing? An assassination attempt this clumsy, too open for those elites. Smack! Fua suddenly slapped both his cheeks. Startled, he demanded to know her problem. Her lips curled into a sweet smile, just slapping the gloomy thoughts away. Frowning, he asked for her assessment on the Ma family. Eyes gleaming sharply, the assassin goddess began her brilliant deduction. Manipulating dungeon properties and hiding portal coordinates requires massive resources. Just as he suspected, the infamous Ma clan's dark hands are pulling the strings. Knowing they wouldn't stop, our main character questioned if Fua could crush the Ma family. Flailing her hands defensively, she cried out that he was overestimating her. Despite her formidable skills, fighting the Ma family head was suicide. That old monster, Jiang, is a level 76 powerhouse, rumored to be approaching the legendary divine stage. Disappointed, he asked if she hadn't just bragged about her invincibility. Blushing with annoyance, she snapped that this was entirely different. In the whole Dragon Empire, there are only 3 divine stage legends. Obviously, she wasn't suicidal enough to fight a complete monster. Sighing, Lin Han nodded, finally grasping the terrifying power scaling. Fua quickly noted that the ancient clan head was likely too prestigious to bother with lower-level conflicts. She highly doubted that monster would personally descend. However, as a top 20 imperial powerhouse, the clan possessed countless Supreme Saint rank elites. An early-stage Supreme expert like her would be crushed instantly. Intrigued, he asked if foreign empires hid more divine stage legends. She explained that, based on top-secret imperial intelligence leaked from the absolute highest authorities, other nations possessed roughly 10 divine experts. These dangerous, shadowy figures had supposedly forged an ultimate vanguard alliance to violently push back the apocalyptic monster tide. Impressed, he praised her deep knowledge, glad his money wasn't wasted. Puffing out her chest proudly, Fua teased that he was simply a naive greenhorn, who had not seen the world. Once he experienced true reality, he would finally comprehend the terrifying abyss of hidden masters lurking everywhere. Lin Han's blunt realization that she wasn't actually top-tier struck a nerve. Pouting furiously, Fua threatened to immediately quit if he thought she was just useless, dead weight. Panic flashing, he grabbed her wrist, begging her to stay. Otherwise, his massive investment would go down the drain. Snorting with lingering annoyance, she suddenly shifted the topic. His endless chatter had made her forget a crucial detail. How on earth did he casually block a terrifying gold-rank boss's ultimate strike without breaking a sweat? What was his actual battle power? Sweating awkwardly, Lin Han averted his gaze, claiming it was an absolute secret. Leaning in with an unbearably cute puppy dog expression, she begged him to tell his adorable big sister. Blushing furiously, our main character leaped backward. Conceding defeat, he muttered his power roughly matched a diamond stage elite. Starstruck, she praised his monstrous talent for his age. Inwardly, Lin Han chuckled. His true strength actually rivaled an early stage, Supreme Master's absolute dominance. But keeping a low profile was better for now. Unbothered, Fua eagerly changed tracks. Since he was the world's sole glorious priest of the legendary Third Realm, could his magic heal a Supreme Stage powerhouse? Flashing a mysterious smile, he humbly guessed he could. Internally, he scoffed. Of course, his divine powers could. Possessing a forbidden tier restoration spell meant he could snatch her back from death's door. Thrilled, Fua happily smacked his shoulder like a loyal comrade in arms, declaring this an absolute win. She now had an invincible pocket healer. Lin Han's sweat dropped, awkwardly pointing out the bizarre irony of their situation. He paid for a bodyguard, but somehow became her personal medic. Waving off his complaints, she suddenly dropped a bombshell. Where were they sleeping tonight? Shrugging, he casually offered her to crash at his family home. Her eyes widened in shock as the scandalous implication of sleeping at his place echoed endlessly in her racing mind. Taking her home, what did that imply? Bursting into nervous giggles, she left a very confused and annoyed Lin Han, wondering what crazy illusions she was weaving. Face burning red, Fua stammered that she was a dignified assassin, not a companion. Furious, he barked back that he purely meant a guest room. She needed to stop having wild fantasies. Cowering slightly, Fua shyly agreed. By nightfall, they reached the grand family villa. Welcomed by his parents, he asked about dinner. Peeking shyly from his broad back, Fua politely greeted them as aunt and uncle, apologizing for the sudden intrusion. His mother immediately burst into dramatic, joyful tears over her son's maturity. Chuckling, his father teased them to exercise some youthful restraint under their peaceful roof. Groaning in extreme frustration, Lin Han denied the romantic misunderstanding. Turning to demand Fua clear his name, he realized the tricky assassin had completely vanished into thin air. The shameless girl was already declaring they had eaten and were eagerly heading straight to their shared room for the night. As they bolted upstairs, his father coughed knowingly about burning youthful passion. Come dawn, golden light flooded the bedroom, but Lin Han remained dead to the world. Jolting awake, his heart nearly stopped. His hand was resting intimately on Fua. Leaping out of bed in sheer panic, he screamed for a reasonable explanation. Mumbling a sweet morning greeting, she continued snoozing. Utterly flustered, Lin Han demanded why she was invading his bed. What madness had happened last night? Rubbing sleepy eyes, Fua blankly asked what dirty thoughts he was imagining. Sputtering, he demanded why she snuck in. Calmly donning her assassin cloak, she revealed Boss Tong's midnight delivery. Wishing to avoid startling his peaceful parents, she had casually shadow-stepped right out the bedroom window to intercept the secret underworld package. Exhausted, she crashed in his room afterward. Dumbfounded, he scolded her. Was she not a legendary assassin goddess? Should she not maintain absolute vigilance during midnight drops? Yawning like a lazy cat, she confidently claimed her razor-sharp instincts would trigger if danger struck. Dismissively, she tossed him 3 mysterious glowing cards. Inspecting the legendary loot, he casually tossed one back to her. Eyes wide with utter disbelief, she gaped. He smirked, noting her recent breakthrough into the supreme stage. This rare pass would skyrocket her cultivation. Hands trembling, she asked if this priceless treasure was too generous. Smiling warmly, he told her to simply accept it without any worries. He simply wanted his bodyguard to unlock her ultimate potential, securing his own safety. Blushing fiercely, she perched on the mattress, gathering the courage for an emotional confession. Just as their lips were dangerously close, the bedroom door swung open. His mother announced breakfast, freezing them in place. Panic-stricken, Lin Han screamed that this was a huge misunderstanding. Flushing bright red, his mother stammered about brewing more stamina, boosting chicken soup, and then violently slammed the door shut. Groaning, he knew his reputation was completely ruined. Giggling mischievously, Fua offered to clarify everything. Horrified, he instantly forbade her. Her chaotic explanations would only dig his grave deeper. Stretching gracefully, she shifted to serious business. 3 days had vanished. She needed to send a survival report to the underground auction hall. Was he deeply connected with Manager Liu? Lin Han admitted they were mere acquaintances, nothing deep. Frowning ominously, she warned him to keep his guard raised high. That smiling manager was definitely hiding a darker truth. Despite his humble aura, whispers claimed the almighty merchant guild leader also shared the legendary Liu family name. Lin Han pondered. Was Manager Liu secretly tied to the guild's head, or a hidden boss himself? Plus, the 5 great academies were about to open their legendary gates. Should he walk the academy path, a third realm altar master would be worshipped anywhere. Yet, he knew ascending his class demanded mountains of heaven-defying resources. He could not always rely on his master's shadow. The academy path called to him. Stepping into the grand student reception hall, the suffocating sea of cultivators made his skin prickle. Way too many aura presences here. Suddenly, an academy guide approached, announcing a massive, grand disciple selection. Mr. Lin was invited to the inner sanctum for the rare double selection trial. A double selection, he wondered. Exactly. Not only do the elite masters judge the disciple, but the disciple judges the masters. Lin Han smirked. This dynamic sounded incredibly thrilling. He strode into Block B, the legendary Sage Pavilion. 5 towering presences sat before him, but the heavy, oppressive aura felt incredibly suffocating and tense. Changchi Academy's master boomed. disciple Lin Han, the first sacrificial warrior in history to ever awaken the third realm. You belong with us. We shall forge you into the world's absolute strongest. Another headmaster barked a mocking laugh, his aura flaring wildly. He is already the strongest warrior. He needs no basic training. Choose my Jin Academy instead. I swear on my honor we shall supply you with endless disaster sources to awaken your true class. The youthful Shiming Academy master scoffed. What could Jin Academy possibly teach such a genius? Our Shiming Academy rules the support class domain. Join us, Lin Han. We will unlock your heaven-defying potential and awaken your ultimate dormant power. Qingyun Academy's master smiled warmly. We can also guarantee mountains of disaster sources and peerless resources for your legendary cultivation journey. We crave your talent. Finally, a beautiful master sighed. Our sect is strictly female, but if you do not mind being surrounded by hundreds of gorgeous senior sisters, our gates are open. Lin Han rubbed his neck, blushing fiercely at the overwhelming divine yin energy. As the masters bickered, Lin Han felt a headache brewing. Suddenly, Changqi's director erupted. He smashed the table, aura exploding. Silence, he roared. At Changqi, heaven-defying resources are never just handed out. First, you must prove your martial soul is truly worthy of our legacy. Conquer our academy's ultimate tournament, and the supreme resources are yours. Maintain the absolute rank 1 throne, and the sect's entire treasure pavilion belongs to you. But your destiny rests solely in your own hands. Do you dare accept this trial? The rival masters tensed, their ki flaring with indignation. Absolute garbage, Director Jian spat. Besides the terrifying little witch Fu Ha, no one has held that throne in ages. He spins pretty lies of boundless riches, but you will get nothing. Lin Han's eyes widened. The truth struck like lightning. So Fu Ha was a legend. Forged in Changqi Academy. By these old monsters' fearful reactions, she was an absolute terror here. Why keep this glorious past hidden? Shiming's master interjected. Listen, your true path to godhood requires natural disaster sources. Only absorbing them will elevate your soul to the fourth realm altar. True nature disasters are impossibly rare, but our academy conquered this heavenly limit. Have you ever witnessed an artificial disaster source? Lin Han's breath caught. Humans forging artificial disasters. Little did they know, he possessed the heaven-defying secret of crafting them himself. The master smirked proudly. Precisely, by binding the chaos scale, we prevent worldly destruction. Our grand academy has spent generations mastering this forbidden art. We rule artificial disasters. Director Su burst into roaring laughter. Your pathetic research means absolutely nothing. What good is fake chaos when the realm's supreme conquerors are all forged by my Changqi Academy? The rival master's aura violently erupted. The heavy ki scattered as Lin Han spoke. Peace. Seniors, I am deeply honored by your profound offers and peerless cultivation resources. His gaze sharpened like a drawn blade. My destiny is set. I choose Changqi Academy. Director Su roared with triumphant joy. Excellent path. We shall not fail your legendary potential. Passing the blood-sealed scrolls, he declared, your grueling ascension begins in 3 months. Prepare your martial soul. Meeting back with Fu Ha, he smirked. You finished your guild duties in a flash. She chuckled. I was dying to witness your fateful choice. So, whose gates will you shatter? Lin Han's aura surged with pride. I heard tales of a peerless young genius who dominated a certain sect. An absolute monster who conquered the supreme stage. They said she shattered every sacred sect record throughout her legendary cultivation journey. I crave to shatter her legacy. Fu Ha blinked, a suspicious glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ah, so you chose Changqi Academy. She burst into musical laughter. Unbelievable. Those old fossils still tremble at my name. Lin Han grinned at the destined coincidence. Her eyes sparkled with mischievous danger. Then bow to your senior sister, Junior. Lin Han grumbled inwardly. Like hell, he would say that. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent washed over him. We are being hunted, he muttered. Who is it? Her playful aura instantly vanished. Her supreme senses locked onto the suffocating dark key. 3 elite strike teams, northeast, southwest, north, listening to their sinister, bloodthirsty whispers. The vile Ma family dogs. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. These bastards still dare to chase us. Senior sister, the slaughter is yours. Drawing her supreme weapon, she flicked her hair. Relax. Junior. 30 seconds is all I need. Meanwhile, an anxious Tai Ying awaited the bloodbath. As his scout scrambled back. Report, Tai Ying snarled. The scout trembled, terrified to his core. Master. All 3 elite squads are completely annihilated. We have no warriors left who can scratch this monster. We are completely outmatched. Master, we must flee. Tai Ying violently kicked the dirt. Retreat is impossible. My sister is imprisoned in darkness. If we run like cowards, her fate is sealed. We fight to the bitter end. The third ancient ruins. Rumors claimed the young master's adversary possessed terrifying strength. Lin Han had actually secured Lady Fua as his personal shadow guard. With a heavy scowl, he muttered about having zero options left. Tianxing's gaze pierced the manor. He and his subordinate camped outside the formidable gates. He begged Uncle Jiang for mercy. His sister remained imprisoned within the estate. Even the patriarch stood powerless against the ruthless decree of the inner elders. Token number 3 held absolute destiny. Bowing deeply, he confessed this was his only path. The heavy doors creaked open as a voice scoffed at the boy's sheer audacity. An inevitable clash awaited. Tianxing manifested a glowing runic formation. As arcane energy pulsed outward, Lin Han's eyes snapped open in the dead of night. He bolted upright, finding Fua already perched on his bed. Her brow furrowed had he sensed the disturbance. The main character broke a cold sweat, shocked by their extreme measures. Dread washed over Fua. A monstrous aura was suffocating the city's borders. This killing intent belonged to a monstrous expert at the absolute peak supreme stage. The main character sneered fearlessly. Hiding would only lead these hounds to his family. He vowed to strike first. Fua gasped in sheer disbelief had he lost his mind. She warned him of the supreme stage titan waiting. With a devilish smirk, he reminded her she shared that same terrifying realm. Besides, their killing field was already set. It would be rude to keep death waiting. Atop an abandoned dam, Tianxing sat in deep meditation. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure shifted. His prey had arrived. Explosive spiritual energy closed in at blinding speed. As Fua's lethal shadow descended from the heavens, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Before her strike could even connect, a mysterious weapon parried her legendary blade. She bared her fangs in pure, unadulterated frustration. Uncle Jiang praised her monstrous talent for mastering the shadow execution art so young. Flourishing his blade, he called it magnificent. Fua materialized from the darkness, demanding the stranger's identity. Meanwhile, Tianxing finally confronted Lin Han, mocking the boy for cowering in the shadows like a rat. The main character merely crossed his arms, flashing a condescending smirk. The Ma family boasted incredible artifacts. That tracking compass led him right here, didn't it? Tianxing's aura flared, declaring an end to this pointless idle chatter. This was his final mercy. Hand over the third ruin token, and blood wouldn't spill. But Lin Han scoffed, why surrender a treasure he rightfully won at the grand auction? Tianxing roared in blazing fury. He offered peace, but now oblivion awaited them both. He signaled Uncle Jiang, but Fua sneered, did this coward really plan a sneak attack? He had to step over her dead body first. With killing intent blazing in her eyes, she thrust her blade, but Uncle Jiang effortlessly deflected the lethal blow. Absolute horror struck as her weapon disintegrated beneath his terrifying magical pressure. The master delivered a devastating palm strike, launching her through the air until Lin Han braced her fall. He jokingly questioned her sudden weakness, falling in a mere heartbeat. Spitting blood, she fiercely commanded him to shut his arrogant mouth. Her defeat came only from a shattered blade. Clutching a wound, leaking volatile spiritual energy, Fua realized only one legendary monster wielded such a bizarre armament. The infamous Jiang Shifeng, renowned as the three-bladed tyrant, an absolute juggernaut at the peak supreme stage. The towering martial artist loomed before them like a mountain of despair. Gripping his signature triple-edged sword, his spiritual pressure suffocated the very air around them. Gazing down like gods looking at ants, he sinisterly confirmed her worst fears. He was indeed the legendary three-bladed master. Hand over the divine token and crawl away, or face annihilation. The terrifying difference in power left them staring in absolute dread. Refusal guaranteed a gruesome execution. Emerging from the dust, Fua wiped her blood and smirked. He had vastly underestimated her. That momentary carelessness would never be repeated. Shifting into a lethal combat stance, she refused to bow down. Her darkness suddenly mutated, violently expanding into a monstrous physical manifestation that surged straight toward the tyrant. Tendrils of abyssal magic ensnared his limbs, catching the veteran off guard. Vowing to reveal her true power, Fua lunged fiercely, plunging her remaining dagger deep into the suffocating shadow cocoon. Tianxing screamed a warning, but the elder scoffed. With a terrifying flex of aura, Shifeng shattered the dark bindings, scattering her ultimate technique everywhere. Unfazed, Fua erupted with blazing fire magic while the Grand Master obliterated her darkness. He chuckled, noting her initial phantom strike was a brilliant psychological decoy. In a breathless instant, she trapped him in an abyssal prison, aiming a lethal execution with her divine dagger. For a young cultivator, her battle intuition was truly commendable. The horrifying potential of this new generation was undeniable. The main character moved to intervene, but Tianxing violently intercepted his path, declaring himself the boy's executioner today. The elder's bloody entertainment was off limits. Cracking his knuckles with deadly intent, Lin Han promised that if Tianxing craved the grave so badly, he would gladly bury him. This exact vengeance had been brewing for ages. Tianxing roared that Lin Han's arrogant stubbornness would be his funeral. Instantly, a blinding dual-colored aura erupted from Tianxing's core. The spiritual pressure whipped up a fierce gale. Luminous armor materialized across his body, followed by a radiant broadsword. He stood completely clad in blinding battle gear. Tianxing was a terrifying level 40 holy knight at the peak of the Gold Realm. Anyone below the legendary diamond stage was a mere insect to him. Had the third ruin allowed diamond experts, his class would have ascended eons ago. Without Lin Han's interference, those supreme treasures would have multiplied his power. This kid was utterly worthless. Launching forward like a cannonball, he roared that this defiance demanded a blood price. His radiant blade cleaved the air in a blinding flash. But suddenly, Tianxing gasped in pure disbelief. A devilish smirk crossed the main character's face as he halted the devastating slash with a single finger. He mocked Tianxing as a pathetic frog blind to the vast heavens. Boasting unrivaled power below the diamond realm, Lin Han was about to shatter that pathetic delusion. With a casual flick of his wrist, the massive sword violently spiraled out of control. Ripped from his grasp, the holy weapon smashed into solid concrete. Erupting with murderous intent, Lin Han charged forward. Uncontrollable terror violently seized Tianxing's entire body. A relentless barrage of merciless fists rained down as Lin Han grinned like a demon. Sent hurtling into the sky, Tianxing's impenetrable golden armor violently shattered into a million useless fragments. The main character watched with cold satisfaction as his broken opponent cratered into the earth, erupting a massive dust cloud. Stripped of his defenses, Tianxing lay unconscious within the devastating impact crater. Jolting awake, sheer panic consumed his eyes as he desperately begged the monster to stay back. Visibly annoyed, Lin Han offered to spare his miserable life in exchange for the tracking compass. Otherwise, the prestige of the Ma family wouldn't save him from an agonizing death. Spitting blood, Tianxing shrieked that this lowly commoner wouldn't dare strike down a noble. Did this peasant truly believe breaking a mere shell meant victory? The Golden Knight vowed to tear him apart. Declaring Tianxing chose the grave, Lin Han threw a fatal punch, but suddenly froze in absolute shock. Blocked by the shimmering barrier, Tianying cackled mockingly. Give up, Lin Han. This is a legendary tier artifact. Not even a supreme stage master could shatter it. He had lost. Lin Han glared fiercely. The Ma family must be insanely wealthy to bestow such a treasure upon a mere diamond stage weakling. Since the shield didn't trigger when his armor shattered, this artifact must only activate facing mortal danger. Tianying arrogantly sat up, sneering. So what if you figured it out? Even with a legendary grade dagger, your bodyguard is doomed. Once Uncle Jiang finishes her off, your life is mine. Lin Han gritted his teeth. The bastard was right. This barrier was absolutely overwhelming. Even his heaviest blows couldn't scratch it. Fuho was fighting an impossible battle. He had no other choice left. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed the battlefield in thick smoke. Tianying's absolute barrier shattered. He shrieked in absolute terror. What is happening? An imposing elder emerged from the shadows. Crackling lightning danced around a glowing sphere in his palm. So, you're the rat who forced my precious disciple to call for backup. Today's youth are truly insolent, making an old man flex his ancient bones. Tianying trembled violently. This overwhelming aura. Is this a supreme stage master? Is he actually connected to Lin Han? The menacing elder smirked. Spot on. If the Ma family dares to assassinate my student, then I, his master, will unleash hell upon you. Time to exterminate this little pest. Instantly, the heavens turned pitch black. A terrifying vortex of demonic clouds swallowed the sky, as apocalyptic lightning converged at the center. Panic-stricken, Tianying pleaded. Wait, senior, this is all a huge misunderstanding. State your esteemed name, and my family will compensate you generously. The master scoffed coldly. State my name? Do I look like a fool to you? You just want to report my identity to your family's saint stage ancestor, so they can hunt me down to the ends of the earth. The elder raised his hand to the heavens. Skill activated. Chaos Domain. Terrifying Judgment. From the abyssal clouds and crackling magical vortex, countless devastating thunderbolts rained down. The sheer volume was catastrophic. Thrusting his palm forward, he unleashed a heaven-shattering blow. A torrential surge of pure magical energy blasted the earth, obliterating everything into a massive crater. Meanwhile, at the City Bureau's Magic Control Ministry, an operator stared at the horrifying radar spikes. Chief, we have a catastrophic emergency, he screamed. An astronomical surge of magical energy just erupted. The commander slammed his fists on the desk, his face pale. Another forbidden tier spell. Why is this legendary monster still lingering in our city? What are your orders, sir? Back at the ruins? Lin Han shuddered. This aura is leagues beyond the previous one. Is it truly the same master? Or could two divine entities capable of forbidden magic have descended upon our city? Simultaneously, initiate an S-Class red alert immediately. Evacuate the entire sector. I am heading to ground zero myself. He stared up at the churning heavens, completely engulfed by roaring thunder dragons. The blast radius is unimaginable. Heaven protect Lin Han. Elsewhere, Fuhua was on the brink of death. Crimson blood spilled from her lips. One more strike, and I am finished, she gasped. Ultimate skill activated. Floating petal execution. Her silhouette instantly fractured into countless lethal phantoms, swarming the enemy. Even the mighty Uncle Jiang was overwhelmed. A flurry of slashes tore through his defenses, drenching him in blood. Yet, despite his gaping wounds, the madman grinned. Fuhua scoffed. Without your old crippling injuries, I would be dead. But today, victory is mine. He chuckled darkly. Aren't you celebrating a bit too soon, little girl? Without those wounds, I would already be a glorious saint-stage deity. She underestimated him as a mere pseudo-supreme. Fuhua's eyes widened in horror. Does this monster seriously have hidden trump cards? Uncle Jiang casually raised his bloodstained blade. Your petal execution is a magnificent art. However, it is mere child's play compared to a true forbidden tier spell. The victor here is me. It has been decades since I unleashed this cursed magic. Domain of the three desolate blades. Instantly, a hellish, roaring blaze erupted behind his back as the very earth pulverized into ash. Fuhua's soul trembled. What suffocating, apocalyptic pressure. If that strike lands, my soul will be erased from existence. Three colossal spectral swords manifested in the sky. But suddenly, sensing Tianying's mortal peril, he halted. Looking up, he witnessed an incomprehensible, divine pillar of heavenly tribulation lightning. What? Another forbidden tier aura? He gasped. Sheathing his weapon, he sneered that Fuhua survived by pure luck. Collapsing in exhaustion, Fuhua sighed. Thank the heavens. But dread quickly returned. Can Boss Lin survive that apocalypse? Boom! The lightning dragon smashed down, colliding violently with the absolute white barrier above Tianying's head. Seeing jagged cracks form, Tianying's arrogant smirk vanished. Impossible, he roared. My absolute artifact can tank a full power strike from a supreme stage deity. How is it shattering? Suddenly, magical chains bound his limbs. Lin Han emerged from the chaotic smoke like a grim reaper. For a mere gold stage insect like you, being erased by a forbidden spell is an absolute honor. Is this a sick joke? He cried. Lin Han sneered coldly. This absolute lock is just part of my forbidden magic's ultimate power. It locks onto a random target and relentlessly chases them down until their soul is extinguished. Looking up, Tianying saw a radiant, devastating lightning spear plunging toward him. Will it really kill me? Whoosh! Before the spear could pierce his heart, a massive shield of three spectral swords materialized, shielding Tianying from annihilation. Boom! The apocalyptic shockwave obliterated the concrete, launching massive debris everywhere. Uncle Jiang stepped forward, smirking. This devastating magic of yours is so legendary. Even I, the Three Blades Master, demand to know its caster. Overjoyed by his uncle's rescue, Tianying cheered. Lin Han frowned. Why is he here? Did Fuhua fall in battle? Furious, Tianying roared. Uncle Jiang, stop holding back. Slaughter this bastard. The scarred veteran calmly drew his blade. Stay behind me, boy, and do not panic. With me here, you are immortal. Dust violently swirled around the standoff. Lin Han sneered. Master of Three Blades, are you a fool? As long as Tianying remains within my spell's absolute domain, the tribulation will not stop. Let us see how many strikes your old bones can tank. Instantly, a monstrous vortex of raging magical lightning erupted above, cascading downward to engulf Uncle Jiang's raised greatsword. Now, you shall witness true power, he declared. He exhaled deeply. Just how many decades has it been since I last burned my life force in an all-out war? I thank the heavens for granting me this thrill again. With a primal roar, he slammed his greatsword into the earth. Track! A devastating pillar of lightning detonated behind him. Supreme skill activated. Domain of the three desolate blades. Three colossal, blindingly radiant phantom swords tore through the firmament. They spun like a lethal hurricane. Tianying gloated arrogantly. Behold, the ultimate, perfected Three Blades domain. Anything trapped inside this overwhelming hurricane of sword aura will be completely vaporized. Suddenly, Fuhua appeared behind him, gasping. Boss Lin? Where is Lin Han? He smirked knowingly. I already moved his disciple to safety. Stunned, she gasped. Disciple? They needed to flee immediately. But he just scowled, assuring her to relax. He wasn't fearing this sword aura. With his current low cultivation stage, casting forbidden spells was a massive gamble. Unleashing a second one would completely drain his mana core. Yet, He had to risk it all. Leaping into the sky, he roared his spell, daring that 3 blades domain to survive his wrath. Suddenly, a massive, flaming meteorite plummeted straight into the vortex of spinning blades. The collision triggered an apocalyptic explosion, sending shockwaves of violent fire and thick smoke, engulfing the crumbling city. The devastating impact instantly shattered 2 of the enemy's swords. The main character coldly declared Uncle Jang's defeat, standing completely unfazed as he chuckled. He smirked, revealing that while 2 blades broke, the final sword devoured their lingering aura, evolving into an overwhelmingly sharp and lethal weapon. Reaching out to strike down Lin Han, the deadly blade shot forward like lightning. Panicked, Hua screamed for him to dodge. He scoffed, claiming a mere sword could never pierce his flesh. Internally, though, panic set in. He desperately wanted to run, but his utterly exhausted body refused to move an inch. He could only brace for impact. Miraculously, the blade halted mere inches from his eyes before violently shattering into dust. Lin Han exhaled heavily, praising his lucky stars that his forbidden magic reigned supreme. Uncle Jang glared down in absolute fury. When did this brat cast another spell? Heavy chains suddenly locked his limbs as Lin Han menacingly approached. He sneered, warning that those binding chains were just the appetizer. The real nightmare was hovering right above. Trembling, Jang looked up, stammering, "What on earth is that?" Emerging from the crimson clouds was a terrifying, blood-soaked guillotine. The protagonist roared, "Behold the murder god's guillotine, my ultimate judgment, the supreme execution." He declared the 3 Blades Master's legacy ended here and now. The massive blade slammed down with an earth-shattering boom, but the desperate Uncle Jang unleashed a desperate flurry of sword slashes, completely shredding the heavenly guillotine into raining chunks of iron. The protagonist smirked, admitting he truly deserved his legendary title. But internally, he panicked. Worthy. That monster was about to slaughter him, and his mana core was totally dry. Did he really have to unleash his absolute last resort? Suddenly, an imposing elder's voice echoed, demanding if these arrogant fools dared to continue fighting before him. Shocked, Shifeng asked if the legendary ancient mage was actually alive. Lennon chuckled darkly, thrilled to reunite with an old rival. The main character's heart dropped. Was this situation turning catastrophic? Were these monsters connected? Even with his final trump card, survival seemed completely impossible now. Radiating lethal aura, Lennon warned that if this petty duel continued, he would personally drag their corpses to the Imperial dungeon. Terrified, Tianying begged his uncle to stand down. Lin Han coldly countered. First this bastard hunted his disciple, and now he demands peace. Do they think he's some weak pushover? Even with the Ma family's tracking compass utterly destroyed, they could still hunt him down. Showing even an ounce of mercy would be a fatal mistake. Retreating wasn't an option. He declared this blood feud wouldn't end unless they properly compensated this Grand Master. Those were his final terms. A terrifying sphere of blinding mana erupted in his palm, instantly plunging the sky into darkness. 3. Chaotic vortexes of apocalyptic lightning ripped through the heavens. Hovering like a god of destruction, he made the elder sweat. But secretly, Lin Han had completely drained the wind essence in the atmosphere, running on barely 20% of his power. How could a heavenly mage of wind and lightning possibly survive this overwhelming clash? Yet, with blazing, demonic eyes, Lin Han dared Lennon to step into the battlefield too. No more hiding. Internally, he was screaming he could only sustain this grand bluff for a measly 3 minutes, praying he could intimidate these supreme monsters and the hidden spectators in time. He cloaked himself in blinding, majestic aura and arrogantly announced he'd obliterate them all. Suddenly, an ethereal mage materialized, laughing gently. True, but as dignified grandmasters, why must they resort to such barbaric violence? Couldn't they resolve this peacefully? A formidable squad of elite mages stepped out from the shadows, bowing respectfully to greet the terrifying elders. The stunning girl was Gongsun Kenner, led by head mage Qin, alongside the legendary Wang Gu and Li Changqi. Announcing their prestigious names, they bowed deeply, paying their utmost respects to the absolute powerhouses. Lin Han's soul left his body. Why was his luck this cursed? Was he seriously about to face 6 supreme stage demigods simultaneously? Fleeing was utterly impossible now. If captured, he'd be thrown into the eternal dungeon and his secrets exposed. Maintaining his fierce facade, he roared that the Ma clan cowardly targeted his disciple. He demanded a blood price before any peace talks. Elder Fu nodded, acknowledging the feud, noting that by the sacred laws of the Grand Auction, the wealthiest bidder claims the prize. Since this esteemed elder legitimately outbid the arrogant Ma family for the legendary Ruin 3 pass, the treasure, rightfully, belonged to him alone. Wang warned that if rumors of the mighty Ma clan stooping to pathetic robbery leaked out, it would entirely shatter their prestigious reputation and cripple their supreme influence. Why spark a devastating death match over a mere dungeon pass? Smiling with hidden intent, Chin smoothly suggested that, since the Ma family initiated this cowardly ambush, a public apology to the elder was mandatory, plus complete immunity moving forward. Furious but helpless, Tianying cowered behind his uncle, groaning that the Ma clan accepted these humiliating terms. Crashing to his knees, he choked out a pathetic apology, begging the terrifying elder to graciously forgive his suicidal arrogance. Gongsun gently prodded, asking if the mysterious master might reveal his legendary identity now that the feud was settled. Lin Han coldly warned them not to treat him like a fool. A cheap apology wouldn't make him drop his guard. He accepted their submission but promised absolutely nothing else. Internally, Lin Han celebrated his brilliant strategy of keeping his distance. Terrified, Uncle Jiang snatched his nephew and bolted like lightning. Elder Fu beamed, rejoicing that this apocalyptic standoff ended peacefully. Before the elder could continue, the main character harshly cut him off, declaring his hatred for pointless chatter and turning to vanish. Suddenly, the elder commanded him to halt. He spun around, glaring with deadly killing intent. "Do you dare block my path?" Inwardly, he was weeping. "Please no." His monocore was completely empty, but Lenin calmly clarified that wasn't the issue. Shocking shockwaves of forbidden magic had recently terrorized the city, with its mysterious origins sparking massive panic. He politely asked if the Grand Master knew the culprit. The main character cursed his explosive spells for drawing too much heat. Playing dumb now would instantly trigger their lethal suspicions. So, with brilliant quick thinking, why not simply throw these supreme elders off his scent? He lied smoothly, claiming while trailing his disciple, he witnessed an apocalyptic clash between two mysterious gods, one wielding absolute supreme stage power, two supreme mages clashing. Not his problem anymore. He turned his back on the catastrophic battle, ready to vanish. His escape was set. A blinding magic circle flared beneath his feet. Swallowed by a raging gale, he vanished. Lin Han pondered. Wind, lightning, and shadow arts. And now spatial mastery. Just how deep does his monstrous power run? A dark premonition hit him. This anomaly would surely shake the entire empire. A spatial tear ripped open in Lin Han's villa. He crashed onto his bed, his battle-torn gear fading away. Bone-tired and dizzy, he swore off such reckless death matches. Morning arrived with a punishing agony. He grabbed some water, groaning as his shattered muscles screamed. If that bluff had failed, he would have been completely annihilated. Bam! His door kicked open as Fuya burst in. Startled, he scolded her reckless entry. She just glared back, annoyed he was hiding beneath the sheets. Did he think she would devour him? Sitting down, she scoffed at the very idea. Trust her, she had absolutely zero interest in his morning state. Flustered, he barked, "Then get out of my room." Her usual fire suddenly died down. Noticing her heavy gaze, he asked what was wrong. "This is goodbye," she murmured softly. The Merchant Guild issued an urgent, high-rank mission. Her days as his personal bodyguard had officially reached their sudden end. Awkwardly, she admitted his advance payment was already spent. Lin Han just chuckled, casually waving off her worries. Keep the coin, he really did not mind at all. Just return and guard my back later. He smiled, gently patting her head. He knew she was pushing her limits, her internal injuries still far from healed. Do not do anything reckless out there. Her cheeks burned crimson as she thanked her boss. Suddenly shifting focus, she asked, "You enter Changchi Academy next month, right? My little sister, Jian, is a student there. Watch over her, but keep my name out of it." Curious, he raised an eyebrow. Is that sibling rivalry rumor actually true? Why not just face her directly? Fuya shrank back, completely mortified. It is complicated, she sighed deeply. Jian completely despises my very existence right now. As Lin Han frowned, a sharp ringtone broke the heavy silence, masking her sorrow with a bright smile. She told him to stay alive, then turned to leave. She leaped toward the open window frame. "Why will you not just use doors?" He sighed. 1 month later, Hangyang City. Lin Han stood completely stunned within a massive crowd. Seriously? The freshman gasped in utter disbelief. Looming before them was a bizarre archway, bearing the legendary title, Changchi Academy. Dead silence followed. This architecture is a complete disaster. Lin Han's sweat dropped. Is transferring still an option? Suddenly, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. Feeling embarrassed by our glorious gates? Do not panic. I was horrified as a freshman too. But honestly, our eccentric director revealed the profound martial philosophy hidden within this chaotic masterpiece. Intrigued, Lin Han asked, "What did the director claim?" She replied, "He said, academy training forges unrivaled masters. You will proudly reach for the heavens." And this very gate embodies that unstoppable ascent toward the absolute peak. Upon awakening your true power, this very gate becomes the starting point of your legendary path. Lin Han crossed his arms. I guess it has some charm, he chuckled. She introduced herself as Senior Fang Yun. Greetings exchanged, they shook hands firmly. Cut to the massive academy reception hall. Wait. Are you the legendary Lin Han who dominated the exams? The infamous support class who obliterates terrifying beasts with just a single, devastating strike. He rubbed his neck awkwardly. Those rumors are way blown out of proportion. Her eyes sparkled with sheer delight. I just met this year's ultimate super rookie. Grabbing his hand enthusiastically, she guided him toward the registration desk. Suddenly, an arrogant upperclassman blocked their path, wielding a ridiculously flashy bouquet of flowers. Destiny led me to you, Fang Yun, he declared with dramatic flair. Our souls share an eternal, unbreakable resonance. Her bright smile instantly warped into absolute disgust. Are you completely delusional? Drop this pathetic obsession immediately. He feigned heartbreak, begging her to thaw her icy heart. Then, his sharp gaze snapped toward Lin Han, a fresh meat applicant. You stoop to escorting peasants? She glared back fiercely. This is Lin Han, West City's undisputed top prospect. I am simply guiding his elite admission process. Lin Han? The arrogant senior scoffed mockingly. He is a grown man, let him wander alone. You and I have far more important, private matters to discuss. Blocking his path, the main character's eyes turned freezing cold. Take a hint, she despises you. The senior's posse erupted into mocking laughter. Oh, this backwater trash has jokes. Topped some rural city exam, and suddenly thinks he is a god. You dare bare your fangs at your absolute superiors. On your very first day here. Tossing the gaudy flowers to his lackey, he sneered menacingly. My elite clan funds this entire academy. Everyone in this sprawling city bows to my family's supreme authority. Yet you dare block my path. The crowd jeered relentlessly. This idiot has not even officially enrolled yet, and he just signed a death wish with the tyrannical Jiang clan. Suicidal country bumpkin. The crony snickered cruelly. Are the academy examiners blind? How did such worthless trash slip through our legendary gates? Basking in the wicked praise, the senior smirked. Hear that, peasant? Crossing the almighty Jiang bloodline in our own territory is pure, unadulterated madness. But I am a generous overlord. I will grant you one single lifeline. Swear absolute loyalty to my faction right now, and I will completely erase this miserable offense. Refuse, and your academy life becomes a living hell. Lin Han's aura sharpened dangerously. I am bored of barking dogs. Move aside before I crush you. Boom. Jiang launched backward, shattering the concrete wall into dust. His terrified lackeys screamed his name. Not bad. Fang Yun smirked in absolute awe. His squad scrambled frantically, cradling his violently crushed body. Blood poured from his mouth as he completely blacked out. Are you a total psychopath? A lackey wailed in horror, striking a noble senior like a dog. While they dragged the broken elite away, Fang Yun smiled fiercely. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly icy presence approached from the rear. Her terrifyingly majestic aura forced the crowded hall to split like the Red Sea. A terrified student stammered, Senior Fuya, you have returned already. Do not speak that woman's name, she hissed with venomous fury. Slamming down a sealed envelope, she demanded, freshman registration. Here are my papers. I want this completely finished. Right, this exact second. The stunned upperclassman whispered, a freshman. But her facial features are a dead ringer. The terrified desk clerk stammered blindly, Fuya. On it immediately. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. Is this Fuya's estranged little sister? Stepping up, he dropped his own document. I am a freshman too. Can you? He offered a radiant smile. Looks like we will study together, he greeted, introducing himself. But she just scoffed. Her icy glare screamed, do not speak to me. A total dead end. Even more stuck up than her sister, he mused inwardly. Deciding to completely ignore her, he flashed a polite smile and turned to the staff. Registration is done. Can I head to my dorm now? He asked. The academy worker nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Just follow the map we provided. Changi Academy's male dormitory. Lin Han stood before the towering doors, luggage in hand. He knocked firmly. Is anyone inside? His voice echoed through the hall. The heavy door creaked open. Coming. A voice called out. Lin Han offered a warm introduction, asking about their shared room. Bam. The door violently slammed in his face. He blinked in pure shock. What the hell was that? An instant later, the door swung open again. The boy stared with wild eyes, flushed red, and shoved a notebook forward. I am Ting Xinqi, he bellowed. A level 6 Silver Thunder mage and your roommate. His voice trembled with awe. Could the legendary Mr. please give me an autograph? Lin Han froze, utterly stunned. A fanatic fanboy. Here, he awkwardly grabbed the notebook with a nervous laugh. We are roommates now. Drop the crazy formalities. Are the other roommates here? Lin Han asked. Shinchi's eyes sparkled with pure worship. Of course, I am respectful. You are the only golden stage altar in existence. Sure, the facts were true, but did he have to stare like he found a mythical beast? Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed as a massive figure approached from behind. Incredible, the giant grinned. To share a room with the famous Lin Han, he struck a proud stance. I am Gongsun Lenny, a level 9 silver stage spearman. Shinchi gasped, his jaw dropping. The sixth young master of the prestigious Gongsun clan. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. Another descendant of the 5 great families. Fate really loved throwing these elite nobles into his path. Lenny let out a hearty chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Yeah, that is me. Let us be good brothers. Lenny beamed. 4 years of sharing this dorm. After all, just then, a familiar voice cut through. Lin Han? Yuan Shi asked, stepping forward. And the sixth young master? UNC muttered. Who the hell arranged these dorms? Lin Han threw an arm around his brother. What is wrong? Not thrilled to see us? Are you upset we are rooming together? Lin Han teased with a familiar smirk. He had almost forgotten just how hilariously arrogant his friend could be. Lin Han proudly announced, this is my brother, Yuan. Treat him well. Lenny's eyes widened with pure shock. Absolutely insane. 2 golden stage masters in one room. Let us celebrate this fateful meeting, Lenny declared. Dinner is entirely on me tonight. The room erupted in cheers. It was an offer they simply could not refuse. Tears of absolute joy streamed down Shinchi's face. An honor to dine with legends, he sobbed. Lin Han chuckled inwardly. Just wait until Lenny sees the devastating final bill. They approached a towering skyscraper, practically glowing with elite clubs and cafes. Yuan hesitated at the grand entrance. Is this place not a bit too luxurious for students? This restaurant dwarfs massive hotels, and we are just on the first floor. Lenny grinned knowingly. The ground floor is actually the only area here where mortal money has any value. Above this, only academy points matter. He pointed upward. Higher floors sell legendary delicacies and sacred materials that boost your core strength. You can even find healing baths and premium recovery massages up there. Lin Han tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Wait, what academy points are you talking about? Lenny's expression turned serious. In this academy, points are absolute power, far beyond money. With enough points, you can overcome literally any obstacle here. Shinchi gazed in total awe. As expected of a true noble from the 5 great families. Such vast knowledge. Just then, a staff member bowed respectfully, announcing. Their VIP room was prepared. Please follow me, she gestured elegantly, stepping into the lavish private suite. They roared in excitement. To our new brotherhood, cheers. Crystal glasses clashed in a joyful toast. We have every combat class in one dorm. Lenny smirked. We are guaranteed prime positions at the upcoming freshman meeting. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Is this freshman meeting just a welcoming banquet? Lenny's smile turned dangerous. Not exactly a friendly party. It is a ruthless war for Changi Academy's resources. His aura flared slightly. Crush more students in combat, and the Academy rewards you with massive resource bounties. Last year, the Academy offered 10% of total resources to anyone who crushed 20 opponents consecutively. Yuan scoffed in pure disbelief. 20 challengers in a row. Is that statistically possible? Lenny's eyes burned with fierce intensity. Absolutely. Years ago, an absolute monster shattered Academy records, single-handedly dominating. A staggering 60% of all resources. Whispers say she recently awakened the supreme stage. Lin Han stiffened. Wait, did Fuya not brag about this exact feat? Her legendary shadow still terrifies Changi Academy. Suddenly, a violent pounding shook their door. A hostile voice barked from the hallway, demanding they evacuate immediately. I have waited 30 minutes. Come out now, or I will drag you out by force. Lin Han swung the door open, revealing a furious Jiannan and his gang. A lowly freshman like Lin Han, Jiannan spat with venom. How can he afford a VIP room? Lin Han smirked coldly. Missed me already. Want another brutal beating? I am happy to break your bones again. Jiannan's face contorted with blazing fury. He pointed a trembling finger. I held back last time. Never again, you bastard. Time to learn bloody respect for your seniors. Get out now. Before the clash could ignite, Feng Yun and her companion gracefully stepped out from the adjacent suite. Her icy glare locked onto him, starting brawls in a dining hall. Jiannan? She snapped, eager to lose all your academy points. Jiannan flinched, spinning around in sheer panic. His furious expression instantly melted into a red, goofy smile. It is getting late. Let me escort you. Feng Yun scoffed with utter disdain. Hard pass. I am walking. These freshmen have not even attended the orientation. Stop harassing them, she commanded sharply. Jiannan rubbed his neck, his violent aura completely deflating. I did not mean to cause a scene. Not worth ruining your mood. Retreating, he shot Lin Han a venomous glare. You got lucky, trash. Suddenly, Shanshan skipped over, playfully patting Lin Han's shoulder. Not scared at all, huh? Why antagonize Jiannan so fiercely? Did our lovely Feng Yun steal your heart? She marched over, blushing furiously. Shut your mouth with that nonsense, she hissed. Turning to Lin Han, she softened. Call me if that idiot bothers you. He thanked his senior, entirely flustered. Shanshan giggled wickedly. Have you exchanged contact numbers yet? You two are practically dating. Feng Yun exploded like a volcano. I will literally rip your mouth off, she shrieked. Shanshan sprinted off, echoing with teasing laughter. Sorry, sorry. Catch you guys later. Lin Han watched them vanish, completely bewildered. The students of Chang'e Academy were truly chaotic. Chang'e Academy's energy was overwhelming. Hugging him with flushed cheeks, Yuan teased. Flirting with upperclassmen on day one. He had clearly misjudged his boldness. Fists clenched tight. He fiercely challenged Yuan's careless mockery. How could he best prove his true worth? Trembling violently, Yuan dropped to his knees, begging forgiveness for his foolish words. Lin Han sensed a lingering, chilling hostility even after Zenon finally departed. Noting Yuan's heavily drunken state, he suggested quickly dragging the fool back to his dorm room. Before this idiot could thoroughly humiliate himself, before the entire academy, the group quickly agreed, moving to drag their wasted companion back to safety. But unseen eyes tracked their every step. Midnight struck, and their dorm room door silently crept open. As Yuan slept heavily, a deadly assassin lurked nearby in the darkness. A venomous dagger hovered over the bed. Just as the fatal strike descended, Lin Han casually blocked it. Smirking coldly, he whispered, I felt your bloodlust ages ago. Tell me, who sent you? Panicking, the shadow retrieved his blade and vaulted out the window. Unfazed, Lin Han pursued, launching a high-speed chase deep into the dark academy grounds. The hunt led them straight into Chang'e's eerie graveyard. Lin Han unleashed a fierce strike, narrowly missing. Flourishing his cursed dagger, the shadow finally spoke. Your raw strength means nothing. If your strikes only hit empty air, just die. Flaring coldly, Lin Han sidestepped. In a flash, he caught the assassin's elbow, gripping it like an iron vice. The killer's eyes widened in sheer horror. Using the assassin's own hand, Lin Han mercilessly drove the dagger deep into his enemy's chest, drawing fresh blood. Choking on blood, he gasped, How did you turn my strike against me? Lin Han smirked, recalling a past foe. Your shadow arts share a fatal flaw. Your bodies materialize right as you attack. Otherwise, your blades could never pierce flesh. Suddenly, a sinister, suffocating black aura erupted around him. Claiming Lin Han was far too dangerous to live, the assassin violently mutated. Horrific torrents of blood-soaked dark magic swirled, but instantly the grotesque beast collapsed to its knees in utter defeat. Chang'e's headmaster casually stepped from the shadows, slowly clapping. Truly impressive, he praised, uncovering an opponent's fatal weakness. In mere seconds of intense combat, this freshman's combat intuition far exceeded all expectations. Facing Director Su, Lin Han bluntly criticized the Academy's fractured security, revealing that a deranged cultist had nearly claimed their lives tonight. Sighing heavily, the director admitted this shadow utilized a forbidden stealth art, effortlessly bypassing their elite mana detection barriers, completely undetected. He promised to heavily reinforce the Academy's night patrols immediately. Naturally, generous merit points would be awarded to silence any complaints. Smirking slightly, Lin Han accepted the profitable hush money. Director Su narrowed his eyes, demanding any clues regarding the killer's identity or motives. Shrugging casually, Lin Han feigned complete ignorance. Yet, he recalled sensing an intense, chilling killing intent back at the tavern. It wasn't targeting him alone, but hungering deeply for the blood of every single freshman. Headmaster Su's expression darkened, realizing a shadow faction was hunting their students. A storm of chaos was brewing over Chang'e. By the way, how is Master Fua recovering? Lin Han nodded stiffly, internally cursing his slip-up. Had he just exposed his master's vulnerability? What if the old fox deduced her true identity? Chuckling, the director told him to relax. The Academy desired only good fortune and absolutely refused to offend the legendary master. In fact, building a favorable connection was their ultimate goal. Dismissing him into the night, Su reminded Lin Han to prepare for the grand freshman orientation arriving in mere days. Do not disappoint my expectations, he warned before vanishing. Lin Han scowled into the darkness. If Su had connected the dots, the noble houses would quickly realize the truth too. Fortunately, displaying a fraction of her overwhelming might bought him time. Fear of facing a transcendent master's wrath would keep those greedy nobles strictly in line. Welcome to the Changqi Arena. A vibrant host stepped under the blinding stage lights, eagerly welcoming the roaring waves of fresh blood to the Academy's grand gathering. Deafening cheers violently shook the stands. Xingqi's sweat dropped, questioning the absolute absurdity of this spectacle. It looked more like an explosive idol concert than an elite martial academy assembly. Lin chuckled proudly. As one of the continent's top 5 academies, unmatched extravagance was standard. The announcer suddenly bowed, introducing the legendary vice principal to the roaring stage. He projected his voice with absolute authority. This gathering wasn't a simple welcome. It was a brutal initiation tournament, pitting freshmen against seasoned upperclassmen in glorious combat. Your combat prowess will dictate your worth. Judges will meticulously evaluate every clash, raining precious merit points upon the victors. Defeat 5 seniors, and you claim 10% of the Academy's total yearly resources. A fortune, deafening explosions of confetti, instantly engulfed the utterly stunned stadium. He proudly boasted that Changqi offered more than standard cultivation. Access to their ancient, hidden martial arts would forcefully awaken and evolve every student's dormant potential. Temper your fighting spirit into unbreakable steel. Prove to the world that the top scorers of the entrance exams aren't just prodigies, but true, terrifying monsters. The roaring crowd erupted, praising the vice principal's sheer monstrous aura. In the stands, one fiery-eyed martial artist clenched his fists, fiercely swearing to absolutely claim that monstrous title for himself. Lin Han merely observed the frenzy with cold, unbothered eyes. The vice principal certainly knew how to manipulate a crowd's bloodlust. Just a few fiery words had ignited a raging inferno of ambition. The Academy preached that destiny belonged to the strong alone, a philosophy Lin Han respected. Blood-soaked competition forged rapid breakthroughs. They aimed to breed peerless geniuses. And to think, Master Fua conquered this exact crucible. To become a living legend. Truly terrifying. Enough talking, let the bloodshed begin, the vice principal roared. Suddenly, the students gasped, gazing upward in pure shock, as massive gears began grinding loudly overhead. The entire steel roof peeled away, exposing the sky. The venue flawlessly transformed into a colossal, open-air coliseum, with a massive battle arena ascending. Bleed for your glory on this stage, the vice principal declared. The stadium immediately descended into sheer chaos, as a lone figure suddenly vaulted high into the heavens. Roaring about undeniable victory, the gravity-defying senior crashed heavily onto the center stage, instantly cracking the solid stone. He smirked widely, loudly declaring himself their first unstoppable obstacle today. Step up and strike me, do not hold back. He taunted. I refuse to attack, but I absolutely guarantee your own feeble strikes will shatter your bones. Lin Han narrowed his eyes at the senior's bizarre arrogance. Lin smirked knowingly, stating this suicidal behavior was completely normal for him. Did they share history? Lin recalled the brutal rumors. This madman possessed the ultra-rare Vajra body constitution, a terrifying path where every single crushing defeat only permanently evolved his physical power. He farmed strength through sheer damage. Suddenly, a reckless freshman lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of desperate strikes, yet finding his attacks completely useless against the iron-skinned senior. Blinding aura erupted from the senior. With a mere flex of his power, he sent the junior flying. He chuckled, praising the kid's foolish bravery. But mere courage wouldn't secure victory. He taunted the trembling freshmen to step up, demanding they prove their worth against the seniors. Suddenly, Lin descended from the heavens, wielding concentrated dark energy. She vowed to show him true power. Her strike landed, but the senior stood immovable as a mountain. A glowing barrier materialized, violently erupting with blinding flashes and crackling lightning upon impact. He smirked with fake pity. Lin's devastating attack had only managed to scratch his absolute defense. Still, he acknowledged the junior's terrifying potential for someone so young. Given time, this rookie might actually pose a threat. Suddenly, Lin Han stepped from the shadows. He politely asked for a turn. The senior scoffed, daring him to try. The stage was set for a clash. Holding nothing back, Lin Han prepared his devastating strike. He focused his surging mana, condensing blinding raw magic right into the palm of his hand. He lunged forward, slamming his fist directly into the magical shield. The explosion was absolutely deafening. Violent lightning ripped through the air, completely shattering half of the entire battle arena. Sweat poured down as the senior's absolute defense buckled. Our main character pushed harder, and with a deafening crack, the indestructible barrier exploded into fragments. The arrogant upperclassman collapsed in agonizing defeat. The crowd fell into absolute, stunned silence. Was this a joke? Is he truly a mere junior? Facing this absolute monster would surely mean instant death. The vice principal raised his hand. He awarded student Lin Han 10 points for completely shattering the shield. His voice echoed across the ruins, demanding if anyone else dared to challenge this prodigy. Jian stepped onto the ruined stage, accepting the duel without hesitation. Yuanzi gasped in pure shock. Senior Fei, when did she cross paths with Lin Han? Wait, the aura felt completely different. She looked much younger, with a lethally cold gaze. Could this mysterious girl be related to the infamous senior? Sensing his confusion, she clicked her tongue in utter disgust. Her foolish older sister had dragged their proud name through the mud again. Calling out Lin Han, lethal, swirling shadows violently erupted from her fingertips. Devastating dark magic engulfed her entire being. She unleashed the deadly art, triple shadow kill. Lin Han barely parried the crushing strike of a massive phantom, genuinely startled by its raw, crushing power. He mistook them for mere phantoms, but the heavy impacts were dangerously real. He gracefully evaded another lethal strike. Realizing this frightening combat prowess perfectly matched the infamous family bloodline, he deflected the darkness and calmly shut his eyes. The time for holding back was officially over. Activating his legendary Eye of Truth, an overwhelming pressure caused Jian to freeze in absolute terror. An invisible, godlike gaze pierced right through her soul. Panic set in as she realized her deepest secrets lay completely exposed. Lin Han smirked with absolute confidence. His divine vision left absolutely nothing hidden in the shadows. Her stealth techniques were entirely useless. His perception was absolute. Though his eyes remained shut, the dark phantoms couldn't land a single scratch on his body. Suddenly, those terrifying eyes snapped open. Target acquired. Flashing a confident grin, his fist rocketed straight into the dense darkness. The blow stopped mere inches from Jian's trembling face, trapping her completely. Emerging from the dissolving shadows, she bitterly swallowed her pride and surrendered the match. She stormed off the ruined battlefield, swearing to the heavens that they would settle this score another day. The judge's voice echoed. Student Lin Han crushed freshman Jian, claiming 15 massive points. Was anyone brave enough to face him now? Dread rippled through the frozen crowd. Who in their right mind would challenge an anomaly who casually dismantled their strongest fighters? Nobody wanted to throw away their lives against this monster. An older female student scoffed at their pathetic cowardice. Where was their senior pride hiding from a mere junior? Since everyone else was completely terrified, she decided to step up and teach this arrogant rookie a brutal lesson. She vaulted into the arena and lashed her whip as a fierce greeting. But suddenly, Jianan violently intercepted her path, demanding she halt immediately. This battle was entirely his. Eyes burning with hatred, he accused Lin Han of a cowardly sneak attack. He barely survived previously thanks to Hong Yun, but today there would be absolutely no escape. Blood must be paid for humiliating the mighty Zhang family. Annoyed, she demanded to know why Jianan was stealing her prey, but he insisted this monster required a completely different level of brutal punishment. He proposed a ruthless 2-on-1 execution. The crowd gasped. Lin Han was surely doomed. Yet, our hero calmly crossed his arms. With a mocking smirk, he asked why such a pathetic weakling barked so loudly. Craving another taste of the dirt, Jianan snarled like a rabid beast, claiming Lin Han's previous victory was nothing but sheer, dumb luck. A cowardly ambush against an unprepared warrior. Today, destiny would be rewritten. He barked an order at Hong Yun to cast her ultimate support magic. He planned to crush this arrogant junior in a glorious clash. Hong Yun sighed in frustration, warning him not to charge blindly. Meanwhile, Yuanzi furiously stormed up to the referee, pointing an accusing finger at this blatant display of unfairness. How could a shameful 2-on-1 ambush be legally permitted? The judge simply narrowed his eyes. Survival of the fittest ruled this arena. With zero restrictions, overwhelming a monster with superior numbers was pure strategic brilliance. The death match officially began. Yuanzi roared in utter disbelief at such corrupt injustice. Ignoring him, Hong Yun twirled her magical staff, commanding the elements to erupt into a blazing inferno. Scorching energy completely engulfed Jianan. Clenching his fists, he laughed maniacally. This intoxicating surge of absolute power felt truly euphoric. He flashed a sinister grin, finally acknowledging his enemy's monstrous strength. However, striking this legendary armor of divine fire with bare fists would melt the flesh straight off his bones. He swore to shatter every bone and force the rookie to beg for mercy. Exploding forward like a blazing meteor, Jianan unleashed his devastating flame fist. Unfazed, Lin Han simply crossed his arms and smirked. Supreme fire magic was troublesome, but hardly a threat to his absolute dominance. Without breaking a sweat, he casually raised a single hand and completely halted the fiery comet's devastating impact. A demonic smile crossed his face to reveal the true gap in their power levels. Panic replaced Jianen's fury as Lin Han locked him in a spinning grip. He swung the blazing warrior around like a ragdoll. The judge gasped in awe. By coating his bare hands in divine healing light, he entirely neutralized the flame armor's destructive heat. The violent spinning force instantly suffocated the fiery aura. He launched the arrogant noble forward, generating a massive, devastating cyclone of power. Channeling his momentum, he aimed a catastrophic punch directly at Hong Yun. The shockwave halted inches from her delicate face, causing her to shriek in pure terror. He flashed a wicked smirk. A fragile mage like her shouldn't play on the front lines, right? Suddenly, Jianen's unconscious body crashed down behind him, violently fracturing the stone arena into pieces. Sprawled lifelessly across the rubble, the noble's absolute defeat was sealed. Yuanqi roared with triumphant laughter, mercilessly mocking how utterly useless that legendary flame armor was. Barely dragging himself up, Jianen spat blood and venom. The almighty Jiang family would exact brutal vengeance for this humiliation. Lin Han simply sighed. Why did every defeated young master recite the exact same pathetic script? They could at least invent some new dialogue. Trembling in absolute awe, Hong Yun immediately surrendered. This monstrous junior was simply a completely different breed of warrior. Even their combined ultimate might couldn't scratch this absolute anomaly. Blushing fiercely, she suddenly suggested they hold private training sessions in the future. Not only would it boost their power, but maybe she could also. The crowd erupted in absolute frenzy. We are witnessing a true monster. One spectator shrieked in pure exhilaration. Could he actually shatter Senior F's legendary record? Another scoffed. Does this arrogant rookie understand the demons he is facing? Let us just sit back and watch. Lin Han turned toward the judge's stand. Deputy Director, he declared boldly. Continuing this tournament, one by one is putting me to sleep. I demand to skip to the final stage. The judge threw his arms wide, roaring with booming laughter. A freshman challenging the ultimate trial was utterly unheard of. The boy's audacity was thrilling. Defeat 5 Diamond Stage seniors simultaneously, the judge proclaimed, and you will claim 10% of the Academy's yearly resources. Lin Han analyzed the intimidating squad ahead. Brute force alone would never pierce through 5 early Supreme Stage Martial Masters. Yet, exposing his hidden trump cards would only invite deadly trouble later. The main character raised his hand high. Deputy Director, he shouted. I need a vanguard of my own. The judge grinned, granting him permission to recruit 4 allies. You have exactly 10 minutes to assemble your squad. But beware, he warned. A patchwork crew cannot match veterans forged in blood together. Lin Han glanced down, gesturing for his trusted brothers to step into the arena. Gongsun Lei rose to his feet. I never dreamed of standing in the ultimate finals, he muttered. The main character slammed his fist into his palm, eyes burning with resolve. Puzzled, Gongsun Lei scanned their ranks. But Lin Han, he pointed out, we are still short one member. Who else is worthy of this battle? Lin Han turned slightly. I refuse to recruit an unpredictable wildcard, he stated coldly. Plenty of vultures here are silently praying for our absolute downfall. Suddenly, a timid voice broke the tension. Can I join? Du-Wan waved her hand. The main character chuckled inwardly. So this mage had enrolled here as well. So it. So it. So it. So it. So it. So it. Her magical prowess would flawlessly cover their blind spots. Lin Han signaled her forward. Perfect, he declared. Step into the ring with us. Gongsun Lei offered a reassuring smile, while Yuanqi and Ting Xinqi radiated fierce suspicion. Trembling like a leaf, Du-Wan stood up, clutching her chest in overwhelming anxiety. Towering before them stood elite knights and seasoned spellcasters. The referee's arm sliced through the air. Both squads are set, he roared, signaling the brutal clash to commence. And in Argase. The armored female vanguard exploded forward, drawing her massive blade. She unleashed a devastating horizontal cleave, but the main character effortlessly deflected the crushing blow. Zhang Jianan was not exaggerating. She snarled. Your raw power is monstrous. But you desperately need to learn respect for your absolute superiors. A cocky smirk played on Lin Han's lips. Thanks for the compliment, he mocked. But is that clunky armor not dragging you down? He erupted into mocking laughter. Infuriated, the knight leaped backward. What arrogant garbage are you spouting? She spat out. Real armor requires heavy defense. She despised those pathetic, elegant modern designs. Skimpy armor, protecting only vital organs, was a complete joke. Suddenly, thick emerald vines erupted from the earth, ruthlessly binding the limbs of the freshman squad. The senior mage leveled her magical staff, chatting in a death match. How foolish, she shrieked, as the parasitic vines mutated into horrifying, razor-toothed botanical beasts. Behold the absolute peak of life magic. The monstrous tendrils hoisted Du-Wan into the air, dragging her toward gaping maws. Feast on them, my beautiful little darlings. Your movements are completely sealed. How did such a pathetic little girl wander onto this bloody battlefield? Go back to playing in your pink bedroom. Gongsun lay hacked at the demonic foliage, barking a fearless laugh. Nearby, his comrade twirled his deadly sickles. Young Master Gongsun, let us show them true power. You must get past me first. Yuan Shi launched himself at the heavy knight, while Ting Xin manifested a shimmering energy barrier, intercepting the enemy spellcaster's lethal barrage. Suspended in the air, Du-Wan shouted, "Leave me be, I can handle this." Thunder magic, heavenly smite, blinding, golden lightning violently pierced the hideous eyes of the beasts. The senior mage cackled with wicked delight. A cute parlor trick, but silly little girl, do you not realize would fundamentally resists electrical currents? Unexpectedly, scorching flames consumed the writhing beasts. Choking on the sudden, thick black smoke, the senior coughed fiercely. What a deceptive little brat. She rasped. The lightning strike was merely a flashy decoy, instantly weaving a low-tier fire spell underneath. This terrifying freshman proved she possessed dual elemental attributes. Dropping safely, Du-Wan dramatically gagged on the smoky ash. Wiping her mouth gracefully, she sighed in relief. Much better. And for the record, I am not a standard class. Enraged, the senior twirled her staff, summoning a tempest of thorny vines. Multiple attributes mean nothing against my wooden blades. Undeterred, Du-Wan thrust her palms forward. Let us test that theory. An indestructible, glowing bell-shaped barrier manifested instantly. The lethal vines shattered harmlessly against the divine dome. Panic flickered in the opponent's eyes. Impossible, Director Chu observed intently from the stands. Is that not Wager Chan's unique constitution? She possesses the legendary Thousand Changes class. What an exceptional talent. With such god-tier versatility, she could casually clash with true Supreme Stage veterans. Meanwhile, the main character flawlessly parried a deadly assault with his polearm. It appears my vanguard needs zero babysitting, he declared confidently. They are dominating their matchups. The enemy knight let out a sinister, booming laugh. The real slaughter has only just begun. You will soon beg for mercy. The enemy mage hoisted his staff high. Time to witness the true, terrifying might of the elite seniors. Phantom Hellfire. Sensing the catastrophic threat, Ting Xin Flash stepped beside Du-Wan. Hands weaving arcane symbols. He roared, "Do not get cocky." Black demonic lightning. Two apocalyptic energies collided mid-air, annihilating the vines in ghostly flames. A devastating shockwave hurled the boys violently backward. The senior enchantress giggled. Your dark lightning is impressively destructive, but our synchronized combo art is infinitely more supreme. She smirked down at them. Pitiful silver stage weaklings could never endure such an overwhelming bombardment. Wiping blood from his chin, Gongsun Lei spun his spear. Their cultivation ranks are oppressively high, he analyzed. Worse, their battlefield synergy is absolutely flawless. Their lethal chain attacks leave zero openings. If this battle drags on, we will be utterly pulverized. Our only path to victory is absolute brute force. We unleash everything, right now. Yuan Shi roared his total agreement, exploding with fighting intent. The boys charged headlong. Secret art, shadow of 1,000 spears. Lethal execution slash. Together, they unleashed a catastrophic tidal wave of pure battle aura directly at the enemy vanguard. The immense recoil sent our heroes flying backward, smashing violently against the arena walls. They glared fiercely forward. A stunned spectator stared at the unbothered knights in absolute disbelief. Shock rippled through him. A girl? Her eyes narrowed with pure venom. What are you glaring at? She hissed. One more peek, and she will gouge your eyes out. Our main character gracefully dodged. He finally found their elusive support. She had been cowering behind a massive shield this entire time. He smirked, acknowledging her combat prowess. Unlike typical fragile healers, her aura was incredibly dense. He actually mistook her for a frontline vanguard. The armored knight roared with laughter. This was their ultimate anti-personnel formation. He mocked Lin Han's solitary stance, demanding an immediate, humiliating surrender. Lin Han casually brushed back his hair. Surrender? The real battle had just begun. Standing alone, his eyes gleamed. He had completely analyzed their entire combat strategy. Besides, their squad was already heavily damaged. He exploded forward with blinding speed. The knight blinked in sheer confusion, while the enemy mage frantically cast a magical seal. Wall of flame, the mage chanted, but Lin Han's fist violently shattered the blazing barrier, striking the caster. Suddenly, demonic vines erupted from the cracked earth, trapping our hero. The female summoner cackled wickedly. You are trapped. Feast, my precious darlings. Annoyance flashed across Lin Han's face as he violently flexed his restrained wrists. With monstrous strength, he whipped the deadly vines right back at the enemy front line. What? She gasped. Instantly, the parasitic plants engulfed the terrified mage girl instead. Piercing shrieks echoed through the arena. The spectators gasped in absolute shock. Our hero had expertly bound the female fighters together. Flushing crimson, they shrieked in utter humiliation. Lin Han slowly turned to the remaining duo. Just you two left, he declared coldly. High above, the stunned referee marveled at his terrifyingly flawless combat timing. He exploited the vulnerable support perfectly. Upon facing resistance, he seamlessly pivoted his lethal assault. His explosive power, blinding agility, and killer instincts were absolutely monstrous. This kid was destined to become a heavenly calamity like Fua. No, he would definitely eclipse her legend. Below, the sweating knight pointed his blade, acknowledging the terrifying threat. In one breathtaking sequence, he had completely decimated their backline. 3 elite casters, instantly neutralized. Such overwhelming battlefield dominance from a mere junior was unthinkable. Our main character spread his arms confidently. You flatter me, senior, he chuckled. But honestly, you would look much cooler without that incredibly ridiculous tin-can armor. His teammate desperately restrained the furious knight. What did you say? He bellowed with bloodshot eyes. How dare you insult my majestic gear? His comrade pleaded for restraint. Unhand me. I will butcher him. The knight roared like a mad beast. Lin Han observed this chaotic tantrum, his eyes dark with calm, calculating amusement. Finding their psychological weakness was laughably easy. A single taunt had completely shattered the senior's composure. Lin Han smirked and declared, since esteemed seniors refused to move, then I will gladly take the initiative. He ruthlessly slammed his divine staff into the earth, fracturing the very arena floor. The startled knight violently dodged, swinging his heavy broadsword. Meanwhile, the assassin vanished, launching a deadly sickle strike from the blind spot. Unflinching, Lin Han caught the razor-sharp blade barehanded. Crimson blood immediately began to violently drip. The veteran knight stared in utter disbelief. Have you completely lost your mind? This was merely a sparring tournament, yet this madman was willing to sacrifice both his arms. But our hero simply crushed the steel weapon into fragments with sheer grip strength. Appreciate the concern, senior, he grinned. But my constitution is practically indestructible. The seniors stumbled backward in terror. Divine light, Lin Han commanded. A holy radiance instantly erased his gruesome wounds. He smiled warmly. Apologies, seniors, but victory is mine. The entire stadium erupted into deafening cheers. Lin Han, Lin Han, the crowd threw their hands up, roaring with absolute fanaticism. Smiling, the referee officially declared the impossible result. A mere rookie had obliterated 5 diamond stage seniors using only raw physique and basic spells. A legendary feat. He was officially crowned this year's undisputed tournament champion. His grand prize: a staggering 10% of all Key Academy's cultivation resources for an entire year. Heavens, a student gasped. That monster is blessed by the gods themselves. To think we are in the exact same generation, another spectator murmured in despair. His power is peerless. I witnessed his terrifying aura back during the entrance exams. Suddenly, a prickling sensation crawled up Lin Han's spine. An intense, heavy gaze. He snapped his head around, eyes narrowing. Who possessed such terrifying stealth to spy on him? Hours later, inside a lavish VIP room at the Academy's finest tavern, heavy wooden mugs clashed together, splashing foaming ale. Joyous, thunderous roars of celebration shook the very walls. The crew warmly welcomed Elder Tian and Senior Sister Du Duan to their victory feast. Blushing heavily, a drunk Gong Xuan hiccuped loudly. He drunkenly whined about losing his wealthy status. I used to be the richest heir here, he wailed. But Brother Han just secured a mountain of contribution points in a single day. From now on, the champion pays. Ting Xinchi heavily slammed his hand onto our hero's shoulder. Hoisting his mug high, he bellowed, a toast to our peerless Brother Han. Lin Han chuckled, jokingly begging for mercy. Dawn eventually broke, casting golden light across the wrecked room. Lin Han calmly sipped his ale. Every single one of his upperclassmen had passed out, snoring loudly against the tables. He chuckled darkly. Amateurs, they will be dead to the world until tomorrow. But instantly, a terrifyingly swift shadow flashed right behind his back. His eyes snapped wide open. He spun around, aura flaring. It was that exact same mysterious gaze from the arena. Determined to flush out his stalker, he silently slipped outside into the shadowy academy woods. Without warning, the legendary Fua materialized from behind a massive boulder. Stone Vice, she chanted, activating a high-tier nature spell. Gripping her blade, she unleashed a devastating shockwave against the stones. Lin Han instantly ignited his inner energy core. He channeled his explosive martial art to perfectly counter the strike. As Fua defensively crossed her arms, he halted his lethal blow. She analyzed his aura with sparkling eyes. Incredible. Your raw power rivals a true diamond stage grandmaster. A fraction of an inch closer, and I would have been seriously injured. Boss Lin, what dark secrets are you hiding from me? Did you miss me at all? Lin Han smiled warmly at her playful tone. Leaping into his embrace, she mercilessly pinched his cheek. You are still just as delightfully charming as before. She giggled. Ow, stop. That actually hurts, he groaned, rubbing his red cheek. Seriously, what brings a legendary senior out here? Did you come all this way to check on your little sister? Fua crossed her arms, an annoyed pout forming on her lips. Absolutely not. If that brat sensed my aura, she would instantly try to bash my skull in. Lin Han's sweat dropped, questioning their toxic sibling dynamic. Changing the subject, he noted that despite holding back, his counterattack was devastating. Yet, she had effortlessly absorbed the terrifying impact. Did you break through your limits again? He gasped. Staring at her terrifying presence, he realized she was a true, heaven-defying monster. It is common sense that upon reaching the supreme realm, cultivation speed crawls to a halt. Yet, she had achieved a monumental breakthrough in mere months. Fua flashed a proud, battle-hungry grin. Exactly. I spent an entire month brutally slaughtering monsters in a hellish dungeon. Now, I have proudly ascended to the 3rd tier of the supreme realm. A whole month? Lin Han's eyes widened. Don't dungeon mobs vanish after the first clear? Fa just smirked. Boss Lin, you're talking like some clueless noble burning through cash. Let big sister Fa educate you. Whipping out a chalkboard covered in tactical diagrams, she declared, yes, there's a spawn limit in here, but every dungeon has a precise respawn timer for these beasts. She had literally camped inside the zone, slaughtering every single mob wave the second they respond. A brutal but brutally effective grind. Lin Han chuckled in awe. Wow, I had no idea. Hearing this, Fa burst into dramatic tears. If those dungeon admins hadn't banned me, I would have farmed until my hair turned gray, but they cried that I'm driving them into bankruptcy. Absolute tyrants. Lin Han's sweat dropped. Well, you can't blame them, it's their business. Suddenly, Fa spun around, her aura shifting. You've been at the academy for a while now. Surely you know my real name, right? Lin Han flinched, scratching his head. I've been kinda swamped. Fa unsheathed her blade, glaring daggers. Swamped? My profile is literally plastered across the Academy's top-tier network. Do you even care? Could you at least fake some basic respect for your seniors? Lin Han raised both hands in surrender, begging for mercy. My bad. Total miscalculation. Her murderous aura vanished into a soft smile. Jiang Ruoyan. Fei is just my battlefield alias. Lin Han flashed a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Ruoyan. Now that's an elegant name. Her expression darkened instantly. Alright, playtime is over. I'm actually here to warn you about something critical. Remember that gold rank zone. When that Minotaur Lord ambushed you, Lin Han's eyes narrowed sharply. You found a clue. Ruoyan pictured the shadows lurking in the Empire. Exactly. It traces back to the Blood Moon sect, the most terrifying dark guild alive. Legends say they possess a stakeless, forbidden demonic art. They drain cultivators' lifeblood to forcefully skyrocket their own cultivation levels. Even worse, their elite assassins can literally dematerialize into black smoke. Lin Han stroked his chin, the gears in his mind turning. The phantom who ambushed them last night used that exact smoke step. So that bastard belonged to the Blood Moon sect. But why put a target on my back? He asked. Sure, I'm talented, but I'm no monstrous anomaly. Right? Ruoyan planted her hands on her hips, tilting her head. Who can say? These heretics are pure chaos personified. They strike like vipers from the shadows. To this day, even the Central Empire remains utterly blind to their true endgame. But their recent raids have been getting incredibly aggressive, so I dug up some intel. The pattern is clear, they are hunting the absolute top-tier prodigies. You aren't their only prey, so don't let it inflate your ego. Lin Han fell silent. Did those cultists somehow sense his divine system? Or was his run-in just a stroke of rotten luck while they hunted someone else? Ruoyan sighed, her gaze softening. Whatever the truth is, Boss Lin, watch. You're back. She paused, a sudden melancholy washing over her. Lin Han stared in confusion. Why, the gloomy vibe all of a sudden. Ruoyan gently tucked a strand of hair, and finally murmured, my deployment orders came in. I'm leaving for the military vanguard today. This is goodbye. Lin Han's breath hitched. The military, is it truly unavoidable? Pressing. her soft frame teasingly against his. She whispered, "Duty calls, rookie. What's the matter? Is my little junior heartbroken already? Or perhaps you simply can't bear to let me go?" Lin Han flushed red, nervously clearing his throat. "I was just curious." Ruoyan tapped her chin, a playful spark returning to her eyes. All right. Just promise me this, Boss Lin. Don't let anyone crush you out there. I'd be absolutely devastated if I came back to find a gravestone." Lin Han closed his eyes, a supremely confident grin breaking out. "Relax. I'm definitely not making you a widow anytime soon." "Wait." He snapped his eyes open, crossing his arms in panic. "What the heck did he just say?" Ruoyan erupted into a bright, silver bell laugh. "Good." She instantly kicked off the earth, soaring gracefully toward the moonlit sky. Waving from the heavens, she yelled, "By the way, protect my little sister. If she loses a single hair, I'll slaughter you." Lin Han smirked, whispering his promise. Then, coughing awkwardly into his fist, he thought, "It's just military service. Did we really need a parting scene straight out of a tragic romance novel?" Meanwhile, a disgruntled elder lurking in the shadows spat out in disgust. "The absolute audacity. These arrogant young graduates truly have completely forgotten the meaning of basic manners, storming into my academy without even bowing to the staff. Does she think this is a public tavern?" Time skipped forward. A massive sea of students had gathered inside the Grand Quest Hall of Koki Academy. Duan stared at the chaotic mob, completely overwhelmed. "The crowd here is insane." Gongsun just flashed a brilliant smile. "Naturally, this is the sole nexus where cultivators forge parties and claim bounties for academy points. And remember, within these hallowed walls, those points hold far more power than mortal gold. Though that logic completely breaks when applied to our resident monster. Brother Han." Lin Han shot him a deadpan stare. "Who exactly are you calling a monster?" Duan simply smirked, thinking, is he truly this clueless, or just playing dumb? Suddenly, an arrogant bark shattered the chatter. "Peasants, part the sea. The senior has arrived." Lin Han spun around, a brow raised. "What fresh circus act is this?" Zuge swaggered forward, dripping with entitlement. "So, is this him, the so-called miraculous champion of Huo City's trial?" Lin Han, the Upsa Zuge swaggered Forwazen. Protagonist met his gaze coldly. "Yeah, what's it to you?" The senior tilted his chin to the heavens. "I am Zuge Jianfeng, Hanan City's undisputed apex champion. You are going to join my vanguard. Under my banner, your mediocre talents might actually brush the heavens. Dragons only flock with dragons. After all, as for these weaklings, they're nothing but stepping stones for our ascent." Lin Han's eyes didn't even twitch with interest. "Not interested. I've got my squad." Besides, in his eyes, this self-proclaimed supreme team looked like a sad joke. One of Zuge's lackeys lunged forward, shoving a finger into Lin Han's face. "Watch your filthy mouth, trash. Captain Zuge literally handed you a golden ticket, and you dare spit on his grace." One of Lin Han's allies stepped up, sneering. "Hey, Zuge, your rabid dog is barking a bit too loudly. Muzzle the mutt, will you?" Lin Han's aura suddenly flared as he stepped in. "Actually, if you can't leash your own pet, I'll happily discipline him." Boom. A palm flashed forward, parrying the devastating strike. Zuja held off the impact, venom in his voice. "Lin Han, I've never met a fool this eager to die. Since your tiny brain still can't comprehend the absolute blessing I offered, I'll just have to violently carve the gap between true elites and absolute garbage into your very flesh." Lin Han braced his stance. "This bastard's spiritual pressure is leagues above that garbage. Jiang Jianan. A one-shot kill won't work here." But suddenly, the Grandmaster of Koki Academy, Su Chen himself, materialized with crushing authority. "What is the meaning of this brawl? Do you wish to be stripped of all points?" Zuge instantly paled. "Director Su," Lin Han gasped. "What?" A suffocating pressure. This man is undoubtedly at the supreme stage. The director's piercing gaze locked onto Zuge's crew. "Are you the fools trying to recruit Lin Han? Because I'm about to." "Follow me," he commanded. Soon, they ascended a massive spiral staircase. Yen Yu leaned toward the main character, whispering, "What does Director Su want with us?" Tang Xinchi went entirely pale. "Is he executing us for breaking the rules?" Lin Han shook his head. "I heard Director Su is exceptionally just. He wouldn't do that." Suddenly, massive double doors groaned open, spilling blinding light through the gap. The boys stepped inside, trailing behind the imposing director. They emerged onto a breathtaking high-altitude balcony. Director Su gazed outward. "Magnificent, isn't it? You are standing on the Academy's absolute highest watchtower. Our world is crawling with nightmarish beasts, so every domain requires a military force. But Hanan City is completely different. Here, the students of Key Academy are the standing army. We are the ultimate shield, obliterating any monster that dares threaten innocent lives." Visions of colossal titans flashed through his mind. Hannan City has survived 3 devastating beast tides. Naturally, our academy fought brutally to protect everyone, yet the casualties were always heart-wrenching. Turning with a heavy scowl, he continued, "As the guardian of this territory, I monitor the surrounding beast activity constantly. Recently, their movement patterns have grown dangerously erratic. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, and nothing catastrophic will happen. But I cannot ignore this looming shadow." Lin Han stepped forward. "How can we assist, Director?" Su spread his arms wide open. "I want to gamble humanity's future on your shoulders. If you can rapidly awaken your true power, our odds against the coming tide will skyrocket. Therefore, I wish to take you in as my personal disciple. Do you accept?" Suddenly, Gong Shi gripped the main character's shoulder. "The director himself, Brother Han. Even the 5 great families would kill for this. You must accept." Lin Han slammed his fist over his heart. "Rest assured, Mentor, as long as I draw breath, I will slaughter any beast that threatens our people." Director Su smiled warmly. "Excellent. My instincts about you are flawless. From this day forward, your elite squad shall be known as the Observers." Lin Han's aura flared. "The Observers? I love the sound of that. Thank you, Mentor." The director tossed a mysterious heavy token their way. "I need you to achieve legendary strength immediately, so expect no mercy. Take this to the quest distribution hall tomorrow morning. Claim the specific mission I prepared. It will forge your combat instincts in blood." Catching the token, Lin Han roared, "Yes, Mentor." By sunrise the next day, the squad arrived at the bustling distribution hall. Lin Han slapped the token onto the counter. "Greetings. We are here to claim this specific mission." The receptionist smiled politely. "Understood. One moment." Her expression suddenly darkened. "Are you absolutely certain you want this?" Taken aback, Lin Han asked, "Is something wrong with the objective?" The girl pointed a trembling finger at the mission ledger. "See for yourself." Yan Yu confidently stepped up. "All right. Let us see what we are dealing with." His face instantly drained of color. "What the?" Gong Shi leaned in. "Why the panic? What does it say?" Lin Han scanned the page. "Why is everyone sweating? Is it truly that catastrophic?" Stroking his chin nervously, Gong Shi murmured, "Brother Han, you might not know, but rank A missions are suicide unless your entire squad is late-stage diamond. We desperately need to pick something else." Wiping cold sweat away, Yan Yu cried, "Aside from our local monster Lin Han, the rest of us are completely ordinary." Lin Han tapped the menacing parchment. The briefing states that horrific tragedies are plaguing the Mengshan border zone. Dozens of innocent lives have already been snuffed out. And chillingly, every single corpse was found completely missing its heart. The local guards investigated thoroughly, but turned up absolute zero. I doubt we have anything to fear. This reeks of an investigative mystery, rather than a clash with an apocalyptic beast. Besides, Mentor entrusted this to us. We absolutely cannot run away. Gong Shi nodded slowly. True, this type of shadow play demands sharp intellect, not just explosive raw power. Furthermore, higher difficulty means a massive point payout. And those academy points are our one-way ticket to supreme power. Lin Han grabbed his teammates' shoulders, flashing a confident grin. "Stop shaking. You have me to watch your backs. We are doing this." Hours later, a rugged transport bus rumbled alongside a rocky river. Lin Han closed his eyes, visualizing their deadly destination. Mengshan County, one of the Empire's absolute final frontiers. The core city, he sits high atop a treacherous peak. Below it lies a massive fortress wall, shielding citizens from endless monster swarms. He cleared his throat sharply. "Stay painfully alert. One wrong step off that mountain means instant death." Tang Chi violently grabbed Lin Han's collar, sobbing uncontrollably. "Is it too late to abort the mission?" "Absolutely," Lin Han replied coldly. Flipping the dossier open, he warned, 26 souls have been slaughtered in Mengshan. 0 external wounds on the corpses. Yet, every single heart vanished into thin air. The atmosphere grew suffocating as they listened. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. Simming Academy dispatched an elite gold stage team. They were wiped out completely. That is the real reason this is rank A. Trust no one. Gong Shi analyzed the chilling facts. To effortlessly butcher gold stage elites, the assassin must possess late diamond strength. But since each of us can temporarily match a diamond ranker, and Brother Han swats them like flies, I calculate a high chance of survival. But we are completely flying blind. Yan Yu argued. We only know the execution method. We have zero intel on the enemy's actual numbers. Screech. The tires wailed as the bus slammed to a violent halt. What is the meaning of this? Someone yelled. The driver aggressively pointed at the doors. End of the line, kids. Out. He glared at them with pure terror in his eyes. Mengshan is your stop. I am not driving another inch towards that graveyard. Yan Yu rushed the cab. Wait, old man, this is the only transport route. You cannot just abandon us out here. The driver furiously swatted the air. Only suicidal fools venture near Mengshan now. Get the hell off my bus. Shivering like a leaf, Tang Chi asked, Sir, is the situation truly that hopeless? The driver's face contorted in absolute dread. Hopeless does not even begin to describe it. My oldest friend just fled that cursed place. He swore survival there is utterly impossible. Every single day, phantom spirits materialized, threatening to shatter his sanity. Our main character leaned in, questioning where this haunted neighbor previously resided. The disgruntled driver snapped, demanding if they were even listening. If they cherished breathing, they would stay far away from that cursed domain. He scowled. Fine, but their deaths would not be on his hands. He agreed to sketch a crude map, refusing to drive within 30 kilometers. Ripping out a notebook, he charted their doom. Follow this path upon entering the ruined city to find the ominous estate. However, he issued one final warning. His neighbor's soul was crippled by those specters. Lin Han widened his eyes with pure intrigue. Wandering spirits? Just what? Nightmares lurked within. Soon, the party arrived at a decaying skyline choked by swarms of deathly crows. Duan shivered, murmuring that this desolate wasteland reeked of a blood-curdling aura. Our hero hardened his gaze as he advanced. Out of nowhere, a massive monstrosity materialized, triggering a terrifying scream. It truly was an apparition. Duan scrutinized the phantom, whispering that the spirit showed zero killing intent. Lin Han raised his hands defensively, sensing a bizarre energy pulsating from the entity. He agreed it lacked malice. Arching a brow, Duan volunteered to investigate this mysterious anomaly, demanding they guard her back. Tangi immediately complied. Spreading her arms wide, her comrades dropped into a defensive lotus meditation stance. She unleashed a divine hand seal. Blessing of the holy light, grant me the eyes of absolute truth. Observer class, activate. Instantly, her figure erupted in blinding radiance. Our main character watched in utter awe. Did she just perfectly mimic the legendary Observer Support class? What an insanely overpowered ability. With this, the shadows would finally reveal their secrets. Bowing her head, Duan began channeling the horrifying echoes of the past. She witnessed the elite disciples of Shimong Academy descending into absolute madness, viciously slaughtering each other without reason. Trembling, Duan peered deeper into the illusion. What sparked this brutal massacre? A crazed student brutally crushed his comrade's skull into the stone ruins. Suddenly, his blood-stained hand ignited. Duan gasped, realizing this bloody sacrifice forcefully unlocked a dimensional tier. Yuan-Shi widened his eyes in shock. A spatial portal? What twisted sorcery was this? Wan Ting shrieked as the tragic students vanished into the spatial rift, blindly walking into the jaws of certain death. The psychic backlash hit Duan. Crimson blood cascaded from her unseeing eyes. Yuan-Shi caught her collapsing frame, desperately begging her to sever the connection. Clutching her bleeding face, she choked out an apology. Her vision blurred as a colossal, blood-drenched monstrosity materialized in the void, nearly shattering her consciousness entirely. Lin Han offered a reassuring gaze, praising her bravery and ordering her to recover her strength. His mind raced. This spiritual backlash triggered the second those students breached the dimensional fabric. Was this a terrifying spatial defense mechanism, or pure demonic interference? Regardless, retreating was not an option. Lin Han unleashed his all-seeing eye. A hidden rift pulsed with chaotic energy amidst the crumbling masonry. He roared in triumph, locating the gateway. Plunging his hand into the abyss, our hero crossed the threshold. In a flash, the squad descended into a nightmare realm bathed in a sinister, blood-red luminescence. Gongsun Lianqi anchored his mighty spear, his voice trembling as he scanned the horror. Was this ocean of crimson the slaughtered citizens of Munin? Suddenly, Duan thrust a trembling finger toward the shadows. The squad whipped around, weapons drawn. Dozens of wooden caskets floated in a grotesque lake of blood, containing shriveled corpses drained into mummified husks. Yuan-Shi recoiled, roaring in absolute disgust. What sick lunatic orchestrated this massacre? Approaching the chilling scene, the squad investigated the cursed remains. Lin Han noted ominously, these empty coffins thirsted for fresh flesh. Gripping his weapon, Gongsun questioned if this butcher planned to exterminate the entire region. Without warning, a grotesque, razor-toothed lizard fiend ambushed them, skewering itself on the spear. With lightning reflexes, our main character snatched the thrashing beast, violently crushing its throat. He commanded absolute vigilance, sensing a dark mutation within these monstrosities. Gongsun nodded his deep gratitude to Brother Han, while the others paralyzed in bone-chilling dread. A demonic vampire manifested from the abyss, chuckling darkly. What exquisite prey! They would make magnificent trophies for his macabre collection. A terrifying horde of leviathans erupted from the blood sea, commanded by the arrogant Night Stalker. The creature sneered at their terror, mockingly praising their persistence. Since they breached his scarlet hell, he would grant them a deadly reward. They would have the ultimate honor of becoming feast meat for his pets. Lin Han surged forward, ordering his comrades to brace for impact. Spinning his spear, Gongsun roared in disbelief. Why was a supreme master lurking in the forgotten Munin territory? Duan collapsed into the crimson tide, crying out in despair. Her spiritual core was utterly drained. Suddenly, a colossal maw lunged to devour her. Blinding energy charged within the beast's throat as Duan braced for death. In a flash, Yuan-Shi scooped her away, roaring that true legends always arrive in the nick of time. Tang Yi channeled a desperate barrier, screaming at them to focus before it shattered. An overwhelming tide of monsters closed in. As the vampire applauded their pathetic struggle, he cackled, thoroughly amused by their despair. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. Only one wretched faction harbored such a psychotic obsession with harvesting blood and souls. The Blood Moon Cult. Spreading his arms like a dark messiah, the demonic villain erupted into hysterical laughter. Such brilliant prey. He was a terrifying heart-eater guardian of the Blood Moon. Gongsun gripped his weapon, despairing. They could not survive this legendary monster. He offered a suicide charge so they could flee, but our protagonist coldly refused. They were brothers in arms. True, observers never leave a comrade behind to die. The beast licked its fangs, mocking his foolish bravery. They were absolutely right about one thing. Every single soul here would be slaughtered. Lin Han exploded his aura, his confidence unwavering. A cocky smirk graced his face as he challenged fate. Channeling devastating power into his fist, he unleashed a shockwave. Whirling around, he ordered his squad to fall back through the rift immediately. As his team evacuated, Lin Han stood his ground alone. Yuan-Shi reached back, crying out, "Brother Han, what was this insane plan?" Lin Han smirked, promising to reunite once he trashed this pathetic bloodsucker. The Guardian erupted in blazing fury, screaming, "How dare this? Dare touch his future collection." He would slice him into bloody pieces. Lin Han merely smirked. Slice him? Where did this arrogant bastard get such blind confidence? His aura exploded violently. "Did you know my true power shines when fighting solo?" Lin Han spun his staff, unleashing a devastating forbidden tear spell. Fallen Intervention. This catastrophic magic inflicts crushing debuffs on all foes, packing a 15% chance to force absolute surrender, overriding their very willpower. The vampire collapsed to his knees, hacking up black blood onto the shattered earth. "Bastard, what did you do to my body?" Lin Han replied coldly, "Nothing special. You just lost your sight and hearing. Your reality is now my illusion." He clenched his blazing fist. "You won't even sense my approach. You will perish before the impact even registers." Lin Han launched into the air, fist glowing with wrath, roaring, "You slaughtered countless innocents. A demonic monster like you doesn't deserve to breathe. Repent for your unforgivable sins, you vile heart devourer." The vampire met the strike with a sinister laugh. "What terrifying magic. If I were merely a king stage ant, I would be dead. But you are fatally unlucky." The young hero gritted his teeth. A supreme stage entity. With a flick of the vampire's wrist, Lin Han was blasted backward. A gruesome gash split his chest, leaking dark, corrupt energy. The monstrous vampire pointed a wicked claw, mocking him. "You truly never cease to entertain me. Your flesh alone rivals the explosive durability of a peak king stage expert, and your forbidden magic outshines even some supreme tier techniques. But alas, it falls pitifully short of killing me." Lin Han gripped his bleeding torso. "Impossible. How are you a supreme stage entity when your mana reserves match a mere king stage cultivator?" He realized in absolute terror. The demonic black smoke was devouring his precious mana. His fatal wound poured blood relentlessly, leaving him zero time to purify the dark energy. The vampire drew a flux crimson blade. "It is all thanks to a divine art that briefly masks my true terrifying aura." He cackled maniacally, savoring the despair of shattering opponents who foolishly believed they had claimed victory. Mounting the skull of a colossal, razor-toothed sandworm, the vampire sneered. "Now I need not lift a finger. My precious pet will grind you down until your dying breath." He howled with villainous delight. "Feast upon his flesh, my beautiful beast." Lin Han charged the Leviathan, mind racing in terror. "Even if I unleash my ultimate thunder and wind domain, I cannot instantly slay this behemoth. Furthermore, the vampire refuses to engage me directly. He intends to cowardly hide while this monstrosity bleeds me dry. Damn it, my arrogance blinded me to the overwhelming might of a supreme realm master. My absolute only chance of survival is landing one catastrophic strike to obliterate this blood moon abomination." The vampire threw his head back, his booming laughter echoing across the battlefield. This is delightfully pathetic. Struggle harder, bleed even faster. I absolutely adore witnessing your pathetic death throes. Suddenly, the vampire's smirk vanished into pure confusion. Lin Han vaulted into the heavens, swinging his blazing fist at the arrogant vampire. He struck with his mighty spear, their powers violently colliding. The villain leaned in, mocking him. Did you truly think you could end me with a single, desperate attack? Cute tactic, but utterly worthless. Now drop dead. The massive beast ambushed the young hero from behind. But suddenly, countless glowing iron needles shredded its monstrous flesh. Lin Han whipped around, eyes widening in sheer disbelief. It was Director Su. The legendary elder smirked. Well, what heaven-defying luck we possess. On our absolute first deployment, we cross paths with a dreaded Blood Moon Guardian. Thank the heavens, I shadowed your team. Tears of relief flooded Lin Han's eyes. Mentor Su. The vampire glared at the sky, hissing, Suen, since when did you babysit this trash? You must be senile to send a mere brat against my might. He cackled, adding, but fate smiles upon me today. I have caught a phenomenally big fish in my web. Director Su met his gaze with overwhelming killing intent. Your arrogance is your tomb. You never stood a ghost of a chance against us. The vampire lunged forward with blinding speed, roaring, let my fists prove otherwise. In a flash, an ocean of metallic needles brutally skewered his cursed flesh over and over. Thousands of razor-sharp spikes materialized from thin air, completely impaling the villain. Director Su casually swiped 2 fingers. My supreme domain is absolute magnetism. As long as steel surrounds us, ignorant pups like you cannot even touch my shadow. Coughing up a fountain of dark blood, the vampire gripped his mangled chest. It does not matter. From this range, I can still drag you to hell. Slamming his needle-ridden hand into the shattered earth, he bellowed maniacally. Accept this parting gift, you decrepit fool. The deranged vampire squeezed his fists tight, screaming. True art is an apocalyptic explosion. Blinding crimson lightning shattered the air, sending shockwaves of lethal shrapnel everywhere. Director Su instantly dropped beside his disciple, conjuring an impenetrable magnetic barrier. The elder scoffed. Did that suicidal insect truly believe an explosion could breach my defense? What a joke. Lin Han turned to his savior, panting. Master, my instincts scream that the bastard's true body is still hiding deep within Mongshan. He is hunting me. If we hesitate here, we will definitely corner his true self. Director Su's expression darkened with grave concern. Pursuing a supreme is dangerously reckless. The young hero's eyes blazed. Retreating is a fatal mistake right now. We have no clue when that monster will ambush us next. Delaying only allows him to summon terrifying reinforcements. We must execute that nightmare. Right here, right now. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure manifested beside them. What a gloriously bold strategy. I absolutely love it. Old man Su, what is your verdict? Director Su whipped around, eyes wide. Bai in hand, the newcomer stood tall, flashing a confident grin. The fierce director immediately demanded, innocent civilians are being slaughtered across Mongshan County. Where the hell have you been? Hiding. Bai in hand spread his hands, laughing apologetically. Forgive me, old man Su. I never anticipated the wicked Blood Moon cult would strike so aggressively in broad daylight. But fear not, I have already safely evacuated every last citizen from the bloodbath. Now, if you lend me your formidable strength, we can hunt down the mastermind together. Both the master and disciple stared at him, completely dumbfounded by his sudden appearance. Bai in hand coughed awkwardly. My sincerest apologies, young hero. I totally forgot my manners. I am Bai in hand, the all-seeing eye of Mongshan County, and a veteran comrade of your master. Su, my old friend, I successfully rescued your remaining disciples and secured them at the Grand Inn. So, your mind can be completely at ease. Deeply moved, Director Su respectfully cupped his fists in gratitude. Bai in hand waved it off warmly. Haha, spare me the stiff formalities. I plan to thoroughly scour the shadows alongside my elite squad today, so you warriors should rest and recover. Lin Han scrutinized the smiling man with sharp, silent suspicion. Bai in Han casually added, by the way, if you are seriously attempting on that deadly bait strategy, you absolutely must visit the Mongshan County Black Market. You will discover incredibly valuable treasures hidden there. He spun on his heel, casually strolling away, with his hands casually clasped behind his back. Director Su narrowed his eyes. Thoughts, kid? Lin Han whispered chillingly. Master, despite his friendly smile, I cannot shake this. Terrifying. Sensing a hidden truth, the mentor shut his eyes. He has always worn a mask of hypocrisy. Later, the exhausted squad gathered inside the tavern. Spotting our hero, their faces lit up. Brother Han. Relief washed over them. Lianqi grinned widely. I never doubted that our legendary brother would emerge completely unscathed. They embraced Lin Han fiercely. "Did you crush that bastard?" Lianqi pressed. "Not quite," Lin Han admitted. "That monstrous presence was merely a shadow clone, and incredibly powerful at that. If our master had not descended like a god, I would have lost my mind completely." Lianqi pivoted to their mentor. "Master, you should have warned us that you were guarding us from the shadows. We nearly died of fright." Director Su crossed his arms stoically. "No. Unless a Supreme Realm powerhouse manifested, I would never have interfered. This baptism of blood was necessary for your growth." He narrowed his eyes. "Has the Academy been warned about the catastrophic threat engulfing Mushin?" Duan Ha shook her head. "No, we are completely in the dark. A massive interference field is blocking all signals across Mushin County. We absolutely cannot transmit any distress signals to the Academy." Staring at the glowing system warning panel, the director scowled deeply. "So, the web of fate tightens. Fine. We table this crisis for now. Mushin County rests. Along the treacherous borderlines, countless elite cultivators patrol those bloody edges constantly. A single supreme stage cultivator cannot effortlessly annihilate Mushin." Stepping closer, UNC approached our hero with awe. "The county lord is an absolute monster in combat. He literally warped our entire squad from the blood-soaked battlefield directly to this tavern in a sense. Fraction of a heartbeat. What terrifying realm has he reached?" Recalling his old friend's departure, Director Su answered heavily. "The Supreme Realm. We were once brothers forged in battle. During a catastrophic raid, our entire legendary vanguard was slaughtered. Only he and I survived the massacre. Afterward, the higher-ups exiled him to guard Mushin." The entire squad stared at their mentor in stunned silence. Suddenly, the director's aura shifted. "Enough dwelling on ghosts. We move to the Mushin market now. Border guarding elites frequently dump there. Spoils of war there. You will find mountains of top-tier artifacts. Choose weapons that resonate with your souls, and I shall cover the absolute total." The squad roared in unison. "Our mentor is a god among men." Soon after, they stood before the imposing Mushin branch of Millennium. This was the continent's most legendary merchant conglomerate. Our hero gazed at the towering architecture. "Even a remote wasteland like this houses a Millennium branch." Lianqi nodded seriously. "Millennium operates strictly in the shadows. It is an incredibly mysterious trading empire. Their network infects every corner of our kingdom. Brother Han, shall we plunder their legendary vaults?" Lin Han smirked confidently. "Without a doubt. Besides, I happen to hold elite VIP privileges here." Yuanxi scoffed playfully. "You absolute monster, leave some divine treasures for us mere mortals." Raising her delicate hand, Duanan softly interjected. "I wish to explore Millennium too. Brother Han, may I accompany your shadow?" The protagonist nodded his warm approval. As they breached the grand entrance, an elegant hostess bowed deeply, beckoning them into the treasury. "Honored guests, welcome." Moments later, they navigated a glowing corridor lined with impenetrable crystal display vaults. Suddenly, an ancient aura caught Duanan's curious gaze. Lin Han halted instantly. Beside a pulsing relic, he requested the hostess to unveil the secrets behind two specific divine artifacts. Her eyes gleamed with respect. "Your vision is piercing, young master. This amulet was forged using the fangs of an apex-tier demonic beast. The ancient master smiths literally bled their spiritual essence into its core. Wearing this grants an absolute 10% multiplication to base defensive aura." Shifting her gaze to an ancient tome, she continued. "And this scroll harbors a legendary martial art. It contains the catastrophic, high-tier combat manual known as the Thunder Fist. Ancient myths claim that whoever awakens its ultimate hidden potential will wield a devastating strike capable of fracturing the very heavens. To claim both legendary items, the total Cordeland price requires 8 million spiritual coins." Duanan stared at the staggering price tag and panicked. "Brother Han, this extortion is madness." The protagonist merely chuckled. "Our generous mentor swore to shoulder our entire financial burden. It is perfectly fine." Flipping open the ancient manual, a wild thought ignited. "If my system amplifies this Thunder Fist 10,000 times over, I will finally possess a devastatingly lethal, close-quarters combat skill. Between two Supreme Realm powerhouses and elite frontier veterans, we might actually possess enough firepower to slaughter that terrifying Blood Moon Guardian." Yet a creeping shadow of dread choked his heart. Shortly after, a colossal torrent of azure energy exploded toward our hero. He leaped headfirst into the violently swirling vortex, roaring through the agonizing transformation. Blinding light devoured his physical form. The system triggered. Thunder Fist amplified 10,000 times. Skill name: Heaven-shattering thunder fist. Rank: Forbidden Realm. Combat style: unarmed annihilation. Description: when unleashed, the firmament shall split with divine thunder. Apocalyptic lightning will incinerate the mortal realm. Absolutely nothing can withstand the devastating wrath of the eclipse. 8 trigrams lightning demolition. Lin Han squeezed his crackling fist, feeling godlike. Such intoxicating power. I finally hold a melee strike that rivals my world-ending magic. I have evolved to an entirely new echelon of strength. It is time to execute our fatal trap. Duanan pivoted, anxiously urging Lin Han to retreat with them. The protagonist looked on Amazing self over his shoulder with resolve. We move. Later, Director Su stood like an immovable mountain, his back facing the squad. Well, did you unearth artifacts worthy of your potential? Lianqi beamed with warrior's pride. Absolutely. The vaults were overflowing with legendary armaments. I claimed a majestic halberd, possessing illusionary strikes, to disorient my foes. This glorious weapon instantly skyrockets my lethal potential by 10%. UNC flashed a bloodthirsty grin. Equipped with these demonic iron claws, my prey will find absolutely no escape from death. Ting. Xingqi cheered with bright-eyed enthusiasm. And I secured a divine staff embedded with a high-density mana crystal. It is breathtakingly perfect. Our hero's sweat dropped inwardly. Let me avoid listing the ridiculously edgy names of my forbidden arts, and just nod along. The mentor finally turned, a rare look of profound satisfaction crossing his battle-hardened face. He was pleased they found weapons resonating with their martial paths. You bled for this growth, but your trial ends here. Once back, I will petition the higher-ups to elevate this bloodbath to an S-rank crisis. The guild will compensate your suffering with premium resources. For now, you must evacuate to safety immediately. Only Lin Han stays behind. Without his monstrous aura, our lethal snare completely collapses. Lianqi stepped forward, eyes full of desperate loyalty. Master, we must stand beside Brother Han. Su's aura flared violently. This ceases to be a mere training exercise. The Blood Moon cult deployed a Supreme Realm nightmare to massacre us. The mere shockwaves of his demonic arts would vaporize you instantly. Do not throw your lives away. Besides, Gongsun, I have prepared a crucial secret mission for your hands only. Lianqi studied the mentor's unwavering gaze, finally bowing his head. Your will is absolute, Master. Soon, our hero navigated the eerie, fog-drenched forest alone. Instantly, the earth fractured violently. Colossal, bloodthirsty abominations materialized from the shadows. The vampiric guardian materialized, his voice dripping with venom. Lin Han, I was beginning to fear that you cowardly fled your ultimate fate. The protagonist spun around, his killing intent flaring. There is just one twisted mystery I need solved. Why are you dogs so obsessed with my existence? The demonic vampire threw his head back and cackled madly. Even I am ignorant of that truth. But our dark patriarch demands your living flesh. And as his loyal executioner, his word is absolute law. Lin Han, you shall become my captive, the creature sneered. And if fate favors you, a prized piece in my collection. The main character merely smirked. I highly doubt that. You might be the one in chains today. The bloodsucker threw his arms wide and cackled madly. Licking his fangs, he mocked. Did you really think I missed your little friend Sun Ken? Honestly, his fate might be worse than yours. The young hero met his gaze and questioned. Are you mentioning that filthy traitor? They had sensed the betrayal the moment Mushin's communication vanished. Yet, his master still permitted this dangerous gamble. The fiend extended a claw. So what if you knew? Your doom was sealed the second you stepped onto Mushin. There is absolutely no escape. The young warrior grinned. Is that so? Clenching his fists, he roared, Thunder Domain. 8 trigrams art. Blinding arcs of raw lightning erupted in all directions. A massive spiritual formation ignited across the heavens, expanding relentlessly. Searing smoke poured from the demon's scorching flesh as he scoffed. This changes absolutely nothing. You remain entirely in my grasp. Lin Han's eyes blazed with electric fury as he retorted. Your gravest mistake is constantly underestimating my power. Meanwhile, Bian Han smirked wickedly. Old man Su, I never imagined we would cross blades on the same battlefield after all these long years. Director Su stepped forward with heavy authority. Bian Han, so you truly sold your soul to the Blood Moon cult. Do you comprehend the devastation our empire will face? Bian Han's pupils shifted to a pitch-black void. The Empire, that pathetic nation that discards its greatest warriors like trash. I could not care less. I was the sole reason we conquered those demonic beasts that day. Yet, instead of a hero's reward, they banished me to this miserable wasteland. The elder's voice shook with disgust. Do you still deny your sins? Have you zero remorse for slaughtering your own brothers in arms just to claim victory? The traitor roared back. Remorse for what? Yes, I sacrificed them, but their petty lives bought the destruction of hundreds of supreme-tier abominations. So why banish me to the borderlands? I deserve luxury in the royal capital, not rotting in this hellscape, shivering against nightmarish horrors. Sue's aura surged. You have completely lost your humanity. What price did the cult pay for your loyalty? The Dark Warrior sneered. Total dominion over Hanyan City. Tossing a fractured skull, he bellowed. An ascension to the third phase of the Supreme Realm. Sue's brow furrowed. You clearly forgot the massive gap in our martial power. Even wielding the third phase, you cannot defeat me. Lin Han shot him a sinister glare and countered, I never planned on winning. I merely need to stall you while the Heart Eater devours your precious disciple. Let us see your endurance. Su manifested a divine artifact. You are absolute scum. Suddenly, immense spatial pressure crushed Lin Han, forcing him to clutch his ringing ears. He stared up in absolute terror at a sky filled with floating steel armaments. The Grandmaster sighed heavily. I saved this ultimate technique for the Outer Realm battlefields. I never imagined I would unleash it to execute my own former comrade. Hundreds of deadly metallic lances surrounded the traitor. Panic set in. What is this? Su extended a glowing hand. Your wretched path ends here. A colossal iron monolith rocketed straight for his skull. Meanwhile, a pillar of abyssal energy erupted above the forest canopy. The monstrous fiend consumed the grotesque mass, forcing Lin Han to watch in pure disgust. Licking his blood-stained lips, the creature purred, slightly scorched but harmless. At least you have exhausted all your pathetic tricks. Now, let round 2 begin. My turn. Instantly, violent illusions clouded the young hero's vision. Swarms of crimson energy parasites materialized beneath his boots. As the fiend taunted, enjoying the demonic blood infection. Your sanity will shatter soon, leaving you as my flawless, mindless puppet. Breathe it in deeply. Let us test your breaking point. The hero dropped to one knee, realizing with horror, he speaks the truth. My consciousness is fracturing. These heretical cult arts are terrifyingly lethal. I can barely sustain my storm aura under this overwhelming mental assault. Suddenly, corrupted black blood spewed from his lips. The pale demon chuckled. I must confess, your willpower is incredibly formidable. Without knowing your true rank, I would assume you are an early supreme stage master. Yet, your raw power means nothing against our divine secret arts. Surrender now. It is your only painless option. Out of nowhere, lethal steel javelins rained down, forcing the monster back. Startled, the boy felt an iron grip grab his shoulder. Master, what about him? Su grunted. He has fallen. We must retreat to the borderlines instantly. Sprinting wildly, the traitor commanded. Heart Eater, hunt them down. Do not let that boy escape. Carrying his wounded disciple, the Elder Master dashed with blinding speed. Channeling his artifact, he propelled them both straight into the stormy skies. The bloodsucker crushed a rock in pure frustration. If you had just distracted that geezer properly, I would have converted this brat into our glorious cult within 5 minutes. The traitor snapped back angrily. Shut your mouth. That old fool took critical damage. Their stamina will burn out soon. Let us accelerate. Their heads are ours. Miles away, a pack of mutated wolves blocked their escape path. The exhausted mentor let out a weary sigh. As the beast snarled, he unleashed a devastating wave of aura. A brutal shockwave instantly vaporized the savage pack. Coughing violently, the Grandmaster pressed his snow-white glove to his lips, dyeing the pure fabric crimson. Panic struck the young hero. Master, you are hurt. Waving him off, Su rasped, I will survive. He collapsed into a lotus stance, enveloping his failing body in healing Kai. Deep in meditation, the elder focused intensely. The disciple pleaded, what went wrong back there? That traitor reached the supreme stage, but your cultivation is absolute leagues above his. Su's features darkened as he recalled the villain's mocking laughter. True, even mastering the third phase, he knew he could never match my martial prowess in a fair fight. But he ruthlessly exploited our location. He planted a seed of doubt, whispering that his assassins were already hunting down my fleeing students across the Mushan perimeter. The furious master had demanded, what did you do to my children, you bastard? The traitor had cackled. Priceless expression. I dispatched my explosive lightning clone to intercept them. If anyone destroys it, a massive self-detonation will wipe your precious students from existence. Gripping his steel staff, the elder realized he could not gamble on it being a bluff. Seeking to confirm their safety cost him dearly. A terrifying bolt of lightning pierced his defenses. The traitor screamed, how dare you lose focus while fighting me, old man? Shattering the restrictive metal domain, Lin Han had emerged triumphant, locking onto his prey. A devastating strike. Narrowly dodging, Director Su crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground as massive iron pipes rained down upon him. Gripping a shattered pipe tightly, he launched himself skyward. Lin Han sneered, mocking his futile escape attempt. Meanwhile, with a heavy heart, the old mentor pleaded for his young student's absolute forgiveness. The guilt of dragging his pupil into this demonic blood moon conspiracy weighed heavily. Yet the main character remained resolute. "Master, I possess hidden trump cards. Defeat will not happen twice." Suddenly, the veteran's sharp gaze shifted, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Emerging from the shadows, the arrogant vampire and Lin Han advanced with sinister grins. "So, old man Su," Lin Han scoffed, "you have finally picked your grave. Good. I was growing thoroughly sick of this pathetic chase." The bloodsucker cackled darkly, adding the legendary elder to my personal blood collection will be an absolute thrill. Facing them, Director Su issued a grim warning about trusting the treacherous Blood Moon cult. "This treacherous path guarantees your doom," he stated. Baring his teeth like a feral beast, Lin Han countered. "Wrong. These heretics finally granted my deepest desires." "Enough chatter, let us slaughter them," the vampire hissed impatiently. As the murderous duo lunged forward, the elder's expression hardened, preparing a world-shattering, apocalyptic incantation. A forbidden magic activated. The very heavens tore open as a colossal, blazing meteor plummeted downward. The vampire froze in absolute terror, shrieking, "Has this geezer gone mad? A suicidal forbidden art. You will burn yourself to ash as well." The mentor merely chuckled, fully prepared to drag these monsters to hell. The apocalyptic meteor descended rapidly, threatening to wipe out everything. Panicking, the bloodsucker wailed about the inescapable blast radius. Glaring at the flaming sky, Lin Han ordered the immediate execution of the lunatic elder, while he focused on obliterating the falling star. Channeling overwhelming aura skyward, he chanted, "Roaring gales, gathering shadows, echoing thunder, awaken my ultimate forbidden technique. Forbidden art, thunder of extermination." A devastating torrent of crackling lightning surged toward the descending celestial rock. Shielding his eyes, the vampire shuddered, realizing he had vastly underestimated this traitor. To possess such cataclysmic magic was simply unthinkable. Furious at his partner's hesitation, Lin Han roared, "What are you staring at? Slaughter that pathetic old fool immediately." "Wait, what is happening?" he demanded in sudden panic. Standing firmly nearby, the main character unleashed his own blinding aura. Shocked, Lin Han yelled, "Why is my lightning fading?" As the flaming meteor continued its apocalyptic descent, the villain shrieked in dread. "Curse it, it is that brat's suppressive domain." Extending his hands, Lin Han smirked confidently. His unique thunder and wind domain was not merely a buff for his magic. It actively drained and weakened any enemy attempting to use those exact elemental attributes. The elder's jaw had dropped when he discovered his student possessed this rare mastery. Their synergistic magic was an absolute miracle. Shielding his pupil, Director Su smiled warmly. Trembling with rage, Lin Han screeched, "Terrible devourer, assist me right now. You cursed fossil Shen, are you truly prepared to perish in this blazing inferno alongside us? Are you genuinely willing to sacrifice your precious disciple's future?" The vampire frantically blasted his demonic aura skyward. Gazing at the desperate villains, Director Su calmly replied, "Never. You are the only ones dying today." Clenching his fists, he chanted, 36 heavenly beams, absolute imprisonment." As the hero extended his hand, massive steel pillars erupted, enveloping them, creating an impenetrable fortress. With a confident smirk, the mentor explained that this versatile technique was the ultimate trump card, flawlessly balancing both crushing offense and absolute defense. Bidding a final farewell to the scoundrels, hell descended. The colossal meteor collided violently with the earth, triggering a blinding, cataclysmic explosion. Safely inside their unyielding sanctuary, the hero rested, knowing those trapped outside would face absolute annihilation. Suddenly, the protective steel pillars began to violently crumble, causing him to glance upward at the fractured sky in pure terror. As the barrier finally dissolved, the duo stepped into a desolate, smoking wasteland of scorched earth. Concerned, the student asked about his master's condition. Squinting through the thick ash, the battle-hardened elder brushed off the worry. Stepping toward a massive, smoking crater, peering into the abyss, he declared their definitive victory, suggesting they finally return home in peace. Suddenly, a lethal surge of crackling electricity pierced the elder's back. Shock paralyzed his face as the horrified protagonist lunged forward, screaming his beloved master's name. Clawing out from the devastated rubble, a bloodied Lin Han aimed his trembling hand at them. Panting heavily, the maniacal traitor cackled. "Too close, you absolute lunatic, but ultimately, I stand victorious." "Suen." From the shadows, the battered vampire commanded his capture. Refusing to yield, the young hero stepped up, firmly pressing his palms together. "You will never touch my master," he roared, sacred light of divine healing. Instantly, a brilliant, warm aura enveloped the elder, miraculously erasing every single fatal wound in seconds. Shocked by the instant recovery, Lin Han shrieked, "Damn it. I completely forgot this brat possesses a healer class." Lunging forward aggressively, the bloodsucker vowed to shred the boy himself. Slashing viciously with demonic claws, he was instantly countered by a devastating kick from the protagonist. Tumbling backward, the vampire stared at his trembling hands, horrified by his vanishing mana. The vampire smirked wickedly, taunting the boy's ignorance. He had already stealthily corrupted the battlefield's local mana with his demonic blood. Any attempt to absorb the surrounding atmospheric energy would force the hero to ingest lethal poison. Cackling triumphantly, the bloodsucker promised an agonizing end. Surrender now. Young man, your fragile power cannot possibly defeat absolute darkness. Thunderclaw, Lin Han roared, forming a devastating energy stream. Yet, instantly materializing out of nowhere, Kusania shielded the elder with his massive body. Perfect timing, my friend. The mentor exhaled, acknowledging their brush with death. Gritting his teeth, Lin Han realized the battle's momentum had shifted. Curse it, it is the legendary Vajra body cultivator, Kusania. Heart Eater, stop wasting time and slaughter them. The enraged vampire materialized an ominous blood scythe and swung fiercely. Catching the monstrous weapon barehanded, the armored tank grunted, heavy, thrusting the demonic beast backward with overwhelming physical force. He roared, but not enough to break me. After the dust settled, the grateful hero bowed. Boss Ku, thank you. Planting his hands firmly, the powerhouse laughed. Old man, Su, is a total legend. Despite the enemy's suppression, he still triggered a distress signal. Without his brilliant tactical foresight, the death toll would have been utterly catastrophic. Trembling with indignant fury, Lin Han rose. Damn it, annihilate them. I only sought the power rightfully owed to me. Why interfere? Stalking toward the fallen traitor, the elder spoke with heavy sorrow. Do you truly remain this blind? Grabbing the villain's collar, he revealed the buried truth of that cursed day. You arrogantly demanded we hunt the demonic beast. Blinded by fame and a pathetic desire for capital city glory, you selfishly sacrificed 13 loyal comrades just to save yourself. You abandoned them without a single shred of hesitation. Do you have any concept of the sheer agony I have endured every single day since? Whenever sleep claims my eyes, their bloodied faces haunt my nightmares. I am constantly tortured by the survivor's guilt, forever questioning why they perished while I breathed. Why was I spared from their fate? Perhaps my wretched soul blocked my ascension. Yet, fueled by absolute remorse, I finally shattered my limits, awakening the ultimate supreme rank. Broken by the devastating truth, the villain Lin Han wept openly. Let that foolish mortal run his mouth. History only remembers the victors anyway. But mark my words carefully. One day, his life will definitely end by my blade. Don't ever forget this. Soul Leader, we are pulling out immediately. The vampire sneered. Leaving so soon? Opening a swirling dimensional rift to escape, he casually scoffed. I will leave him here to catch up with an old friend. Lin Han stood completely bewildered as dark magic ensnared him. The spatial portal rapidly collapsed inward. Director Su roared his name. Chu Sonya shrieked in absolute terror. They completely dropped their guard. Did that monster possess a second class? Space warped into a dark, foreboding manner. Cultists immediately bowed to their dark master. Bound tightly in a cursed sack, our hero struggled. Where the hell am I? The vampire's eyes gleamed red. Welcome to the stronghold of the infamous Blood Moon cult. Taking his shadowed throne, he smirked. Lin Han, you are absurdly lucky. Without the Patriarch's direct orders for a live capture today, you would already be a rotting corpse. Bound but unbroken, Lin Han glared upward. What a pathetic display this is. Is every single cultist this much of a freak? The vampire lazily flicked his finger. Bring that one here. Yes, my lord. Crimson aura swallowed the loyal servant, horrifyingly transmuting his flesh and bones into a mere apple. Lin Han gritted his teeth. You trade your own devoted followers like cheap cattle. Disgusting. The vampire took a cruel, juicy bite of the fruit and slowly rose. A perfectly equivalent payment for worshipping our divine lord, he proclaimed. Lin Han, I cannot fathom why the Patriarch desires you, but my sharp instincts are screaming that you were literally destined to join our ranks. I would rather die first. Lin Han spat. The vampire simply chuckled, dramatically throwing his arms wide open. Do not be so hasty to reject your fate. Let me reveal the grand truth. The stone floor violently split apart, dragging Lin Han toward a terrifying, bottomless abyss. A victim dangled over the edge, screaming for mercy. Please, spare me. Lin Han's aura flared with furious rage. What twisted game is this? Release him immediately. Cast aside your pathetic mortal pity. The vampire cackled. How do you think a cursed mage like me mastered spatial arts? Because I awoke a legendary second class. A spatial mage. Lin Han's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A second class? Exactly. Mortals are usually chained to a single path, but a blessed few manage to break those limits, and our venerable demon god grants this supreme power to all his faithful. Witness true divine intervention. You are the very first outsider permitted to behold this sacred awakening ritual. If our dark deity accepts this fresh blood sacrifice, a second class is absolutely guaranteed to be bestowed upon him. Right now, I am merely a gold-ranked altar, yet my power already rivals a master of the supreme stage. You cannot even begin to comprehend the sheer strength. Waiting when the demon god blesses you. The vampire's eyes gleamed with twisted obsession as he promised they would stop at nothing to forge his destiny into an unprecedented legend. Your only price? Swear your eternal loyalty. Offer your soul entirely to the demon god, and you might eventually rise up to become a guardian like me. No, your destiny is far greater. A future patriarch. Lin Han scoffed coldly, turning away. Every single word falling from your mouth makes my stomach churn with utter disgust. Just kill me and be done with it. The vampire's mad laughter echoed around them. No mortal soul can truly resist the seductive temptation of absolute power. Shoving Lin Han mercilessly toward the edge, he sneered. Take all the time you need to ponder. I guarantee that very soon you will embrace the darkness. Lin Han plummeted violently into the crimson abyss. Drown in it, Lin Han. Savor the agonizing, soul-crushing sea of blood. Let unending pain and consuming madness reforge your soul. Only through this agony will you awaken. Only here will you feel truly alive. Guards, prepare the grand ritual. As you command, the fanatic guards chanted. Stop fighting it. The vampire mocked from above. This cursed crimson tide will tirelessly drain every single drop of your mana. Once empty, you will inevitably surrender to the venerable demon god. Lin Han shut his eyes tightly against the searing pain. Ghostly whispers invaded his fracturing mind. It hurts. Make the searing pain stop. I never wanted this. I didn't want to violently sacrifice my own family. Please forgive me. Mangled phantom figures surfaced from the crimson depths, their rotting jaws chattering endlessly. The dark power. It feels so incredibly good. I need to claim more souls. Take absolutely everything, Dark Lord. Lin Han stood completely paralyzed, fighting the brutal mental invasion. I must break free right now. Surrendering to this bloodbath means losing my humanity forever, but resisting the relentless energy drain guarantees my absolute death. Wait a minute. This pool is pure demonic chi. What if I absorb it? Meanwhile, a shadowed messenger urgently materialized right beside the arrogant vampire. Lord Devourer. Kauki Academy just dispatched 15 Supreme Stage Masters to hunt down Lin Han. Our time is up. The vampire merely flashed a sinister smile. Do not panic, Lord Messenger. I shall extract our precious prize immediately. It is about time. We cannot afford any further delays. The messenger hissed. The vampire tightly clenched his fists in blazing fury. Curses. If I hand the boy over now, this bureaucrat steals all my hard-earned glory. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted. What in the blazing hell is happening? Sir, the river of blood is violently boiling. The ambient demonic chi is spiraling completely out of control. The vampire scowled deeply. Is that pathetic rat causing this anomaly? He peered into the crimson mist. He is literally swallowing the corruption. How is his mind still intact? The entire cavern violently trembled as massive boulders crashed down. The messenger shrieked in terror. The bloody tide is overflowing. A colossal splash completely shattered the liquid surface. A terrifying roar echoed. Forbidden level spell. Undead revival. Skeletal wolves erupted from the thick gore. The vampire burst into maniacal laughter. Did he actually dare to weaponize the rejected demonic chi to summon undead monsters? He is truly full of surprises. Lin Han emerged, dripping from the blood, his voice booming like thunder. Heart Eater. I will tear you apart for every innocent life you have ruined. Rip them to shreds, Cerberus. The vampire dismissively flicked his wrist. Slaughter that mud instantly. Lin Han mounted the massive hellhound. With terrifying speed, the beast swatted the elite guards away like flies. The vampire's smile totally vanished. Perfect. This makes you an even better sacrifice for the demon god. Cerberus locked onto the threat with blazing phantom eyes. The beast lunged forward with blinding speed. But suddenly, Lin Han felt a crushing weight. What did you just do? You arrogant fool. The vampire mocked ruthlessly. I built this entire fortress. I just triggered our trump card. The ultimate defense matrix. Forbidden level spell. Extermination seal. A suffocating, heavy barrier crashed down around them. The vampire grinned. Within this absolute domain, Lin Han, you cannot manipulate external demonic chi. The mental corruption weighing on you will increase tenfold. You are completely out of options against my overwhelming power. The madman cackled, declaring this slaughterhouse his exclusive domain. Suddenly, a colossal serpent coiled tightly around the hellhound's massive frame. The main character leapt from the beast, realizing the terrifying truth. The overwhelming demonic chi flooding the area had completely slipped his grasp. His necromancy was sealed. Worse yet, absorbing this corrupt energy was suicide. Becoming a mindless puppet of darkness was the absolute last fate he wanted. These Blood Moon cult fanatics were using utterly despicable tricks. His full strength was blocked, as his hellhound fiercely throttled the shadowy serpent. The bloodsucker lunged, wielding a crimson blade. Lin Han narrowed his eyes in grim realization. His demonic beast was completely outmatched by this terrifying devourer, and his own mana reserves were bone dry. Was this truly his final stand? Left with zero options, he had to devour the surrounding demonic chi just to scrape together a fraction of magic. His only gamble was cleansing the corruption later using divine light. Suddenly, a volatile surge of energy erupted, and our hero watched in pure dread. The foul demonic aura was violently fusing with his core. The bloodsucker sneered at him, mocking. "So, Lin Han, have you finally submitted to the supreme will of our demon god?" He cackled madly, declaring that from this moment forward, the boy's vessel belonged solely to darkness. He rose and roared, "In your absolute nightmares, you bloodthirsty scum." The fiend smirked wickedly, still clinging to your pathetic sanity. "Fine. Then it is time to pour gasoline straight onto the blazing inferno." Pressing a hand to the hellhound's snout, horrific fountains of blood burst from the creature's flesh. The cavern trembled violently as the beast shrieked. Lin Han glanced upward as massive boulders plummeted from the cracking ceiling. Launching himself forward, he gritted his teeth. Curse it all. What fresh hell is happening now? The vile bloodsucker had actually mounted the hellhound, charging with lethal intent. Jaw clenched, Lin Han realized in horror had his own summon been hijacked. The villain glared down with supreme arrogance. "Admiring my brand new toy. Forget your bond. This beast obeys only my supreme command." He ordered the corrupted monster to rip its former master apart. The beast lunged viciously, but our hero stood completely unshaken, eyes blazing. He realized these Blood Moon cult fanatics were absolute lunatics. Yet, an icy resolve washed over him. He was actually thankful for this brutal clarity. Now, he could slaughter them without a single ounce of mercy. Blasting off the shattered earth, he roared, "Divine Face Xiang Shife, Sovereign of Three Blades." The fiend sneered in absolute disgust. "The so-called Master of Three Blades? Pathetic. You are nothing but a worthless, second-rate imitation." But the legendary phantom materialized in a blinding flash. "Fake. Taste the absolute pinnacle of my three-sword domain." Slashing with world-cleaving force, our hero knew this godlike state would only last for exactly 3 precious minutes. He had to obliterate his foe instantly. Meanwhile, miles away, a desperate young woman scanned the desolate wasteland. Nothing here. Nothing there either. The tracking was completely failing. Suddenly, an apocalyptic clash caught her eye, making her gasp in sheer terror. Director Su instantly demanded, "What is happening? Did you locate his aura?" Gongsun, trembling, replied, "Yes. I found him." Back at the blood-soaked ruins, our hero's devastating blade pierced straight through the corrupted hellhound. The vile bloodsucker crashed into the dirt, his broken body spewing dark crimson. Gasping his final breaths, he declared absolute victory. Despite dying, the fanatic gloated that Lin Han's soul was already tainted. He would soon become the ultimate, perfect masterpiece of the Blood Moon cult. The demonic god would inevitably claim his mind. Their dark order would devour this pathetic world, and he would gleefully await our hero's descent into hell. Colossal boulders began crashing from the collapsing ceiling. Glancing upward, our hero scoffed at the fanatic's corpse. What an absolute lunatic. Even with one foot in the grave, he spewed such absolute garbage. But a sudden chill ran down his spine. The entire cavern was caving in. He closed his eyes, bracing for death, when a brilliant surge of spiritual energy blasted through the rubble. Opening his eyes, he saw a glowing figure descending from the shattered roof. It was Gongsun Kiener. Screaming his name in terror, she dragged his battered body to safety. Director Su sprinted forward, demanding a status report. She looked back, her face pale. "He is totally knocked out, brutally injured, but his pulse is fighting. The Academy's elite healers can pull him back from the brink." The director sighed in massive relief, praising her critical intervention. Without her legendary chi-tracking arts, discovering his corpse would have taken absolute ages. Still, he muttered, "Why is that sinister Blood Moon cult so utterly obsessed with this one student?" Gongsun averted her gaze, whispering her ignorance. Regardless, her end of the bargain was completely fulfilled. The Grand Chi Academy officially owed her a massive favor. Meanwhile, deep within Lin Han's own spiritual mindscape, an ominous scene unfolded. A mysterious, heavily chained figure loomed before our bewildered hero. "Where in the world am I?" Suddenly, the chained prisoner whipped around, screaming in absolute, blood-curdling terror. "He is going to murder me." Lin Han stared in complete shock. questioning the prisoner's true identity. Sometime later, inside a pristine recovery ward, our battered hero lay completely motionless. His loyal comrades anxiously surrounded his bed. Without warning, his eyes snapped completely open, blazing with spiritual intensity. He violently roared about an impending murder. Yuan Shi panicked, shouting, "Brother Han." He frantically shook his friend's shoulders, terrified by this sudden, heart-stopping outburst. "What is happening to you?" Our hero groaned, begging them to stop the dizzying, shaking before he violently hurled. Nan stepped up, gently offering a steaming bowl, scolding the others to back off immediately. "Eat this spiritual porridge, brother." A warm, grateful smile broke through Lin Han's exhaustion. Devouring every last drop of the healing meal, he let out a massively contented sigh, declaring he felt completely reborn. Gongsun approached with deep concern, questioning if his terrifying ordeal had left any hidden scars. Flexing his revitalized muscles, he confidently smirked. Invincible as a raging bull, he boasted, but internally a dark shadow lingered. He was physically healed, yet a terrifying demonic parasite squirmed within his core, relentlessly clawing at his sanity. The psychological warfare was absolutely agonizing to suppress, but surrendering was not an option. As long as his Tao heart remained completely tranquil, the beast remained caged. Yuan Shi slapped his back with a beaming grin, loudly bragging that their leader was totally indestructible. Lin Han chuckled, casually asking exactly how long he had been out cold. When Yuan Shi revealed an entire week had passed, absolute dread crashed over our hero. 7 whole days. Recovering from the legendary Xiang Shifei clash took a mere 24 hours. This dark corruption was devastatingly worse. Suddenly, elite academy officials swept into the sterile ward. Director Su confidently strolled in, joking that a lucky spirit bird had whispered tales of a miraculous awakening. Approaching the medical bed, the elder carefully adjusted the recovery blankets, expressing profound relief that their star pupil had finally escaped death's grasp. Our humble hero accepted the elder's kind gesture, respectfully raising his hands to assure his master that his spiritual fire burned fiercely. Stepping into the spotlight, Gongsun Qianer gracefully folded her arms. "All right, team," she announced with a serious tone, "give us the room. We require total privacy for a highly sensitive briefing." Dragging a chair to his bedside, her aura shifted. "Let us skip the pleasantries and start with a proper formal introduction. I am Jin's formidable older sister, Gongsun Qianer." Settling down, her piercing gaze locked onto his soul. "I need the absolute, uncensored truth. How did you obliterate the heart eater inside that cursed abyss?" Trapped in his cell, a sly grin crossed his face. They definitely found that fool's corpse, but they'd never suspect a rookie like him. Keeping his overwhelming power an absolute secret was critical now. Time to play the disciple card. Hiding behind his fake legendary master, he fed them a perfect lie about a divine artifact, gifted by his mysterious master. It supposedly obliterated the devourer, leaving him battered as collateral damage. That's when the elegant Lady Gongsun intervened. Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief. An artifact capable of slaying a supreme stage master. It had to be legendary. What divine item possessed such terrifying power? He just nervously chuckled, playing the clueless fool, claiming the fatal strike happened in a blinding flash. Claiming he was entirely busy just surviving the chaos. He prayed she would swallow the bait. His mind was spinning from the overwhelming exhaustion. Principal Su stepped in, demanding immediate rest for the boy. "Kid," his voice rumbled with intense pride, "you've achieved the absolute impossible for a mere novice disciple." He promised a grand academy reward for clearing a double S rank mission. The prize awaited his full recovery. Bowing respectfully, our main character humbly thanked his mentor. Crisis averted. Principal Su led the high investigation team outside. Echoing down the Grand Academy halls, the old man finally broke the incredibly heavy silence. "What are your honest thoughts on this boy?" Stroking his chin, Kusanya muttered about his mysterious aura. But a knowing smile crept across Gongsun's elegant face. She was utterly fascinated by his absolute calm demeanor. For a rookie meeting, a high-ranking senior, he didn't show a single ounce of fear. Plus, mere artifacts don't simply erase a terrifying heart eater. Little Han was swimming in dark secrets. Director Su just shut his tired eyes, stating firmly, "Whatever shadows the boy desperately hid, he remained their precious student." Under the mighty academy's absolute protection, there was simply no way the vile Blood Moon cult could ever touch a single hair on his head. Later that day, our hero finally rose, stretching his deeply aching muscles. His sworn brother, Yuan Shi, barged in, grinning warmly at his miraculous recovery. "Time for a massive celebratory feast on me." Smirking at his friend's boundless enthusiasm, he promised to join him right after a quick wash. Splashing freezing water on his face, pure terror suddenly struck. His veins bulged black, his eyes widening in total agony, gripping his skull. A horrifying realization hit him, demonic chi. Curse it all. The dark energy was completely shattering its seals. It was viciously clawing its way out. If the Academy sensed this vile aura, he'd be locked away instantly. Nobody would ever believe a single word of his innocence. Gritting his teeth, he desperately needed an isolated hiding spot to weather this demonic storm. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi waited cluelessly outside. "Hey, Brother Han." Faking a terrible groan, he yelled about sudden stomach cramps, begging for 30 minutes of absolute peace. Yuan Shi chuckled, mocking his weak stomach. Makes perfect sense after being completely comatose for a whole week. Need help? Sweating profusely, he shrieked through the door. "Stay back, I'll be out when I'm entirely done." In absolute reality, he was already balanced on the window ledge. Thank the heavens for the dense academy forest nearby. If he unleashed the cursed energy out there, the elders would absolutely never trace the demonic surge back to him. Leaping into the deep shadows, he planned to crush the evil aura with pure mana. 5 minutes. That's all he needed. Meanwhile, the highest elders gathered in the grand panoramic office. Suddenly, a catastrophic shockwave utterly rocked the nearby forest. Director Su froze, his blood running completely cold. Old Man Su, Kusanya roared in absolute panic. Gongsun's gaze sharpened intensely toward the fiery blast. What terrifying cult master possessed such earth-shattering demonic power? Were those Blood Moon lunatics utterly and completely suicidal to brazenly assault the most prestigious academy? Sipping her tea with chilling calmness, the elegant Gongsun asked a deadly question. Did this supreme invader truly bypass their divine protective barriers, or was the living nightmare hiding among them all along? She coldly wagered on a traitor. Today, the hidden academy mole would be unearthed. A deeply corrupted spy was breathing their very air. Yet, the divine security grid remained completely silent. Not a single protective alarm had been triggered. Either a legendary phantom breached their mighty walls, or the terrifying threat was sleeping in their own dorms. She coldly wagered on a hidden traitor. Today, the mole would be destroyed. The director bristled with intense anger. Was she daring to point fingers at his disciple, Lin Han? With a serene flutter of her eyelashes, she simply called it a necessary precaution. Deep in the forbidden woods, our hero was completely losing control. Vile, corrupted aura violently exploded from his pores. A monstrous, blood-red skull manifested ominously above his head. Hellfire engulfed his entire being as his eyes flared crimson. The sinister skull brand scorched heavily into his shoulder, his hair growing wild. No. Anything but this. System alert. Lin Han. Second Class Awakening. Legendary title, Terrifying Son of a Demon. Unlocking forbidden arts, Blood Moon Claws and Corruption. Dark energy shredded his clothes as nightmarish crimson talons violently sprouted. Blood Moon Claws. While embracing this monstrous state, every flesh-tearing strike mercilessly drains the opponent's life force and mana. Next came Blood Moon Corruption. Injecting pure demonic poison straight into the victim's veins. It falsely gifts them temporary explosive power, while completely and utterly shattering their fragile sanity, reducing them to a totally mindless, enslaved puppet. He gritted his fangs in absolute disgust. A system class straight out of a villain's nightmare. He looked exactly like a deranged cultist now. Reversing this cursed form required intense, absolute concentration. If a single academy elder caught a brief glimpse of this, his life would be over instantly. Back at the dorms, Yuan Shi guarded the bathroom, crossing his strong arms patiently. Suddenly, an army of furious elders descended. Startled, he bowed respectfully, asking if they sought Brother Han. Director Su's face was as dark as a terrifying thundercloud, demanding the boy's exact location. Pointing at the wooden door, Yuan Shi gulped. "Kick it down. Do it right now." The master roared. Throwing the heavy door wide open, there sat our hero, casually flipping through the daily newspaper. Feigning utter shock, he loudly screamed at the elders for completely invading his absolute privacy. Flushed with deep embarrassment, the director quickly slammed the door shut. Coughing awkwardly, he glared fiercely at the others. "See? I completely told you my disciple was innocent." He swiftly ordered a strike team toward the massive forest explosion. Moments later, our hero stepped out, exhaling a truly massive breath of relief. That was an incredibly heart-stopping brush with death. A single second slower, and he would have been brutally executed on sight. This deadly game couldn't last forever. His divine luck was bound to run utterly dry very soon. He urgently needed to visit the hidden black market. Only a legendary cloaking artifact could lock down this demonic aura. Hiding his face, he slipped into the bustling city streets. Scanning the shadows, he fiercely prayed such mythical items truly existed. But suddenly, a chillingly familiar voice loudly echoed from right behind. Shopping for yourself, Junior Lin Han. His blood ran utterly cold. Senior Gongsun, curse his completely rotten luck. Flashing a dangerously elegant smile, she tilted her head. Well? Found anything interesting? Everyone harbors secrets. Junior, I'll drop the subject for now. Just then, Manager Lu emerged, a hearty laugh echoing. Miss Gongsun. He greeted warmly. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Han and the manager exchanged familiar nods. Chenner blinked in surprise. You two are already acquainted. Lu smiled brightly. Indeed, Miss Gongsun. Mr. Lin is a highly valued VIP here. Chenner's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. Is that so? Then treat yourself to something nice today, Junior Lin. The Gongsun family will cover your entire tab. Apologies. But our walk ends here. I have pressing matters to attend to. Lin Han tilted his head, curious. Senior Gongsun. Why this sudden generosity? Her smile turned calculating yet warm. Consider it an investment. I hope you'll support my family. Especially my little brother. Should dark times ever fall upon us. Lin Han nodded firmly, his gaze steady. You have my word. I will do everything within my power. A dazzling smile graced her lips. Then it's a promise. She turned to leave, waving gracefully. Don't hold back on your purchases, she called out, vanishing. Lin Han watched her go. She definitely suspected his true depths, yet chose to keep his secret safe. Not only was she protecting his hidden identity, she was also funding his incredibly expensive shopping spree. Now, he owed the Gongsun clan a massive favor. Meanwhile, high up on a secluded balcony, Chenner gazed out over the sprawling city. A shadow-like subordinate materialized beside her. Madam, your instincts were flawless. The Ma clan truly clashed with an unknown powerhouse. Right near Lin Han's residence. He also shares a deep connection with Fair. Chenner pivoted, gently tapping her chin in deep thought, as the subordinate presented a dossier. Madam, if I may. The subordinate whispered cautiously. Just who exactly is this Lin Han? Opening the file to reveal his photograph, Chenner's eyes gleamed with amusement. He is merely a junior with dangerous secrets and absolutely boundless potential. Tossing the dossier aside, her gaze sharpened. Burn it all. Erase every trace of this data. No one else must discover what we've found. Soon, this Junior Lin might become our family's greatest salvation. Back at the Millennium Pavilion, Manager Lu beamed brightly. Gesturing grandly, he chuckled. Your timing is always impeccably lucky. What treasures seek you today, Mr. Lin? Lin Han calmly took a sip of his rich coffee. Tell me, Manager Lu, he began smoothly. Does the pavilion possess any artifacts capable of totally suppressing magical fluctuations? The manager's eyes sparkled as he approached a decorative vase. Twisting its lid, a hidden mechanism clicked. A secret vault door slid open smoothly. Lu laughed, gesturing inside. Naturally, though, it is an exceedingly rare treasure. The Millennium Pavilion houses everything a Grand Master like yourself could ever desire. Lin Han stepped into the vault. Mr. Lin, Lu announced reverently, I present to you an artifact that flawlessly conceals one's core aura. He dramatically whipped away a velvet cloth. Behold, an epic tier star stone. It possesses the absolute power to suppress nearly all magical signatures and spiritual chi. System notification. Base value 50 million. Activating 10,000 times enhancement multiplier. A blinding light enveloped the relic. Name. Mysterious Star Stone. Grade. Divine Tier Necklace. Description. Flawlessly masks all magical and chi fluctuations. The wearer becomes a total ghost, utterly undetectable by any worldly means, unless the host actively reveals their power. Lin Han's eyes burned with ultimate satisfaction. Perfect. I'll take it. My deepest thanks, Manager Lu. The merchant bowed deeply. Serving you is my absolute honor. Please grace us with your presence again. Stepping back into the sunlight, Lin Han smirked. A divine-grade artifact was finally his. Meanwhile, within a pitch-black sanctuary, a robed cultist trembled, bowing low. Reporting to the Patriarch, the Heart Eater has perished. However, we tracked immense surges of demonic chi, pulsing right inside Hanian City. The Patriarch sneered maliciously. That useless fool brought only failure. He jabbed a skeletal finger forward. Avoid that brat, Lin Han, for now. He clearly has a terrifying backer. A monstrosity we cannot lightly provoke. Proceed with the grand design. Focus entirely on resurrecting the Supreme Demon. Should you fail me, your agonizing deaths will make the Heart Eater's demise look like a mercy. The subordinate slammed his fist into his palm. Understood. Your Excellency, we shall deliver. Later, stepping away from the bustling commercial district, Lin Han stretched his arms. Excellent. Excellent. Hans was 2 men away, when here in Dacrides, and result States in the 40 sands. And Aesthetides, when here in Dacrides. And here in Dacrides, and here in Dacrides, and here in Dacrides. With this god-tier stealth relic equipped, no one could ever link his aura to the Blood Moon cult. A heavy burden lifted from his shoulders, but suddenly his entire academy squad blocked his path. Gongsun Li crossed her arms, eyes narrowed. Brother Han, did you honestly believe we wouldn't notice you ditching us to go on a secret date with my sister? Lin Han froze, a bead of sweat dropping. Wait, what? Where did you even hear such nonsense? Li, hold on a second, let me explain everything. But she grabbed his collar with a wicked grin. Save your breath, Romeo. She signaled the boys to jump him. Lin Han panicked. Guys, wait, seriously. I only went to the Millennium Pavilion. A chaotic, comical beatdown ensued, leaving poor Duan absolutely terrified. Adjusting her combat gloves, Li smirked. All right, now we talk. Jiang Rui suddenly strutted over, eyes dripping with disdain. How pathetic. To see our top freshman reduced to this garbage state, Li glared fiercely. Excuse me? Back off. Rui flipped her hair arrogantly. I'm simply stating facts. Having the Academy's supposed #1 acting like a punching bag completely trashes our prestigious reputation. Who would ever enroll here, seeing this clown show? Yuan Shi frowned, stepping up. Your vicious personality is nothing like Miss Fei's. If I hadn't been told, I'd never guess you were her younger sister. In a flash of killing intent, Rui dashed forward. A chilling dagger pressed against Shi's throat. Care to repeat that? She hissed venomously. Before blood could spill, Lin Han clamped onto her wrist like a vice. Enough. Calm your killing intent. Fei is your own flesh and blood. Why such explosive hatred? She actually cares for you deeply. Jerking her hand free, Rui sneered with absolute superiority. I am a peerless genius, shouldering the ultimate glory of my clan. That woman is a pathetic traitor who abandoned her bloodline. Why should I ever show an ounce of warmth? To a disgrace. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed. An instructor approached, smiling sharply. Now, Academy students must unite, not brawl. However, your timing is flawless. Since you're all gathered, I have a crucial mission for you. Yuan Shi groaned, slumping his shoulders. Another mission already. Instructor, we literally just got back. The instructor's smile widened mysteriously. Fear not, you won't be facing this alone. This special operation is designed exclusively for our 2 most elite freshman squads. Your primary objective: to forge yourselves in real bloodshed and secure vital intelligence on the chaotic situation unfolding within the perilous borderlands. Furthermore, I will personally oversee your deployment. Nothing will go wrong. Gongsun Li tightened her fists, her gaze steely. Let's pray this goes smoothly. Just like that, a massive horde of beasts launches into the sky, desperately clawing at the towering fortress walls. Loose the arrows. A veteran marksman roars from the vanguard. Instantly, a devastating rain of steel pierces the sky, mercilessly obliterating the advancing monstrous horde. Sheltered behind an impenetrable wall of knightly shields, the snipers lock on their targets. Brace yourselves. Wave 2 is incoming. A commander's voice thunders. Yuan watches from the ramparts, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Beside him, a seasoned warrior chuckles. Enjoying the view, rookie? The real battlefield hits entirely different from your cozy academy fantasies, does it not? The frontier defenders face an eternal nightmare, holding back an endless tide of slaughter. Out here, survival demands flawless battlefield synchronization. Lone wolf heroics only lead to certain death. Their assignment is a simple B-rank extermination mission. The objective? Annihilate 3 minor beast encampments beyond the city gates. The most dangerous threats lurking out there barely scrape the gold tier threshold. This was supposed to be a basic training exercise. Their sole directive was to cleanse the perimeter, slaughtering every beast within 5 miles of the Great Barrier. Divided into 2-man strike teams, they must execute the purge and regroup by 3 in the afternoon tomorrow. Should they face overwhelming odds, flaring an emergency signal is absolutely mandatory. The disciples shout their unwavering compliance. Moments later into the wild, Duan activates her mystic sensory eye. We have company, she warns. A vicious wolf pack lies in ambush just ahead. Every single one radiates gold tier aura. This completely contradicts our intel. Lin Han scoffs, his eyes narrowing. Welcome to the real world, rookies. Guild intelligence is garbage. We adapt or we die. This escalation is an absolute disaster. The Vanguard garrison is only equipped to slaughter standard silver tier beasts. If this golden pack breaches the defenses, A total massacre awaits the unprepared veterans. Duan rises, her aura igniting. Who cares if they are gold tier? She smirks confidently. We are not running away today. I will butcher these mutts myself, she declares boldly. Lin Han sighs at her reckless bloodlust. His warrior instincts scream that this arrogant display is about to backfire in a spectacular and deadly fashion. Charging headfirst into the danger zone, Duan unleashes a devastating inferno blast upon the pack. But her triumph is violently interrupted as monstrous shadows lunge at her exposed blind spot. Without hesitation, she conjures a deadly barrage of glacial spikes, instantly impaling the flanking beasts. Leaning on her arcane staff, she smirks arrogantly. Well, that was an effortlessly pathetic warm-up. Suddenly, a massive shadow engulfs her. She spins around, eyes widening in sheer horror. A colossal alpha wolf is already descending from above, its lethal fangs bared for the ultimate kill. Boom! A devastating shockwave shatters the air as a mighty fist crushes the beast's skull. It is Lin Han. His explosive martial strike sends the massive predator flying away like an absolute ragdoll. He glances back, a calm smirk on his face. Flawless transition between Inferno and Glacial arts. Truly impressive. It seems those gold tier mutts really are not much of a challenge for your talent. Never drop your guard on the battlefield, though. Duan collapses onto the blood-stained earth, trembling as she whispers, "That demonic thing nearly stopped my heart." Forcing herself up, she spots the surviving pack retreating into the treacherous woods. Wait, this formation is entirely wrong. Lin Han steps to her side, his battle aura humming. What are you sensing? Her gaze darkens with strategic realization. When an alpha falls, the pack scatters to their den. But these beasts, they are deliberately stampeding straight into the serpent turtle territory. That zone belongs to Jiang Rin's vanguard unit. Without a second thought, Lin Han snatches her wrist and ignites his movement skill. No time for theories. We move, right now. We must intercept them immediately. Caught, completely off guard by his explosive speed, Duan desperately cries out, "Wait, you lunatic! Slow down." Meanwhile, at the second front, a mystic maiden tightly grips her celestial staff before a towering behemoth. An intricate arcane array erupts beneath her feet. She thrusts her palms forward, unleashing a blinding solar flare. The explosive radiance forces the colossal serpent turtle to recoil in agonizing blindness. Seizing this flawless opening, Jiang Rin explodes from the shadows, her legendary blade drawn as she vaults directly onto the beast's armored shell. She slices through the air like a phantom. In one magnificent, fluid sword draw, she perfectly severs the serpent's monstrous neck, touching down gracefully. She stands victorious amidst a bloody graveyard of slaughtered leviathans. The silver-haired mage tackles her into a joyful embrace. "Captain, your blade work is absolutely divine." She cheers brightly. "And wow, you are surprisingly soft to hug." Blushing furiously at the sudden intimacy, Jiang Rin sternly commands Xiao to release her immediately. But as she turns, her blood runs cold. A fresh nightmare of colossal, bloodthirsty aberrations glares down at them. Brace yourself. The hunt is far from over. A horrifying ring of serpent turtles has completely trapped them. Xiao flares her magical core, screaming furiously, "You filthy beasts dare to ruin my moment with the captain." Unleashing a torrent of destructive mana, she obliterates a massive turtle, sending its gargantuan shell crashing into the dirt. Yet, in that exact split second, dual leviathans launch a deadly ambush at Jiang Rin. Paralyzed by the sheer speed of the assault, two venomous jaws snap shut toward her throat. At the final microsecond, she flawlessly blocks one catastrophic bite with her trembling blade. The brutal impact tears through her arm. "Damn it, my guard was too loose," she realizes. Seeing the freshly spilled blood, Xiao whips around, her eyes wide with overwhelming dread for her beloved captain's safety. Exploiting that fatal distraction, the second beast viciously strikes the mage's unprotected blind spot. The devastating blow sends Xiao collapsing violently, right into Jiang Rin's desperate embrace. Coughing blood, she begs weakly, "Captain, abandon me. Flee now, or we both perish in this hell." Jiang Rin's eyes blaze with stubborn fury. "Shut your mouth. I will never tolerate such cowardly nonsense. A true vanguard commander never leaves her squad behind to die." Blushing through her tears, Xiao lifts a quivering hand, a bittersweet thought crossing her mind. I never imagined my final breath would be safely held in her arms. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoes. Lin Han meteor strikes the battlefield, unleashing a catastrophic haymaker that launches the beast into the horizon. Stunned by the deafening shockwave, Jiang Rin gasps, "Who possesses such raw power?" Landing smoothly, he smirks at the fallen squad. What a pathetic mess. Cannot even handle a few overgrown reptiles without crying for help. Her pride deeply wounded, Jiang Rin snaps furiously. Watch your tongue. Who gave you the right to mock us? Do not act like some legendary senior, just because you are acquainted with my older sister. Furthermore, these are gold-tier anomalies. They are practically unkillable beasts. Catching up to the clash, Duan frantically begs him, please, stop baiting the captain's fiery temper right now. We must eradicate this threat instantly. A larger reinforcement swarm could arrive any second. Flashing a terrifyingly confident grin, Lin Han simply chuckles. Relax. Exterminating these bugs will be a walk in the park. Exploding into motion, he brutally seizes the titanic serpent turtle by its skull. With unimaginable physical dominance, he whirls the colossal beast like a hurricane, hurling its massive carcass directly into the remaining pack. The devastating impact shatters the enemy line like fragile glass. Jiang Rin stares, utterly paralyzed by shock. Did he seriously just pitch a legendary gold-tier leviathan? Like it was a cheap child's toy? Is this the genuine, terrifying might of a golden stage supreme? Duan sighs exasperatedly. Did you absolutely need to flex your martial prowess like a maniac? Brushing his hands off, Lin Han smirks. Results are all that matter. Everything else is trivial background noise. The beast wave is fully eradicated, so let us haul ourselves back and hand our mission report over to the academy instructor. Suddenly, a sickening pallor overtakes Jiang Rin. She cries out in absolute agony as the horrific venom spreads. Collapsing toward the earth, Xiao desperately catches her beloved captain, screaming in sheer panic. What happened to the captain? I cannot just abandon her. Seeing Lin Han approach, she desperately demands to know his intentions. Keep your hands off her. Ignoring her cries, he observes Jiang Rin's wounds. This shouldn't be lethal. Is the snake turtle's venom acting up? A forbidden tear spell might save her. He weaves hand seals. Did you forget my altar status? He unleashes a supreme life restoration art, declaring, I will pull her back from death. Blazing spiritual energy envelops Jiang Rin. Panic consumes Xiao Guo as she cries out for her fallen leader. Why is the healing failing? Lin Han's eyes narrow. Something is horribly wrong here. The toxic venom has already been entirely purged. Why will she not awaken? My divine arts are blocked. We need the mentor. Now, 30 agonizing minutes later, the mentor finally arrives. He inspects the fallen captain. Xiao Guo trembles, demanding answers. His expression darkens instantly. The sinister aura is twisting around her life core. If this demonic energy remains, she will surely perish. Tears cascade down Xiao Guo's face. Can no one save her? The mentor draws a glowing artifact. Borderland healers lack the divine skills for this. Her fate cannot be changed here. We must evacuate her to the central metropolis. Only elite medical masters can purge this. Take this spatial teleportation array. The upper brass knows. The borderland has descended into chaos. What triggered this sudden calamity? Lin Han demands. We are completely blind to the cause, but lately the demonic beasts haunting our frontiers have mutated exponentially. Those 3 creature hordes you hunted, they mutated from mere silver rank trash to terrifying gold rank nightmares. This anomaly must be reported immediately. He gestures toward the other disciples. Your combat prowess was exceptional today. We need your blades on the front lines. Hold the defensive perimeter. Once she is safe, return instantly. He channels his mana. A blinding spatial array engulfs the chosen disciples. Radiant celestial light shatters the air. They vanish into the void. The mentor watches the fading sparks, praying to the heavens they survive. Yet an ominous dread chokes his heart. Soon after, within the metropolis healing halls, Lin Han roars through the corridors, demanding a master healer. A terrified medic drops his meal. Why roar like a dying beast? Can you not see I am dining? Even divine healers require sustenance. Then his gaze falls upon them. Seeing the blood-soaked Jiang Rin cradled in his arms, the medic pales, barking orders at his disciples. Hurry! Activate the supreme surgical array immediately. This is a matter of life and death. Lin Han watches her fade behind double doors, cursing his weakness. If she falls today, how could I ever face my master again? Hours later, the doors finally part. He desperately corners the exhausted healer. The master healer shudders. Where did you encounter such a cursed affliction? Lin Han's aura spikes with dread. Is her life essence fading? Her life force is stabilized for now. But this anomaly is terrifyingly rare. We found demonic parasites, vile shadow worms coiled around her heart. Once mere low-tier nuisances, easily purged with basic arts. But 80 years ago, the Blood Moon heretics mutated them into weapons of pure slaughter. Their dark biology remains a mystery. They hibernate within the victim's spiritual center, artificially forcing their mana reserves to detonate with explosive power. ultimately turning the host into a mindless puppet. Lin Han clenches his fists. The heretics are moving again. Are the mutated frontier beasts evolving due to these demonic worms? Has the shadow of the cult engulfed our walls? Panic strikes his soul. What about the comrades left behind? Will they survive this nightmare? The healer shoves a parchment forward. Seal this with your signature, then depart. But heed my warning. Never return to that cursed wasteland. Sealing the pact, Lin Han's communication crystal buzzes. A frantic comrade's voice screams through the static. Then, dead silence. He crushes the device in his palm. A catastrophe has struck. Suddenly, a pale Jiangrin forces herself up. We must warp back immediately. The front line needs us. Lin Han blocks her path. You just survived fatal surgery. Rest. Her eyes blaze with unyielding resolve. I refuse to yield. Our sworn brothers are bleeding against nightmares. I will never forgive my cowardice. If they fall while I hide in a bed of silk, I share your blazing fury. But my spatial warp tokens are depleted. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts the tension. A female warrior steps from the shadows. I possess a warp array. Feng Yuning flashes a brilliant jade token. I was hunting nearby and witnessed your desperate sprint into the healing halls. I had to investigate this anomaly. I never imagined the corruption ran this deep. Lin Han's aura ignites. The High Academy must hear of this treason. We must reinforce the vanguard. She smirks with fierce confidence. The elders already know. I transmitted an emergency flare regarding the demonic outbreak. The elite executioners are mobilizing. If you seek a path back to hell, take me with you. My blade will feast upon those beasts. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the spatial array roars to life. Let us hunt. Space tears apart, dropping them into a dimly lit structure. Where in the void are we? His eyes widen at the blood-stained plaque. The Mongshan Death House. Why warp to a morgue? Nearby, Yuan Shi guides fleeing medics. Board the armored transports now. We are abandoning this sector. Lin Han intercepts him, aura flaring. Explain this madness. Yuan Shi whips around, eyes hollow. You madmen actually returned. Our defensive line has completely collapsed. The frontier beasts entered a berserker frenzy. The great iron wall has shattered. Mongshan territory is lost. I am commanded to escort the healers, Master Jiang and the elite vanguard. They are holding the death line alone. Lin Han bursts into a sprint. Secure the retreat. I will reinforce the death line. The two female warriors ignite their auras, trailing his shadow. We fight as one. Yuan Shi screams into the dust. Survive, you fools. The horde is blood-crazed. Meanwhile, at the heart of the slaughter, survivors face the titanic serpent, a legendary spear impaling its scales. Lin Han skidded to a halt. That is Gongsun's divine weapon. Where is he? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupts. Their gazes lock onto the Leviathan snake. It is fleeing in absolute terror. Feng Yuning gasps. What could scare a monster like that? Spotting three colossal beasts tearing each other apart, Jiang Rin questioned their threat level. If these titans were weak, they needed to strike fast. Lin Han warns her, these are three-peak supreme rank nightmares. Attacking them would be absolute suicide. Hearing this, she immediately rejects the foolish idea. Their best bet was slipping past quietly. Suddenly, a monstrous corpse crashed nearby. Sensing danger, Lin Han gestured sharply eastward, signaling an urgent tactical retreat. The beast's deafening roar shattered the silence. Without hesitation, he spun around, scooped Jiang Rin into his protective embrace, and desperately bolted from the abomination. Glancing back, Lin Han cursed bitterly. Why were these bloodthirsty titans suddenly teaming up against them when they were just slaughtering each other seconds ago? Feng Yining warned that these beasts possessed terrifying speed. Outrunning them was impossible. Lin Han's expression darkened, realizing they had walked into a deadly trap. Splitting up was their only survival tactic. He volunteered to draw the beast's killing intent, promising to rendezvous at their original checkpoint. She turned toward him, nodding in complete understanding. But Jiang Rin nervously asked if he planned to keep carrying her bridal style. Lin Han smirked playfully, teasingly asking if she truly hated his embrace. She argued that sharing his burden meant facing certain death together. Unfazed, he smoothly countered what could be so wrong with meeting their tragic fate side by side. Exactly like a classic romance webtoon. As Feng Yining sprinted another way, Jiang Rin frantically demanded to be released, protesting this incredibly reckless escape plan. All three bloodthirsty titans focused their hunt entirely on them, completely ignoring the fleeing Feng Yining. 30 grueling minutes later, a still sprinting Lin Han calmly calculated that his monstrous stamina could easily sustain this pace until tomorrow. However, those relentless beasts weren't tiring either. If this deadly marathon continued, their survival odds would plummet drastically. Spotting a hidden mountain cavern, he realized it was their perfect sanctuary. Bursting inside with lightning speed, he prayed the deep shadows would conceal them, and the sudden maneuver successfully broke their line of sight. Yet, one terrifying beast sniffed out the cavern and peered into the darkness. Lin Han quickly concealed himself behind jagged rocks, realizing only forbidden tier magic could obliterate these horrors, but protecting Jiang Rin complicated everything. She opened her mouth to whisper, when a mysterious figure materialized behind them, smiling warmly while tapping their shoulders. Instantly, a spatial skill activated, teleporting them through the void. Thoroughly shocked, Jiang Rin screamed in absolute terror. A second later, they violently crashed onto solid ground in a completely foreign realm. Trembling, she demanded answers to this madness. Her fear vanished upon seeing Teacher Jiang, but the seasoned master frantically signaled for absolute silence. Overjoyed, she aggressively shook Lin Han, whispering that their legendary mentor was alive. Dizzy from the shaking, he begged her to stop before his head snapped off. Once a small campfire was safely established, Teacher Jiang warmly asked if they had braved this deadly zone just for him. Lin Han nodded respectfully, refusing to abandon a master. Chuckling with gratitude, the teacher checked on Jiang Rin's severe injuries. She confidently reported her near-perfect recovery after healers extracted the venomous parasite. Pivoting the conversation, Lin Han urgently questioned the whereabouts of Gongsun Lei and their scattered comrades. What horrific disasters occurred during their absence, pushing everyone so far from the city's defenses? Teacher Jiang sighed, explaining his noble sacrifice to shield the academy's massive retreat. He had boldly challenged 3 supreme rank monstrosities simultaneously. Sadly, the battle's chaotic aura attracted a relentless swarm of even more terrifying beasts to his location. To make matters worse, a colossal supreme rank death worm erupted from below. Despite his formidable mastery, surviving this apocalyptic monster wave alone was practically impossible. That nightmare worm had completely locked down Mount Manon, leaving only a southern escape route. Left with zero alternatives, he bravely decided to push toward the perilous border, hoping to seek refuge inside the Maya Empire. Unfortunately, destiny intervened when those same supreme rank horrors ambushed him again, forcing him to strategically hide in this cavern. That was exactly when their fates intertwined. Lin Han then revealed that Senior Feng Yining was out there. Forced into a corner earlier, they had tragically split up without planning. Teacher Jiang frowned, recalling she was merely a third-year junior. Lin Han nodded gravely, explaining their desperate vow to reunite at the exact location where they separated. As a mere diamond stage wind mage, this forbidden forest was an absolute death sentence. He fiercely declared his mission to rescue her immediately. Teacher Jiang calmly interjected, warning that marching alone was pure madness, even if Lin Han possessed power rivaling a supreme stage master. But before the elder could finish his wise lecture, Lin Han boldly interrupted, pointing out the 3 supreme rank titans stalking the area. Moving as a trio would generate way too much killing aura. Operating solo was the perfect stealth strategy. Jiang Rin firmly backed his confidence, convincing Teacher Jiang to anchor their position safely. He strictly ordered the young hero to return before sunset, whether he found their lost senior or not. Deep in the hostile woods, Lin Han activated his divine all-seeing eye, letting magical vision track her aura. The forest seemed empty, but his absolute vision detected Feng Yining's spiritual footprint vanishing right here. He boldly called out her name, announcing Teacher Jiang's miraculous rescue. Where was she hiding? Suddenly, sleepy eyes fluttered open as she groggily whispered Lin Han's name. Hearing her sweet voice, he instantly whipped around, calling out to her. Rushing closer, he scolded her. Reckless behavior, how could anyone casually nap in a monster-infested hellscape? What if a bloodthirsty beast had ambushed her mid-slumber? Feng Yining smirked at his concern, revealing her flawless magical caution. She had woven a masterful wind barrier, perfectly erasing her scent, while scanning a 500-meter threat radius. Confused, Lin Han demanded why the alarm ignored him. Smiling gently, Feng Yining explained the magic's nature. His heart carried zero malice. Her divine barrier only repelled murderous intent. Everything finally clicked into place. With Teacher Jiang secured, their immediate mission was safely reuniting the team. Hours later, as the moon cast its eerie glow, the duo navigated the treacherous shadows. Lin Han warned her to maintain maximum vigilance against lingering predators. Out of nowhere, he sharply raised his hand, halting her steps as a terrifying premonition washed over him. Igniting his all-seeing eye, he witnessed a catastrophic nightmare unfolding. A massive beast horde was stampeding at terrifying speeds. They were charging straight for Teacher Jiang and Jiang Rin. Lin Han rocketed toward their hidden cavern, screaming, a desperate warning that absolute annihilation had completely surrounded them. A pack of bloodthirsty monsters intercepted his path, lunging with lethal intent. Unleashing a barrage of godlike strikes, Lin Han instantly vaporized the ambushers into dust. Pushing forward, he violently breached the cave entrance. Following behind, Feng Yining was utterly paralyzed by his explosive power. Was this truly the legendary might of a golden stage expert? Meanwhile, the teacher stood as an absolute shield between Jiang Rin and the monster wave. Beside him stood a mysterious man engulfed in flames, his imposing body covered in countless monster-inflicted wounds covered his battered body, sparking absolute dread. Lin Han sprinted forward, his desperate voice echoing as he called out to the fallen elder. Teacher Jiang stared back with panic-stricken eyes. He screamed for them to flee immediately. Their enemy was a peak supreme stage master, a monstrous gap in power. A figure cloaked in blazing hellfire charged forward, sneering that they were nothing but mere insects to him. Horror struck the main character's face as he begged the fiery assailant to stop. He screamed Teacher Jiang's name, but the mysterious flaming assailant struck. A merciless, burning hand pierced violently right through the elder's fragile body. Coughing up blood from the fatal piercing, the elder roared his final warning. He had told them to run. Interfering now meant nothing but absolute slaughter. The elder's consciousness began fading into absolute darkness. Jiang Rin shrieked his name in pure agony, eyes burning with murderous fury. She swore to slaughter that fiery bastard. Before she could recklessly charge to her death, Lin Han flashed behind her. A swift palm strike instantly knocked her unconscious. Fu Yinan gasped, about to question his betrayal. But his hand moved like lightning again. One precise strike, and she too slumped over. Catching both girls before they hit the ground, he whispered a solemn apology to the fallen elder. With ultimate care, he rested them against the cold wall. Meanwhile, the blazing assailant watched this bizarre display in absolute silence. The fiery demon scoffed, completely bewildered by his actions. Lin Han slowly turned around. His gaze turned deadly cold as he declared, "So they will not witness your brutal execution." The burning fanatic erupted into maniacal laughter. Did this arrogant brat believe his own words? He assumed he knew the secret behind this foolish bravado. Rumors claimed that pathetic Heart-Eater was slaughtered by this kid's hidden master. Frankly, the boy was not even his actual target today. His overlord had ordered a temporary truce. But since fate practically delivered the prey directly to his doorstep, he could not simply walk away. Capturing this boy for his master would surely guarantee a legendary reward. Lin Han's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He questioned if the cultist was truly that blindly arrogant. Was he not terrified that this legendary hidden master might appear and obliterate him? The flaming antagonist sneered, mocking the boy's absolute ignorance of the supreme stage's divine power. His spiritual perception perfectly dominated a massive 5-kilometer radius. The exact second they had trespassed into his domain, he sensed everything. No matter how godlike this phantom master was, concealing their presence from his supreme senses was impossible. The kid was utterly isolated. He ordered him to drop the pathetic charade and surrender immediately. Otherwise, they would both face a gruesome end. Lin Han coldly scoffed. Why would he ever submit to a lowly errand boy from the Blood Moon cult? Especially one trapped at the mere initial phase of the supreme stage. Pure wrath exploded from the blazing cultist. He roared, demanding the brat repeat that insult. Lin Han merely smirked. Was it a lie? Heart-Eater had been their master's loyal dog too. Yet when that dog was put down, their almighty overlord refused to seek vengeance. Instead, he ordered total retreat. To the cult, their pathetic lives held absolutely zero value. He was exactly the same, just another blindly loyal, completely disposable pawn, sacrificed for the Blood Moon cult. The furious villain pointed a burning finger, snarling that the brat talked too much. Those insults were utterly meaningless to him. The absolute foundation of their demonic cult was built on ruthless power and supreme cruelty. Heart-Eater perished simply because he was tragically weak. His pathetic demise was his own fault, and the cult felt zero pity. Suddenly, the villain narrowed his blazing eyes. Was this entire arrogant speech just a desperate stall for time? A futile struggle? Escape was impossible, and no phantom master was coming to the rescue. Unfazed, Lin Han smiled thinly. Since the cultist was so absolutely certain of victory, should he not at least reveal his name? A booming, arrogant laugh echoed through the cavern. Of course, his victory was absolute. Since the boy begged for it, he proudly announced himself as Leon, the legendary spirit tiger halberd. Engrave that name into his dying soul. Blasting forward with blinding speed, Leon roared for the boy to brace himself. This execution was going to be excruciatingly painful, but his combat instincts were razor sharp. Predicting the lethal strike, he vaulted skyward at the last second. Rebounding off the cavern ceiling, he shot straight toward the outside world. Leon pursued like a heat-seeking missile, mocking the boy for cowardly fleeing. But Lin Han's mind was calculating. A clash of this magnitude inside the cave would definitely crush the unconscious girls. The high-speed chase tore through the wild forest. Finally, they skidded to a halt. Lin smirked dangerously, questioning why the pathetic rat had stopped running. Had his stamina already hit absolute zero, or did he foolishly believe he could actually fight back? Suddenly, violent azure lightning exploded around Lin Han. "You do not need to know," he declared coldly. The distance was finally safe enough. The time for hiding was over. It was time for slaughter. Letting this bastard breathe for one more second was a grave insult to Teacher Zhang's noble sacrifice. An ancient runic circle manifested beneath his feet. He unleashed a forbidden-level art, the devastating Thunder Fist. Lian's eyes widened in sheer shock. How could a mere gold stage trash possess such apocalyptic power? The terrifying energy radiating from that attack eclipsed even a peak diamond stage master. No, this tyrannical force had undeniably crossed the threshold into the legendary supreme stage. Drawing his demonic weapon, Lian screamed out to the revered demon god. As his most fanatic disciple, he desperately summoned the absolute, corrupting power of the underworld itself. Forbidden-level incantation. The absolute demon realm. Lin Han drove pure, concentrated lightning into his fist. He smirked internally. This dark technique was far too familiar, because he possessed the exact same demonic power. The two warriors collided like falling meteors. They poured every ounce of their soul into the lethal exchange. The resulting impact of these forbidden arts birthed a cataclysmic shockwave that tore the very heavens apart. Skidding back across the shattered earth, Lian wiped his mouth, admitting his genuine shock. The boy's arrogant claims were no bluff. That technique was undoubtedly a true forbidden-level art. A cocky smirk painted Lin Han's face. "Is there a problem?" he mocked. "You can use forbidden arts, but I cannot." Lian burst into absolute hysterics. The pieces finally clicked into place. There was no mysterious master who slaughtered the Heart Eater. It was this freakish gold stage rookie. Thank you for watching, and also watching, please listen now for Domain. A monstrous anomaly who wielded forbidden spells, and possessed godlike speed. A velocity that completely shamed even Diamond Stage legends. He recognized the terrifying signature of that spell. Suddenly, the Overlord's desperate obsession with capturing this boy made perfect sense. Unfathomable secrets were buried deep within his mortal vessel. His predatory interest was officially piqued. Dropping into a lethal combat stance, he swore to drag the boy to their overlord at any cost. Exploding forward with murderous intent, Lian roared like a savage beast. He would violently shatter his bones, and personally extract every divine secret hidden in his flesh. Instantly, a sinister crimson light bled from Lin Han's eyes. Ancient, demonic runes materialized in the air. He unleashed the domain of the demon god. His hair lengthened into a shadowy mane, as razor-sharp claws erupted from his hands. The forbidden seal shattered. He activated his hidden second class, the legendary son of the terrifying demon. Dropping into a monstrous stance, he vowed to absolutely annihilate his enemy. Lian froze in absolute shock. Where did this terrifying, apocalyptic aura come from? Panicking, he instantly unleashed a devastating stream of precess. He swings his staff through the roaring flames. Supreme God of halberds, he roars. Grant me the divine might to sever the heavens and shatter the earth itself. The forbidden art, 10,000 thrusts. A blazing torrent engulfs Lin Han, but a shimmering absolute barrier erupts around him, absorbing the devastating impact. Yet, a sliver of ember pierces the shield, slicing his cheek. Wiping the crimson drops, Lin Han smirks. "Well, now, I did not expect you to hide such a lethal trump card up your sleeve. I underestimated you." Lian gasps in sheer terror. "How are you wielding the demon god's domain? That forbidden magic belongs exclusively to the supreme elders of our Blood Moon cult." Lin Han sneers. "Is it not obvious from my appearance?" He expected the demonic domain to instantly reduce him to ash, yet he survived. However, the terrifying danger of absolute corruption multiplies with every passing heartbeat. Lian glares at his cursed demonic form. "Have you finally sworn loyalty to our sect?" Lin Han scoffs. "Who needs your pathetic cult? What made you think only your kind could wield this supreme power?" Lian snarls back. "Do you take me for a total fool? Only disciples blessed with the second rank by the demon god can manifest such pure demonic chi. You clearly possess that rank, making you a true brother of the Blood Moon cult." "You know entirely too much," Lin Han states, unleashing dark spiritual energy. Lian blocks the shockwave, shouting. He triggered the demon god's domain again. A golden core altar, 3 forbidden arts, and bottomless demonic chi, a peerless genius. Since our sect's ancient dawn, we have never witnessed such monstrous talent. Surely you realize that in your corrupted state, the righteous Chi Academy will banish you forever. He violently grabs Lin Han's wrist. "You no longer belong in the mortal realm. The Blood Moon cult is your only sanctuary now. Embrace your true destiny with us." Tearing his arm away, Lin Han spits. Your precious cult is nothing but a filthy gathering of exiled monsters who could not survive in civilized society. If I ever sank so low, my honorable ancestors would literally shatter their tombstones to beat some sense into my soul. Lian cackles madly, pointing a mocking finger. You ignorant frog in a well. Coming from that pathetic tiny land calling itself the Star Dragon Empire. No wonder you are completely blind to the true martial world. Across this entire mortal plane, absolutely no empire or martial faction can even dream of challenging the supreme might of our Blood Moon cult. I swear to you, the absolute peak expert of your fragile empire is but an infant before our senior elders. You will realize this terrifying truth very soon. Once your dark secret is exposed, human society will hunt you. You will be crawling on your knees to join us. A murderous glint flashes in Lin Han's eyes. Then my only option is to silence you permanently. He instantly dashes forward like a phantom, declaring, "Let us end this pathetic game. I have wasted enough breath on trash." He unleashes a heaven-shaking punch. Lian desperately raises his halberd to block the crushing impact. Gritting his teeth, Lian mutters, "Such monstrous strength and terrifying speed." Knocking him away, Lian gasps. The demon god's domain truly earns its legendary name. Lunging forward like a wild beast, Lin Han roars. This is no time to ponder titles in the face of death. His deadly palm strike clashes fiercely against the defensive halberd shaft. Lian launches a vicious counterattack, but Lin Han effortlessly catches the blade barehanded. Leaping backward, they charge up for another clash. The resulting shockwave unleashes a blinding explosion, illuminating the entire battlefield. Gripping his halberd, Lian pants. Your brute power is truly unimaginable. Lin Han glares, calling him a pathetic insect whose life will be extinguished in mere seconds. Unleashing a ferocious battle cry, Lin Han violently tackles him with lightning speed. Caught completely off guard, Lian crashes heavily into the unforgiving earth. Desperately blocking the barrage, Lian mocks. You fight like a true demonic beast now. Stop denying your destiny and accept the cult. Like a feral predator, Lin Han literally bites down on the steel weapon. I will drag you to hell first, he snarls, completely disarming the cultist. You have completely lost your mind. Lian screams in pure horror. Ignoring the pleas, Lin Han savagely bites his shoulder, unleashing a demonic roar. Agonizing screams rip from Lian's throat as he frantically bashes the madman's head. Release me, you psychotic monster. Let me go this instant. Damn it, he shrieks in absolute terror. Tearing his head back, Lin Han violently rips a chunk from his enemy's shoulder, triggering another blood-curdling screech. Spitting out the flesh, he scoffs. Absolutely repulsive. Cultist meat is far too disgusting to even swallow. Well then, there is zero value in keeping you breathing. His aura turns freezing cold. Time to send you straight to the underworld. Scrambling away for his life, Lian wails, "I refuse to perish at the hands of a lunatic like you." Lin Han mercilessly pursues his prey, roaring, "You cannot escape your inevitable doom." Suddenly, a colossal serpentine shadow blocks their path. An overwhelming, suffocating aura paralyzes them both as a legendary imperial python locks its deadly gaze on them, emitting an earth-shattering screech. Why is a peak supreme rank beast wandering out here? Lian wails. The heavens are truly punishing me. However, Lin Han simply licks his lips like a ravenous demon, roaring fearlessly at the towering leviathan. Provoked, the towering imperial python snaps its attention toward him, unleashing a thunderous, ear-piercing hiss. With a devastating tail whip, the titan launches Lin Han violently into the clouds, shifting its murderous glare toward Lian next. The cultist practically wets himself, screaming, "Do not look at me." He flees in panic, the beast slithering rapidly behind. By dawn, Lin Han sprints through the woods, cursing that python's unimaginable strength. Collapsing against an ancient trunk, he breathes heavily. If I had not activated that forbidden support art, that single strike would have absolutely pulverized my bones. Powering down the exhausting forbidden technique, he carefully checks his condition. No fatal internal injuries. Well, that is a massive stroke of luck. Returning to the cave entrance, he spots the girl desperately calling out to their fallen mentor. Seeing him, Feng Ni tearfully asks if he survived unharmed. "I am perfectly fine," Lin Han reassures. "We must evacuate immediately." Instructor Zhang traded his life for theirs. Gritting his teeth, Lin Han vows not to let this noble sacrifice be meaningless. He must secure their escape right now. Zhang Ling chokes back tears, struggling to speak about their teacher. "We have zero time," Lin Han interrupts grimly. "An apex imperial python is prowling this very sector. Carrying a corpse will guarantee our total annihilation. As painful as it is, we must let his heroic soul rest eternally right here. That calamity-level beast could ambush us anytime, possessing the raw strength to slaughter everything in its path. We must warn the entire group immediately." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Gongsun, Lin Yi, and Xiaga are surrounded by colossal beasts in the open field. Duan bursts from the tree line. A deafening explosion erupts right behind her. As she screams for salvation, Gongsun Lingxi stares at the fiery blast, demanding, "What is that terrifying creature?" Pausing beside him, she insists there is no time for questions. They must flee immediately. His gaze locks onto the imperial python hunting a lone figure. He trembles at its sheer magnitude, realizing it must rank at the absolute peak of the supreme tier. Squinting through the dust, he notices the titanic serpent pursuing someone. Could that victim be their missing mentor Jiang? Panic seizing his heart, Gongsun Lingxi sprints into the dense woods, yelling, "The mentor sacrificed himself for our retreat. If that is truly him, he must uncover the truth." Xiao chases his friend, warning him against such suicidal recklessness. Meanwhile, a desperate Lian flees the titanic beast, begging Senior Li for immediate rescue, claiming he carries world-altering intelligence. In a flash of dark energy, a high-ranking cultist soars down right beside the terrified man. With a devastating kick to the giant monster's skull, the cultist demands, "Have you lost your mind? Why lure an imperial python here without orders? You jeopardized our grand design. Have you forgotten the master's wrath?" Lian drops to his knees, frantically begging for a sliver of trust. He swears his critical intel will deeply please their Dark Lord. Senior Li scowls with icy disdain, declaring he will grant forgiveness. Just this once, he will intercept the raging serpent while Lian delivers the message directly to the master. Sobbing with gratitude, Lian praises his savior, bowing deeply for the second chance. Sprinting to safety, he exhales in pure exhaustion, realizing the terrifying peril of mocking a supreme beast. He must vanish into the shadows immediately. Suddenly, Gongsun Lingxi and the female disciples block his path, demanding his identity. Smirking, Lian throws the exact same question back. Gongsun Lingxi declares his name proudly, representing Kuchi Academy. A sinister chuckle escapes Lian. Students of Kuchi Academy. Sensing danger, Gongsun Lingxi questions, "What amuses him so much?" Lian grins widely. "Does that mean you are close with Jiangnan? I could reunite you all. How does that sound?" Gongsun Lingxi demands to know what happened to their beloved mentor. Lian's face twists into chilling malice as he boasts about slaughtering him. Blazing fury ignites within the disciple as he charges forward, screaming bloody vengeance. Observing from afar with piercing vision, Lin Han realizes this twisted Li, and somehow miraculously, avoided becoming the Emperor Python's next meal. But why on earth is Gongsun Lingxi clashing with this fanatic? He must intervene and save his friends. Furthermore, this villain holds too many dark secrets to live. Jiang Rin nervously asks what his scouting revealed. Lin Han orders his group to fall back to the stronghold and report everything to the commanders. Scanning the serene perimeter, he confirms the immediate area is monster-free. Confused, Jiang Rin asks if he intends to stay behind. He smoothly lies, claiming he must search for Gongsun Lingxi's missing squad. Senior Feng Yuning offers a supportive wave, urging his junior to stay extremely cautious. Summoning a glowing artifact from his subspace inventory, Lin Han calculates the grim odds. The formidable Lian will surely butcher Gongsun Lingxi and the rookies. Time to equip the legendary imbalance mask. He vanishes into the thick foliage. Noticing Jiang Rin staring blankly, Feng Yuning questions, "What troubles her mind?" Jiang Rin murmurs about having one secret task to complete. She urges the senior to march ahead without her. Stepping aside, she pulls out her mobile device, staring intensely at the screen. Dialing a mysterious number, she whispers her name, begging the receiver to honor a single, desperate request. Meanwhile, Gongsun Lingxi desperately parries a bone-crushing halberd strike with his spear. He collapses in agony. An arrogant Leon, choking a battered Xiao, single-handedly mocks the trembling losers. "Did you pathetic bugs truly believe you could avenge your fallen master?" Aiming his bloodthirsty halberd directly at the injured Duan, he declares, his patience for this pathetic game has expired. Executions begin now. Swinging his massive weapon with lethal intent, he roars that she will join her mentor in hell. The weapon rockets forward. A terrified Duan shuts her eyes tightly, crying out that the cruel grip of death has finally claimed her soul. But a mysterious hand catches the deadly blade mid-air, shattering the jaws of death. Astounded by this impossible feat, Lian demands his identity. A disguised Lin Han discards the heavy weapon, coldly stating that monsters deserve no names. Radiant energy flares in his palm as he triggers the revival skill. Xiao and Gongsun Lingxi stare in total disbelief. Xiao stammers, asking if he is dead. Duan snaps back, insisting this peerless hidden master just spared their lives. Gongsun Linqi bows deeply, pouring out immense gratitude to the senior. A masked Lin Han glances back, brushing off their praises. He commands the injured rookies to flee immediately, leaving this trash to him. Unimaginable fury twists Li An's expression as he screams at the masked stranger. Do you honestly believe I will permit an escape? Launching skyward with his halberd, he mocks the savior's heroism. If you crave a heroic death, you perish first. Completely unfazed, Lin Han lifts a single hand, summoning a glowing magical formation that flawlessly deflects the pulverizing strike. Seizing the chance, the disciples flee into the shadows, while Gongsun Linqi prays for the senior's glorious victory. Rebounding backward, Lian deduces that wielding a divine skill like revival confirms his opponent is merely a support class. A squishy healer could never survive a vanguard spearman. Standing unshaken, Lin Han tells the villain to keep barking. Lian chuckles darkly, boasting he never imagined that a pathetic support class would dare challenge his martial might. He dashes forward like lightning, but Lin Han instantly draws his hidden blade, perfectly parrying the lethal thrust. A sweeping slash violently repels the cultist. Shocked, Lian questions the sword's noble origin. Are you secretly the legendary Zhang Shifeng? A stone-cold Lin Han simply advises him to shut his mouth and settle this with blood. Explosive auras detonate as they clash, trading a blinding flurry of devastating weapon strikes. Analyzing the frantic duel, Lin Han realizes his foe possesses monstrous speed and impenetrable defenses. A drawn-out battle means certain death. He must secure a swift execution, because his divine face buff is rapidly fading. Suddenly, his fragile sword shatters into pieces, signaling the transformation's bitter end. A smirking Lian mocks him, asking, "Where is your true divine blade?" Lin Han scoffs, asking why he cares so much. Internally, he frantically searches for a viable combat strategy. A vicious Li An declares, with pure malice, that he is clearly not Zhang Shifeng. Regardless, he will extract the secrets from his bloody corpse. Suddenly, a hooded assassin strikes, and a devastating kick lands. Lin skids across the cracked earth, groaning through the pain. What a relentlessly chaotic day, he mutters bitterly. These pests just keep coming. Suddenly, a dual-wielding maiden descends from above. Just shut your mouth, she roars fiercely. Her twin blades blur into a storm of steel, launching him helplessly into the sky. Lin Han watches in pure shock. That lethal sword intent, that suffocating killing aura. It feels incredibly familiar. Clutching his bleeding wounds, Lin screams, "Who the hell are you?" Shifting into a perfect combat stance, Jiang Ruan sneers coldly. "I am the Reaper, claiming your life, Fua," she declares. "Or perhaps you know my true title, the Goddess of Thorns." Glancing over her shoulder, she respectfully addresses the elder. "Please, leave this trash to me," she requests. "It is my sworn mission to personally end his pathetic life. I have my own score to settle with him." Lin Han replies smoothly, "Why not forge an alliance?" He senses an overwhelming, terrifying strength radiating from her. A combined assault will crush him before his divine phase shatters. Hearing this, Lin's face twists in pure rage. "I have zero grudges against the Goddess of Thorns," he bellows furiously. "You are just a merchant guild mercenary. Tell me right now, who put the ultimate bounty on my damn head? I will double whatever they paid," he begs frantically. Ignoring him completely, Ruin lunges forward, accepting the elder's alliance. Lin Han instantly channels his magical aura, shouting, "Lead the charge." Their combined strike is devastating. Overwhelmed and battered by heavy injuries, Lin's defense completely shatters, and his mighty halberd clatters onto the battlefield. Collapsing violently, he vomits a mouthful of crimson blood. Lin Han towers over him, gripping his lethal dagger. "See you in hell," he thinks darkly. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts in the distance. "What monstrous energy is that?" he mutters in shock. Activating his divine eye technique, he scans the distant horizon. A lone warrior is clashing against a beast. Is that another Blood Moon fanatic? He wonders nervously, holding back the legendary Emperor Python alone. His combat prowess is terrifying. And that ominous, glowing green mist. Is that the Emperor Python's lethal miasma? A chilling thought crosses his mind. Most elite masters he knows would melt into bones within a single second. Within a single second. B cousin A, Aiton comment, masters, B cousin A, or tected, B cousin A, one analse. The toxic fog is spreading like wildfire. If that deadly plague breaches Mayanshan, the catastrophic death toll would be absolutely unimaginable. Their sole supreme stage powerhouse is busy leading the wall's defense forces. Waiting for backup is a fool's dream. Clenching his fists, he realizes he must gamble his life all over again. The most dangerous part is over. Lin Han announces swiftly, "I will leave the final execution to you." But Jiang Ruin interrupts him. "Hold on just a moment." If you are walking into a death trap, let me assist you. Ignoring her pleas entirely, Lin Han bolts toward the battlefield. That mysterious freak is absolutely dominating the Imperial Python. The enemy of my enemy is my greatest ally. He hatches a crazy plan. Forge a temporary pact with the giant snake to obliterate these cultist scumbags. Moments later, the sinister man ruthlessly batters the titanic serpent. Time to die, beast, he roars. Manifesting a massive hand of pure magical aura, he prepares to deliver the killing blow. Suddenly, a violent flash of lightning completely shatters his ultimate spell. Shocked to his absolute core, the man whips his head around. Who dares interfere with my hunt? Lin Han steps out of the dust, pointing his weapon directly at the enemy. I am the one sending you to the grave, he declares. You are a Blood Moon cult dog, correct? Crossing his arms with utter arrogance, the man smirks wickedly. And what if I am? Crazy, Lee does not hide his evil aura. You have some serious guts to threaten a master like me. Lin Han shouts out to the Imperial Python. Let us crush this bastard together. Once he is dead, you retreat from the border, and I will return to Mianshan County. We go back to how things were. You better accept this deal, giant snake, he prays internally. Otherwise, he will turn you into a fashionable scale cloak. Desperate for survival, the mighty Imperial Python hisses in agreement. The beast bitterly thinks. If it knew these two-legged humans were this terrifying, it would have stayed home. Witnessing their little alliance, Crazy Lee explodes into a blazing fury. Do you think playing team will save you? He bellows madly. Dashing forward with blinding speed, he vows to make this arrogant kid suffer. He unleashes a bone-shattering, explosive punch right at him, but the giant python acts as a massive meat shield, absorbing the brutal impact for Lin Han. The serpent looks back and hisses, I will buy you precious seconds. Prepare your most devastating technique. Flashing the beast a confident thumbs up, Lin Han whispers his gratitude. He violently thrusts his magical staff toward the heavens, unleashing a terrifying, legendary forbidden art. Chaos Domain. Judgment Day. The sheer apocalyptic pressure of the spell causes the surrounding mountains to quake in fear. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, Lin grovels pathetically, begging for mercy. I have priceless intelligence regarding Lin Han, he cries out in desperation. Spare my life, and I will expose his darkest, most terrifying secret to you right now. Slowly pulling back her assassin hood, Jiang Ruin glares down at him. You have my attention. Speak. Trembling, Lin drops the bombshell. Lin Han has secretly joined the Blood Moon cult. I am absolutely certain. During our clash, he awakened his secondary class power. I saw him cast 3 of their demonic forbidden arts at the exact same time. Before another word escapes his lips, a cold flash of steel severs his neck, delivering the clean, instant execution. Jiang Ruin wipes her blade. You simply know far too much. The dead are the only flawless secret keepers. Suddenly, an unnatural, violently roaring gale sweeps past her. Her eyes widen in pure astonishment. She recognizes the chaotic energy signature. It is that legendary forbidden magic. The exact same art boss Lin Han wields, she realizes with a sharp gasp. That mysterious expert vanished that way. Could it truly be the boss? Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Lin Han casually rests upon a colossal earth throne manifested from his own divine power. Raising one hand like an absolute sovereign, he declares, the execution trial of Crazy Lee commences now. Multiple radiant magical arrays ignite around him, shooting forth suppressing spirit chains. Scoffing arrogantly, Crazy Lee merely raises a single hand. What absolute child's play, he mocks. He blasts a devastating shockwave of dark aura, instantly obliterating the divine chains right before they make contact. Without losing a single heartbeat, he violently pivots around. Using pure magical force, he brutally repels the charging Imperial Python. But the colossal beast shakes off the impact in seconds, immediately retaliating with a lethal tail whip. Despite the earth-shattering momentum, Crazy Lee stops the massive tail with just his bare hand. Unfazed, Lin Han remains seated upon his throne, summoning a barrage of colossal magical arrows. He rains the apocalyptic volley downward. The arrows bombard the battlefield, kicking up a massive dust storm. Yet, as the smoke clears, Crazy Lee stands there completely unscratched. Did you honestly believe these pathetic parlor tricks could end me? He laughs maniacally. You severely underestimate my power. Lin Han's eyes widen at this horrifying display of durability. Impossible. He curses aloud. That barrage did not even leave a single scratch. Radiating an overwhelmingly suffocating and ominous aura, Crazy Lee grins like a demon. My turn to play. Lin Han stares down in cold sweat. How can his realm be this high? He had never faced a monster of this caliber before. Rocketing into the sky with a single explosive leap, Crazy Lee roars. Is that all you have got? Done playing games. The enemy unleashes twin palms of devastating aura straight at him. Lin Han's eyes widen in absolute horror. His speed is impossible. He cannot evade the attack. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoying dashes right in front of him. Her twin daggers dance through the air, unleashing a breathtaking flurry of lightning-fast strikes. The lethal spell shatters instantly, but her eyes dart sideways as Crazy Lee materializes right beside her. A brutal strike lands, sending her crashing to the earth. Pushed by pure adrenaline, Lin Han rockets after her at terrifying speed. He screams her name, snatching her from the air at the very last second. Hitting the ground safely, he urgently checks if she is all right. Ruoying locks eyes with him, smirking. Turns out, boss, you've been keeping some massive secrets. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never believe this ordinary rookie possessed the power to wield such legendary magic. It was truly mind-blowing. She knew he concealed his true strength, but this magic shattered all of her expectations. Floating above them, Crazy Lee glares down with malice. Are you insects quite done annoying me? Tell me your name. Ruoying turns to Lin Han instead. You've used so many fake identities. Boss, I honestly do not even know what to call you anymore. Regardless, we are having a very serious talk. When we survive this mess, Lin Han lets out a nervous chuckle, promising to explain everything. Using a flashy forbidden spell, guaranteed his cover would eventually be blown. Ruoying raises her sacred blade toward the sky. Listen closely, you lunatic. Burn my true name into your memory. I am Fei. Lin Han gently holds her back and smiles. Thank you for covering my back and saving me again, but this time, I need you to step aside. This madman possesses truly overwhelming and terrifying strength. Even the mighty Emperor Python could not crush him. Left with zero options, he must finally unleash his forbidden demon-class power. Exposing yet another dark secret was his last resort. Still, his heart skips a beat as Ruoying leans close. Do you really desire to protect me that badly? Completely ignored, Crazy Lee erupts into absolute fury. Are you pathetic worms flirting during a death match? Did you forget I am standing right here? His aura explodes rapidly, manifesting a colossal energy statue right behind him. Behold, the World Destroyer Tathagata. Ruoying immediately leaps forward into action. We cannot let him finish chanting that deadly spell. Landing gracefully, she begins her invocation. Venerable God of shadows and assassins, grant me a fragment of your boundless power to vanquish this evil. Forbidden art, falling petals. Lin Han extends his palm, unleashing his judgment skill. A massive barrage of deadly aura arrows rains down upon their sworn enemy. Crazy Lee hastily summons a magical barrier. But to his absolute shock, the shield crumbles like glass. Dozens of lethal projectiles rip straight through his defenses. He violently throws his arms up to protect his face. The relentless bombardment completely shreds his garments, leaving him clutching his badly bleeding hand. Ruoying charges in for the kill. We must finish him before he recovers. But an ominous chill crawls up Lin Han's spine. Wait, do not go near him. A sinister grin stretches across Crazy Lee's face as manic laughter escapes him. Too late, fools. Commanding the towering deity, he unleashes the devastating Tathagata palm. The colossal magical hand crashes downward. Trapped inside the binding array, Lin Han finds himself completely paralyzed. Damn it, I should have awakened my demon form immediately. The shadow of death looms over him. Seeing his doom, Ruoying screams his name. In a flash of terrifying bravery, she throws herself directly into the catastrophic blast. No, Lin Han roars in absolute devastation. An apocalyptic explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Like a broken doll, a critically wounded Ruoying collapses onto the blood-stained earth. Catching her fragile body, his eyes swim with panic and sorrow. Why would you take that hit? Trembling, she forces a gentle smile. I'm just glad. You're safe. Gently resting her down, he floods her body with healing magic. I won't let you die here. Close your eyes and rest. I will slaughter him for this. How touching but entirely useless. Crazy Lee sneers. You are both walking corpses, so let us end this. In that instant, Lin Han's ancient demonic power finally awakens. He orders the giant python to retreat to its territory permanently and never return. The beast obeys instantly. This realm of two-legged humans is utterly disgusting. It hisses before slithering away. I shall never return to this cursed wasteland. Witnessing the transformation, Crazy Lee's jaw drops in pure shock. It's you. You're the vessel our grand leader seeks. Eyes burning with abyssal fury, Lin Han lets out a demonic growl. I do not care about your pathetic leader. I will devour every last member of your cult. He blitzes forward like a vengeful phantom. Wreathing his fists in hellfire, he roars. And my feast begins with you. A peak stage supreme freak like you is dead meat. Desperately blocking the fiery strike, Crazy Lee stammers. You are the prophesied son of our demon god. We don't have to spill blood. Just surrender and follow me. Delivering this ultimate prize to the leader guarantees infinite rewards. But Lin Han just scoffs with deadly intent. Since when does the apex predator negotiate with its prey? Shut your mouth and bleed. He shatters the earth with a cataclysmic punch. Crazily barely dodges the shockwave. The cultist trembles. His dark aura. It's evolving rapidly. A genuine spark of absolute terror grips his black heart. Demon God's domain, demon realm. Lin Han chants. You were so arrogant about your pitiful supreme strength earlier. Now witness what true despair looks like. Crazy Lee stares in paralyzed awe. Impossible. He just activated two of our cult's most guarded forbidden arts simultaneously. Lin Han throws his head back and roars. The scent of a peak supreme stage soul is intoxicating. Don't even bother resisting. It makes devouring you much more enjoyable. Refusing to die, Crazy Lee detonates his monstrous energy. Do not underestimate me. The venerable demon god bestowed upon me the power of the second demonic class. I plan to capture you alive, but you force my hand. Activating his own demon realm, his physical body dissolves into crimson mist. A gigantic bloody palm materializes instantly. Perish, you arrogant brat. A twisted, sinister grin spreads across Lin Han's face as he laughs maniacally. Your soul smells absolutely delicious. Give me everything you've got. Insect. Secure within his domain, Crazy Lee gloats internally. While in this blood-fogged state, absolutely no physical attack can touch him. His ultimate victory is already carved in stone. But his arrogant confidence shatters. Lin Han moves like a phantom, phasing effortlessly through the impenetrable bloody mist. He delivers an earth-shattering punch straight to his smug face. Reality seemingly breaks as the blow connects. How can physical force touch me? Sent crashing into the dirt, his invincible demon form completely dissipates. No, this is absolutely impossible. It was just a lucky fluke. He desperately tries to summon the crimson fog again, but fails. What is happening? Why is my blood chi suddenly vanishing without a trace? In a terrifying display, Lin Han opens his jaws and actively inhales all the cultist's desperate energy. Watching his life force drain, Crazy Lee screams in pure, unadulterated horror. Watching his precious chi being devoured, the crazed elder snaps. Decades of bitter cultivation, stolen, he lunges forward, roaring for this theft to end. That profound energy wasn't his to take. Lin Han's eyes flash with demonic intent. With a single, blurring sweep of his hand, he swats the charging maniac like a fly. Crazy Lee coughs up black blood, eyes wide with terror. How did his ultimate defense shatter so effortlessly? Lin Han retracts his strike, leaving his crippled foe collapsing in the dirt. Slowly, he licks the crimson essence, staining his fingers. Intoxicating. The scent is absolutely ravenous. Clutching his mangled chest, Crazy Lee struggles up, cursing Lin Han as a complete, unhinged monster. Pouncing like a starved beast, Lin Han pins him down, jaws unhinging for the kill. Just then, Jiang Ruoying finally regains consciousness. Her heavy eyelids flutter open to an absolute nightmare. She turns, horrified, as Lin Han attempts to devour the screaming, thrashing, Crazy Lee alive. She covers her trembling mouth in utter disbelief. Why does her savior look like an abyssal demon? Could this terrifying transformation stem from that second stage awakening he mentioned? A dark, sinister aura chokes the air. She cries out his name. He pauses, tearing flesh from bone, and slowly rises. Spitting out the foul meat, his demonic gaze locks onto her. She smells heavenly, completely intoxicating. He hungers for her instead. Prowling closer, he seizes her delicate shoulders, paralyzing her with dread. She desperately begs him to wake up. He cannot let this bloodthirsty shadow consume his soul. Deaf to her pleas, his fangs sink deep into her shoulder. Blinding pain erupts, yet his bloodlust suddenly falters because she embraces him. Trembling fingers gently caress his monstrous face, breaking his focus. Through teary eyes, she smiles, knowing this isn't the real him. Her Lin Han protects his loved ones with his life. He's the kind of hero who would cross oceans to save an absolute stranger. There is no way this noble soul would ever harm someone he cares for. She reminds him of his unparalleled destiny. He is the soul master who conquered the golden stage. A living legend, a heaven-defying miracle. More importantly, he is her dearest friend. Leaning in, she softly kisses his lips, anchoring him to reality. The demonic haze shatters. Regaining his senses, Lin Han stares in absolute shock at the blushing girl before him. Suddenly, a soul-tearing migraine strikes. He clutches his skull in agony. Jiangling grabs his arm, her eyes filled with desperate concern for his awakening. Fighting the inner darkness, he violently shoves her away. He screams at her to run before he loses control again. She tries protesting, but he roars that she is completely powerless here. She needs to flee right now. Jiangling takes a hesitant step back, her gaze locked on him in silent panic. Sprinting away, her heart breaks. How can she abandon him to this nightmare? Retreating to a safe distance, she watches, praying his iron will prevails. The demonic crest on his hand blazes with hellfire. He screams into the void, demanding the shadow reveal itself, threatening mutual destruction if it refuses. Instantly, his consciousness is ripped into a boundless spiritual domain. The inner demon sneers, mocking the intoxicating thrill of that kiss. Why hold back the feast? Devouring her flesh means eternal unification. Wouldn't it be glorious to bind their souls together forever? Lin Han viciously rejects this twisted logic. The demon extends a shadowy claw. Why resist ultimate power? Surrender, and the legendary saint stage is guaranteed. Standing at the absolute pinnacle of this world is within reach. Is he truly so blind? Lin Han scoffs. True strength requires no demonic shortcuts. This shadow is nothing but a blood-chi illusion. He conquered it once, he will crush it again. The demon's mouth twists into a horrifying, echoing cackle. Such pathetic arrogance. The demon mocks Lin Han as a fragile mortal shell. Why should absolute power obey a pitiful weakling? The strong command the weak. In response, violent lightning crackles around Lin Han's fists. That dark power means absolutely nothing against his indomitable will. One strike is all it takes to erase this anomaly. The demon dodges, scoffing at the bluff. But blinding heavenly tribulation arrays ignite around Lin Han. Belief is completely irrelevant. If this parasite wants his vessel so badly, he will personally incinerate it into dust. Mutual annihilation is a price he's more than willing to pay. Panic flashes across the demon's face. Has the host completely lost his mind? Self-destruction means eternal nothingness. Does he not fear death? Lin Han glares at the fool. Of course, the fear of death is real. But becoming a bloodthirsty puppet is far worse. He refuses to become a chained spectator in his own body while demons slaughter the innocent. Detonating his spiritual sea is the only honorable choice. The demon screams in denial. Human instinct fears the grave, and Lin Han is no exception. Channeling the devastating arts, Lin Han speaks of true Tao. Some lives are lighter than a feather, while some sacrifices carry the absolute weight of Mount Tai. He welcomes death to purge this evil. Terror grips the demon's soul, frantically begging this absolute lunatic to abort the suicidal technique. Ignoring the pleas, a catastrophic lightning bolt smashes into his own soul. In the physical realm, Jiang Ling screams his name, paralyzed by absolute terror. The soul-rending blast damages both entities. The demon wails in agony. Invoking a forbidden-level heavenly art on one's own vessel is utter madness. One more strike means total soul obliteration. Eyes burning with resolve, Lin Han challenges this pathetic fragment. Why stop when this parasite still desires mass slaughter? The ultimatum is simple: submit or perish together. The demon recoils, warning the host not to push him to the absolute brink. Summoning another apocalyptic lightning storm, Lin Han demands immediate surrender. Terrified by this suicidal resolve, the shadow finally breaks and yields. The host's willpower is absolute. Lin Han commands the parasite to retreat into the darkest abyss of his mind, sealing itself away completely. Next time, there will be no mercy. Fading into the shadows, the demon whispers a chilling promise of ultimate regret. When enough blood chi gathers, he will shatter that seal and claim this vessel forever. Unfazed, Lin Han forces his consciousness back to reality. He was the sole master of this body. As his vision blurred, he plummeted, finally sealing the dark entity inside him. Or so he hoped. Reality faded as he collapsed, but Zhang Ruoying lunged to catch him, her voice trembling with sheer panic. Forcing a weak smile, Lin Han whispered that the nightmare was over. She was safe now. Ruoying stared in disbelief, calling him an absolute fool. Why would he risk his soul with a forbidden technique? His eyes rolled back, plunging her into terror as she screamed his name into the void. Days bled into nights at the hospital. Ran sat quietly beside Lin Han's lifeless body. Ruoying sneered, claiming she never expected the traitor to show her face. Ran's gaze remained fixed on the bed. She was only here for the boy who saved them. Was he still trapped in his slumber after all these days? Ruoying snapped back, insisting she only watched over him to repay a life debt. Still, a strained gratitude lingered between the estranged sisters. Sensing her aura, Ran praised Ruoying for hitting the absolute peak of the gold stage assassin class. Their deadly techniques were becoming strikingly similar. Ruoying swore to surpass her and never abandon their bloodline. A shadow crossed Ran's eyes as she murmured about the hidden burdens that forced her exile. If Ruoying only knew the devastating truth, she would have walked the exact same path. Furious, Ruoying demanded to know what dark secret she was hiding. Was it finally time to confess? Refusing to meet her gaze, Ran whispered that destiny wasn't ready. This vague dismissal made Ruoying's blood boil. Sick of the endless riddles, Ruoying roared in frustration. How dare she justify her sins with empty words and phantom excuses? To the family, she was nothing but a treacherous snake. Yet Ran gently prayed that time would eventually mend their shattered bond. She sincerely wished Ruoying could break free from the clan's golden cage. Before the furious assassin could strike back, the atmosphere shifted completely. Like a phantom, Ran vanished through the open window. Her sister cursed the empty air, screaming to ask if the coward was fleeing once more. Meanwhile, a towering figure hovered silently above the adjacent rooftops. His sharp eyes locked onto Ran as she glided effortlessly through the night sky. He smirked, impressed by her sharp senses. Her presence at the desolate border was unexpected, but the Academy would deeply honor her battlefield heroics. Rejecting his hollow praise, she demanded answers. Why did a legendary Saint Stage Master cower in the shadows while Mengshan burned to ashes? The stoic guardian defended his honor. As the eternal shield of Kauki Academy, he was bound by ancient laws to strictly hold his post. If Lin Han hadn't thrown his life on the line alongside that Shadow Grandmaster, the entire county would have been swallowed by a demonic apocalypse. Was protecting a lifeless building truly worth sacrificing countless disciples on the bloody front lines? Her words sliced through the night like poisoned daggers. He stubbornly claimed the crisis was neutralized. Turning her back, Ran spat that peace only existed because one boy bled to save his comrades. What if his strength had failed? Who would bear that sin? She melted into the shadows, leaving the elder to sigh at her youthful defiance. Suddenly, the air distorted behind him. He turned to face a newly arrived master, shocked by his incredibly swift return. Had the esteemed director resorted to spying? Su Junyin's expression was dark as the abyss. He only materialized personally because an earth-shattering crisis loomed. Moments before the Blood Moon cult struck, the Imperial elites mysteriously summoned every Supreme Academy official to an absolutely isolated summit. The delay was perfectly orchestrated, leaving their defenses crippled. The chilling conclusion: a high-ranking viper within the Empire was secretly feeding the cult. With zero hard evidence, such a treasonous claim was highly dangerous. But the director definitely didn't come just to share wild conspiracy theories. Ominous tremors were already tearing through the Mengshan border. Gazing at the restless peaks, the Guardian realized their peaceful days were officially over. Weeks later, Lin Han's eyes finally fluttered open, groggily apologizing to his friends. Tears of joy erupted as Duan practically crushed him in a massive hug. The main character was absolutely stunned. A whole month trapped in darkness? The last terrifying backlash had only stolen 7 days from his life. This dangerous power was eating away at him. Gongsun nodded grimly, revealing that Elder Fua had carried his mangled body straight from the battlefield. Medical saints had practically exhausted their core energy trying to revive him. Lin Han's face flushed crimson. Memories of her desperate, life-saving kiss flooded his racing mind. Emergency or not, their lips had locked. How could he ever face her piercing gaze again, without his heart hammering entirely out of his chest? Pushing down the awkwardness, he quickly asked about Ran's whereabouts. Duan grinned widely, announcing that the formidable senior Fuhua had deployed back to the military front lines. Her sudden appearance was strictly to crush the Mengshan uprising. Lin Han breathed a massive sigh of relief, glad he could dodge that romantic crossfire for now. Still, fate would eventually demand he offer a proper apology and his deepest thanks. Suddenly, a bizarre shift in his comrade's spiritual pressure caught his attention. Were his eyes playing tricks, or had their auras completely mutated? Duan puffed out his chest, proudly declaring his glorious ascension to a gold stage mage. Chuckling darkly, Yan Yi boasted about hitting the absolute peak of the gold stage assassin path. Gongsun spun his imaginary weapon, radiating elite spearman gold stage energy. Ting rubbed his neck, humbly admitting he was just a single breath away from his own golden breakthrough. Pride swelled overwhelmingly within Lin Han's chest. Flashing a thumbs up, he praised their monstrous growth. Staring at these newly forged warriors, it felt like he had been sleeping for a literal century. Their cultivation speed was defying the heavens. Gongsun grinned warmly at their beloved captain, ecstatic that their core leader was finally back in action. With their squad fully reunited, the legendary 5 Great Academies tournament was finally within their grasp. Clueless, Lin Han tilted his head, demanding details about this ultimate battle. The rules were absolute: 7 elite prodigies per academy. 5 bloodthirsty freshmen alongside 2 veteran senior powerhouses would clash for total supreme dominance. Claiming the absolute crown meant devouring 20% of the academy's mystical resources for an entire year. But Gongsun grimaced, warning that tasting victory wouldn't be simple. The tournament itself, but claiming a top rank, absolutely within reach. Lin Han smirked. 20% of the academy's entire resource pool. Now that was a legendary bounty. Then what are we waiting for? He fired back. We need to register immediately. Duan chuckled warmly, waving off his concern. No need to stress about that. We secured our spots ages ago. We were just waiting for your glorious awakening. Suddenly, Chenna entered the medical ward. Word on the street is... She beamed. Our ultimate hero. has finally returned to the land of the living. They had come to inspect his recovery. He looked sharper than ever. Senior, she stepped in beside her, deeply relieved by his miraculous return. Lin Han's eyes lit up. Seniors, your timing is impeccable. The missing puzzle pieces for his dream team had just walked in. They exchanged bewildered glances, totally lost by his intense aura. What was this guy plotting? He eagerly called out their names. Listen up. We have a massive operation on the horizon. One that guarantees a mountain of pure wealth. Care to join forces for the upcoming tournament? She stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 5-year Grand Martial Tournament. Consider my interest piqued. CN. After all, a true martial artist never rejects extra cultivation resources. We can definitely enter the fray. Chenna nodded in agreement, acknowledging the epic scale of the rewards. But honestly, I was drowning in despair while you were comatose, she admitted. I barely dared to step foot outside the Academy's protective barriers. But if you escort me on a shopping quest just once, I promise I will seriously consider joining your squad. Do we have a deal? Lin Han's face hardened with absolute resolve. Challenge accepted. I will give it my all. But Lin Yi instantly shattered his brave facade with a brutal truth bomb. Surviving a shopping spree with my sister is a literal death game. He warned, but for the tournament's glory, you must endure. A little later, as the dust of their banter settled, 2 medical fairies approached, praising the heavens for his swift recovery and urging caution. Lin Han offered them a blindingly charming smile, bowing his head in deep gratitude for their divine care. He dragged a hand across his face. I seriously need to fortify my defenses. He swore internally. I refuse to be bedridden again. Stepping out into the blinding sunlight, he froze in sheer shock. Chenna was enthusiastically waving him over. Right here, she chirped, flustered by her dazzling presence. Lin Han nervously rubbed his neck. You look absolutely stunning, he stammered warmly. Her lips curled into a playful smirk. Oh? Was I lacking before? She teased ruthlessly. Fine, I will spare you the torment. You just survived death. After all, to honor our returning champion, a grand celebration is mandatory. Lin Han strolled by her side, ignoring the murmurs of ordinary citizens who couldn't comprehend his legendary feat. Yet, his instincts suddenly flared. His expression darkened as his eyes scanned the surroundings. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine, the undeniable pressure of a hidden gaze. Annoyance flared within his core. Sensing his shifting aura, Chenna immediately noticed his tension. Is danger nearby? She whispered. Suddenly, an ecstatic mob swarmed them, screaming his name with fanatical devotion. They pointed in awe. It is the absolute legend. They cried out in reverence. Bowing deeply for his life-saving heroics, they prayed for his eternal glory. Master Lin, a word on the apocalyptic clash at the frontier. Our supreme savior has finally returned to us. Overwhelmed by the spotlight, Lin Han stepped back. What is with this madness? Chenna chuckled. While you were dormant, your epic legend ignited the entirety of Mushan County. Tales of your godlike frontier battle broke the heavens. Having a fanatical cult following is practically inevitable now. For a tense heartbeat, the duo just stared at the surging tide of worshippers in stunned silence. Without warning, Lin Han bolted. I have dealt with screaming crowds before, and I would rather face a demon lord. He panicked internally. His hawk-like vision instantly locked onto a shadowy, forgotten alleyway. Snatching Chenna's hand, he pulled his senior away. Quick! Into the shadows. They pressed against the cold stone walls, holding their breath as the stampeding fans thundered blindly past them. Stay silent until the coast is clear, Lin Han whispered. He averted his gaze, muttering. Do they not realize how insane this worship is? Meanwhile, Chenna's heart was practically exploding. A furious blush painted her face. He practically embraced me, she screamed internally. Oblivious to her romantic crisis, Lin Han peeked out from their refuge. Area secure. Senior, the mob has vanished. He spun around, clueless. Are you wounded? Your face is burning up. Desperately trying to seal away her racing heartbeat, Chenna gasped. I am just exhausted from sprinting. She deflected. Lin Han gestured down the shadowy path. If we break cover now, the horde will ambush us again. Let us take the hidden route. She nodded in rapid agreement. Navigating through the back streets, they emerged before a majestic pavilion that commanded Lin Han's focus. Fate works mysteriously, he thought. I never planned on stumbling straight into the Millennium Pavilion. Speaking of which, it had been ages since he last saw Manager Lu. A radiant smile returned to Chenna's face as she pointed at the gilded doors. Shall we venture inside the treasury, Junior? He nodded. Scouting their inventory could be highly beneficial. Stepping into the grand hall of the Millennium, Manager Lu rushed over. Master Lin, you nearly scared my soul out of my body. I made several pilgrimages to your sickbed while you walked the line between life and death. Seeing your aura restored brings me endless joy. Gesturing respectfully toward his VIP sanctuary, he invited the legendary duo inside. Lin Han chuckled, exuding quiet confidence. I sensed your unwavering loyalty, manager. That is exactly why I made this my very first destination upon awakening. A lowly guard whispered to his comrade, "Why is our boss bowing to that punk? He possesses zero aura of a martial god." The second guard frantically whipped out his communication device, glaring at his ignorant peer in absolute horror. "Are you courting death? Do you not recognize the Supreme Lord Lin Han?" Flashing the blazing headlines, the rookie gasped. "Wait, is that the frontier savior?" Inside the vault, Lu unveiled an artifact pulsing with energy. Behold, a legendary tier divine weapon, the Tiger Spirit Halberd, delivered to us by Fua. Lin Han's eyes widened in profound shock at the blazing aura. That title? He deduced sharply. That is exactly what that demonic beast called itself. So Ryan showed zero mercy and completely eradicated Leon, claiming the spoils of war is definitely her ruthless style. She is a disciple of pure wealth. After all, Manager Lu rubbed his hands. Does this peerless treasure catch your eye? I can arrange a massive discount. Unfazed, Lin Han firmly rejected the legendary blade. Lu produced a sealed parchment. Lady Fua demanded I deliver this directly to your hands. Ripping the seal apart, Lin Han's gaze locked onto an ancient map. A blood-red cross marked a very specific coordinate. His pupils constricted in alarm. This territory lies completely beyond Mushin County's borders. Did our apocalyptic clash with Kraz spawn a dimensional anomaly? When exactly did she drop this off? Almost 30 days ago, the manager replied nervously. A dark shadow fell over Lin Han's face. This is absolutely catastrophic. If my instincts are accurate, a cataclysmic disaster is currently brewing. It could rupture reality at any moment. Hours later, atop the colossal fortress walls shielding the metropolis, Lin Han activated a cloaking skill, completely morphing his physical presence. He dashed like a phantom behind 2 sentries. Without a trace of hesitation, he dove off the towering rampart, plunging into the abyss. Confused, a guard blinked. Did someone just whisper? No, probably just the howling wind. His partner yawned. Far below, Lin Han blitzed through the wilderness like lightning. Activating his legendary divine eye, he pierced the darkness, spotting an inferno raging on the horizon. Target located, he declared fiercely. Thank the heavens. The apocalyptic phenomenon has not fully materialized yet. It seems I have beaten everyone to the punch. The awakening disaster remains a complete secret. Perfect. I will ambush the anomaly upon awakening and devour its core energy for myself. Leaping from a massive branch, his combat senses suddenly flared as he realized that. A voice questions the master. Is this truly the birthplace of the natural disaster? Lin Han conceals his aura behind a boulder, watching the towering expert, who declares a legendary clash of titans occurred here. 2 supreme beings unleashed forbidden magic. The residual energy is undeniable. The old master turns to the girl beside him. Swear. He cannot fathom her reckless devotion to that boy. The 10th realm is the absolute peak for any mortal altar. Why risk her life for a phantom chance at further ascension? Shiwer softly replies, she merely wishes to make her younger brother's ultimate dream a reality. Nothing more. Besides, hasn't the master spoken of a miracle? A legendary gold stage altar born within the Star Dragon Empire. Whispers of this anomaly claim that warrior possesses heaven-defying strength. She firmly believes her brother can also ascend, standing among the absolute elite of their My Empire's golden generation. Lurking in the shadows, Lin Han smirks. A golden stage altar? Are they talking about his own power? The master scoffs, his face twisting with stark disbelief. The very existence of a gold stage is a myth, mere ghost stories from a rival empire. In the sprawling, ancient history of the My Empire, only one supreme entity ever reached those divine heights. Altars stagnate at the silver stage for a brutal reason. The bloody ascension to the next realm is literally known as the path of death. The mortality rate is absolute terror. Lin Han nods silently in agreement. Had he not multiplied his own attributes 10,000 times over, his soul would have shattered. Shuer's eyes burn with fierce determination. Her brother's dream is her command. The master need not worry. Once they harvest the calamity source, she will reveal the terrifying stakes. The master exhales, yielding to her stubborn will. For this single, fateful mission, he shall aid her hunt for the calamity source. But never again. He issues a grim warning. Her brother's frail mortal physique possesses a terrifyingly low chance of surviving the brutal evolutionary leap. Channeling a tempest of pure mana into his palm, the old master commands swift action. Time is running out. They are trespassing in hostile lands. The calamity source slumbers in its infant state. but his fearsome power will force its catastrophic awakening. He unleashes a devastating shockwave of energy. The very earth groans and shatters. Lin Han's eyes widen as gravity warps, lifting massive boulders into the trembling air. This crazy old man is actually forcing the apocalyptic seed to bloom. A blinding, sinister radiance erupts from the abyss. Lin Han grins wildly. The ultimate prize has finally manifested. He plunges into the glowing chasm. Sharing this divine loot is not an option. Meanwhile, at the prestigious Key Academy, panicked voices report to the vice rector. Apocalyptic mana fluctuations are ravaging the borders of Mingshan County. The catastrophic shockwaves match the terrifying signature of forbidden tier magic. The Grand Keeper roars a desperate command. Mobilize the security vanguard immediately. Send emergency signal flares to all elite disciples and masters patrolling the highly volatile border regions. The citizens of Mingshan must be evacuated at once. Back in the abyss, the master and sewer descend, facing the calamity's primal defensive barrier. He forbids her from stepping closer. The chaotic core is dangerously unstable and could unleash an apocalyptic explosion instantly. He will face this monstrous energy alone. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence flashes past him like a thunderbolt. The master gasps in sheer shock. Who dares to trespass? Halt your steps this instant. The intruder's speed completely bypassed his divine senses. Lin Han smashes his fist into the primal barrier, roaring back at the foolish elder to back down, provoking the core will annihilate this entire mountain. With a deafening crack, Lin Han obliterates the shield. He fiercely declares this legendary source as his absolute domain, handing it over to a weakling who relies on his sister's master is a joke. Swear's beautiful face twists with supreme fury. She commands the brazen thief to yield. This divine treasure is their rightful conquest. He dares to snatch their hard-earned victory. Ignoring her petty cries, Lin Han ignites his fist with blazing infernal ki. He scoffs arrogantly. Stealing? What a pathetic joke. By the laws of heaven, this calamity belongs to him. They are the pathetic bandits trespassing on his territory. He refuses to waste breath on ants. The final barrier shatters into glittering dust. The old master screams in utter panic as the cavern furiously collapses. Doom is upon them. The elder drags Swear back from the crumbling abyss. Unfazed by the chaos, Lin Han approaches the pulsating heart of the catastrophic disaster. The legendary prize is finally in his grasp. He extends his hand to claim his cosmic birthright. Suddenly, a deadly laser beam pierces the air from behind. Lin Han spins like a phantom, narrowly evading the lethal ambush. A cowardly backstab. He roars with blazing fury, activating his ultimate divine eye skill. His gaze pierces the settling dust. Of course, it is the dishonorable old master. Too pathetic to face him in direct combat, the elder resorted to a shameless sneak attack. But then, absolute horror strikes Lin Han's mind. The target wasn't him. The crazy old fool aimed for the core. If that pure energy matrix shatters, a cataclysmic explosion will vaporize everything into cosmic dust. Death is instantly guaranteed. Moving at the speed of light, Lin Han summons his own forbidden tier art, the Divine Thunder Fist. A roaring dragon of pure lightning erupts from his knuckles, intercepting the treacherous elder's magical annihilation strike.